live at Collecco for Wednesday, December 3rd. Live Facebook record sale. Welcome. Welcome to the machine. Alrighty. Fantastic. So welcome everybody. Glad to be here. I'm glad to be here. I hope you're glad to be here. Welcome. Let me go get my phone so I can see what y'all are saying. Otherwise, right now I am blind to the comments except what's on my monitor. Let me step over here. Chad's about to sneeze. Let me get this opened up. I gotta pause. Yes is blasting here in the store. Sorry, south side of the sky. That's a good one too. Right. Okay, so let me go up here and get my phone. Let's see what's going on. I got everything in the fridge. I hope so. Let me go ahead and grab my backpack. Whew, man. They say you run your own business so you don't have to work for yourself. But what they don't tell you is you work about 3 times as much as you normally would. So it's not that bad. Feels like I've been on a marathon for about 30 days though. Okay, let me set my laptop right there. My Stream Deck's not on. Let me see if I can change that. Okay, let me know where you're watching from. I'm gonna start clearing off the table. This was the leftovers of last night. I do have a couple stacks I want to go through. And I'm trying to scarf down my breakfast, which is Subway and Subway cookies. Looks like we got 3 crates of new vinyl. Laura's the sole record pricer today. And so we'll be going through whatever she's marked. And I think Paul's out on a record buy. His car's out there. I think they left this morning because we had to get together some cash. So I think he's out buying more records. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd greatly like to know. All over the world. Pretty cool to see everybody tuned in. Okay. I started last night as like, man, I got so much to do. And then I started doing stuff that I didn't plan on doing, like going through stacks of random records and photos and autographs. And I made a mess, honestly. And then I was like, dang, I better go ahead and clean this up. Then it cut into my standard gym time. Standard gym time is get to the gym and get home. So you'll be well rested for the next marathon here every night. But I'm feeling pretty good. Just got to get into the groove. I'll start rolling, and then it's just like, boom, I'm locked in. All right, let me put this here. Couple 45s. I'm gonna need these empty boxes here in a second. Right, let me mute my mic for one more second. Got to fix this screen over here. Yeah, it's Ozzy's birthday today. I just looked at the monitor and seen that. Okay. Let me start trying to get the table cleared off. So last night, this is where we stopped. I found a couple from my personal collection. Yep, Steve Cropper, legendary guitar session guitarist, passed away today. I found a couple last night from my personal collection. I'm going to make sure I don't have them. But about every night, if we go through 3 or 4 boxes of 45s, I'll find 1 or 2 from my personal collection. So that tells y'all it's pretty good stuff, because I've got quite the 45 collection, and for me to find stuff. I also found this rare doll record. I really think it needs to go on an eBay auction. It's pretty scarce, I think. I'm going to run Smokey later. I'm going to box up these, and these. I'm going to go through the first half of the last stack, because it was the last one I showed, and I think everybody was truly going to bed and signing off. So we'll go through a handful of those, because I bet we can sell them, kind of like we did last night to start the show. This Smokey record's pretty cool, though. And let me set this other stuff over here. Awesome show last night. Full length as usual. Full speed or nothing. I'm a soul man. Dun, 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 dun. Usually something eerie happens, like if somebody passes away like that, one of their records will pop up tonight. All right, let's put these back in a box. Shout out to John for still being able to get his daily quota of albums priced. He kind of has a quota that we've had in place for a long time. And he still gets together and sorts, 1,000 45s every day. So, and shout out to Laura today, the lone record pricer, Laura. That's what happens on Wednesday when Paul decides to go abandon us to buy more records. But we got to have them, especially this time of the year, because it seems like we start exponentially selling more. Okay, there's my Beatles autograph. I'm trying to track down some stuff I hadn't seen in a while. If I told y'all some stuff, I have some signed stuff that I hadn't seen in a long time, and that's crazy because it's around here somewhere, and I just lay it. And I probably shouldn't be laying like the items I lay around just casually here and there. Probably not the best idea, but they'll turn back up. I found 3 of them this morning or last night. And I think I know where the other one is. I just got to move. I got to move 3,000 things to get to it. All right, everybody's been sharing their location. If you just hopped on and you hadn't shared your location, we'd like to see where you're watching from. That's always really cool. Looks like we finally got some new vinyl in today. It's been a bare week for new vinyl. That usually happens after Black Friday, especially the week of and the week after Record Store Day. I mean, this is this time of year, I've told you before, labels tend to not really push, new releases. It's kind of the end of the year. Most deadlines have already been met. So if we rely on something, it's restocks. And, most businesses like mine, this time of year, we're trying to reduce inventory instead of stocking back up. And then it kind of flips the first of the year. You kind of close out your books. So I've been very careful with ordering. We've only really been getting essentials and pre-orders. I did put a pretty big order in yesterday. Some of that's in. The rest of it will be here tomorrow. And I think next week I'll go ahead and stock quite a bit. Just trying to make sure we don't get too crazy with ordering vinyl this time of year. But I know some of y'all love it. But some stuff I'll order, we sell out, and then I'll have to discount. And we discounted a lot for Black Friday. So a lot of that I won't bring back maybe for a couple months. But then I've got more to restock from there. Yep, the next big push is right before the end of the year because people get bonuses, Christmas money. They find out they made or saved more money than they thought they did that year. I'm like, well, I guess it's time for me to buy that Metallica Ride the Lightning Chad has had for a while. Alrighty, I'm looking for something in my photos to help me remember something. I don't know if I'll be able to find it quick enough. Okay. All right. So let's start off by putting up some auctions. Hope everybody's hit the like button, share button. It's another what I call dreary day in Tennessee because I wake up and it's good and cold and dreary and it's dark. That's what kills me. It's already good and dark. So I hadn't seen the sunshine since I don't know when, and I'm stuck in Collectibles walls, and time doesn't drag by, it flies by. Okay. Crocus, the Blitz, an 84 US club, VG Plus, VG cover, a $10 start. Nothing like a good warm-up auction like Crocus. Crocus is a $10 start. Next is Great White, and I've honestly never seen this before. Great White is an 86 USOG EP. Never seen this. It's a 3-track. Also a $10 start. That's up for bid. So I posted this morning 3 crates, 1 video, and it was on sale new vinyl, mostly the titles from collectively all year that Laura had ordered. I try to keep all those together, and I've also vowed to try to mix them in so they don't all stay together like this next time. And what I'm going to do is pull up that video. we're going to read through some new vinyl on sale, and I'm also going to read through these 45s. And I just want to let y'all know right now, the show has officially began. And I'm looking for Boris and Knocked Loose, Taylor Swift Knocked Loose, Twin Peaks Japanese House, Taylor Swift Massive Attack, Lady Gaga, and Clinton Slide. I think he means Clanton, George Clanton, okay? And then here are some 45s we're going to run as buy it nows, okay? These are all $6.99. I have Les Paul and Mary Ford, Vaya Con Dios, Dean Martin, That's Amore, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, The Beatles, Elton John, Beanie and the Jets, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense and Peppermints, and Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild. Those are all $6.99. That's Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild, Incense and Peppermints, Beanie and the Jets, Sgt. Pepper's. The flip is A Day in the Life, Dean Martin, and Les Paul, Mary Ford. Those are all $6.99. There are no other Japanese pressings to my knowledge except whatever was in the hot picture. Yep. All right, everything in here is $19.99. The first one is The Garden, Kiss My Super Bowl Ring. The Garden is $19.99. We're just down to one copy. So everything in here is discounted to $19.99. So these are the discounted prices. George Clanton Slide, that's what Brian Call wanted for $19.99. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so do you. Bradley Smith wants Beanie and the Jets. That's $6.99. Sell that to Bradley Smith. Still got Les Paul, Steppenwolf, Strawberry Alarm Clock, and the Beatles over there. Stack those right there. Next for $19.99 is The Japanese House, and that was sold to Alan Smith. Thank you, Alan Smith. That was sold to you for $19.99. So right now, Great White has bids for $10, $11, $11. Crocus is a VG Plus copy. No bid on that yet. We have Knocked Loose. A lot of people wanted this one. The first and only one, though, goes to John Howard for $19.99. Knocked Loose. There was several people next. William Lee Murray and somebody else. Maybe not. Maybe just William Lee Murray. But, yeah, that was it on that one. Sorry on that one. And then over here, we have Dog Leg Melee. That's black with yellow splatter. Dog Leg is $19.99. These are all discounted to $19.99, including Proto Martyr, Undercolor of Official Right. That is $19.99. I think I've been saying light. And The Garden, Ha Ha. There's not many left after we've moved them around and sold them off of Laura's dog crate. This is the dog, what was left of the dog theme crate. So there is Proto Martyr, The Garden, and then we have two copies of The Garden left there, Ha Ha, and their first one, or the first one in the crate, Kiss My Super Bowl Ring. This one's still available, which is Speed Run. $19.99 on that is still available. Crocus the Blitz is OG 84 US Club, VG Plus vinyl, and VG cover. And then Great White is at 12 of Chad Snyder. So everybody's out. Chad Snyder has that, and Hoopy 31 has Crocus for 10. Next is the Wonder Years Sister. The Wonder Years is on clear vinyl. That's just $19.99, and that was originally $34.99. Some of these in here are at great prices, by the way. We got Don Caballero for Respect. $19.99 for Don Caballero for Respect. And also Sign Crush's Motorist, I'll Be Okay. Ultra Clear Pink Splatter. That's $19.99 as well. And then Matt DeMarco, This Old Dog. Matt DeMarco's $19.99. These are all on sale, new vinyl. Also, we have Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish. Feeble Little Horse is $19.99. I've got two of those. And Foxing, The Albatross 10 Years. Foxing is also $19.99. And then we have the 1975 Being Funny in a Foreign Language, also $19.99. This is a Great White I've never seen before. It's just called Great White. It's a 3-track EP from 1986. It's a USOG EP, Great White. Interesting one here. I've Faced a Day, Hard and Cold, and No Way. I had never seen that one before. Now it's at 14, and now Crocus is at 15. Everything you see in here is on sale, $19.99, including King Tough. That's $19.99. Sean Miller wants Strawberry Alarm Clock. That was sold for $6.99. That was right here, Incense and Peppermints. Let's put those right there. Let's do another hand of singles right quick. These are also $6.99. I got a big stack of Beatles and a big stack of Elvis. That's why I wanted to go through these again. So if you want an Elvis song, I'm going to try to read the hit side. Just let me know the name of the song. I've got I Can't Help Falling in Love, Suspicion, Crying in the Chapel, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck, Jailhouse Rock, and All Shook Up. And most of those are gold standard reissues, but they're very nice, $6.99. So those are like 70s pressings. Also, $19.99 is Air Moon Safari, $19.99 for that. And then Beach House Bloom. Did no one get Beach House? Somebody got Japanese House, but wow, Beach House for just $19.99. That's kind of surprising. Also, $19.99 was another George Clanton. That one was 100% electronica. That one's $19.99, and so was Sabrina Carpenter's Fruitcakes. Her Christmas album, just $19.99, and it's still available. Somebody definitely needs to grab that. Also over here we got My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall 2. My Morning Jacket was $19.99, and we have Alton Goon Yule gold-colored vinyl. Alton Goon is $19.99. I've got two of those, and we have Phoenix, Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $19.99. And then Taylor Swift, $19.99. I think we did sell both of these. Yeah, I know I figured for $19.99 we would sell $19.89. So there's Taylor, and then I have another one on sale sold to Michelle Clements. Okay, so both Taylor Swifts got grabbed. Darren Johnson's going to get Beach House for $19.99. Thank you, Darren Johnson. And then that leaves Carly Rae Jepsen for $19.99. Wise Blood Titanic Rising $19.99, and Orville Peck Pony $19.99. And some of those, I promise you, because Laura can probably vouch as well. Most of these, when we discount new vinyl like this, is at or below our wholesale cost. So, you know, these are the final closing prices. Now, what we do for the rest of these, whatever doesn't sell, along with the leftover Black Friday stuff, I am going to put it out in the store. I go ahead and like re-sticker them. I haven't done it in a while, but I'm going to put like green stickers and put them out in the store. If the store ever opens back up. We were closed again today. I think that marks like, how many days have we been closed now? And if you're local, you can still come by and pick up your orders, but our store is still a catastrophe. It's basically empty. And as of right now, we're using the space to pack and process orders. I think Tanner's helping ship. And honestly, we don't have any reason to open the store back up for probably until maybe this weekend. So if you're local, you can still come by and get your order, but the front part of our store has turned into an operation center for packing and processing. And I figured it would eventually get to that point. We're still open, but right now the front part of the store is, the whole store is temporarily closed until we can get caught up on shipping and get it back into some sort of working order. So, fortunately, we've built our business to where we're not reliant on store traffic, and thanks to y'all watching these streams every night, this is 99.2% of our business. So hopefully we get open by the weekend, but it just really doesn't make sense for us to push everything back here. We've done a lot of work sorting everybody's orders. It's all spread out up there on tables and shelves. Makes no sense really to open our store right now. So my mom had something to do today. She's getting a new couch tomorrow. My mom is perfectly okay with our store remaining closed. So if you're local, I think you know by now. I think if you're local, you know by now, you can come by anytime. You can come by anytime and pick up your orders. Just ring the door. We got a new doorbell system, evidently. I didn't know about this till last night when DoorDash rang it. So, and I don't know. I've always thought if all this got big enough, we would never even have a storefront. So I hope that we reopen. But at this point, I'm debating whether we just stay close to locals that want to come pick up their order, because the rate in which we have used that store for true sales is almost nothing now, and we need the space. So this might be a soft announcement that the storefront could be temporarily closed. So, which means probably we would never get record store day titles, which that doesn't, I think that's one of the only reasons I've ever had a storefront, was to hopefully get record store day titles. But yeah, that might not be happening now at all. So, okay, Crocus Hoopy, just so you know, was at 15, and Victor Guerra's out. So, but you can always still come by and pick up your orders, and my mom's going to be here and letting everybody in until then. But we might be back open by the weekend. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, so let's continue here. So these are 20, the rest of these back here are 29. So let's do it from the front, 24 and then 29, okay? So Crocus is about to sell. Victor Guerra, you're out on Great White. James Chilcott has it for 18. And then over here, we have Crocus at 15. And I was waiting for one person, Victor Guerra. Victor, it's up to you on both auctions. Okay? And then here. Oh. Great neck adjustment. Okay, so first thing I have here is cart seat headrest, Twin Fantasy. This is $24.99. So this is on sale new vinyl, $24.99. Car seat headrest, Twin Fantasy. We have Beyonce Lemonade. Beyonce is $24.99. Beyonce Lemonade. I've got two of those along with the vaccines. They're $24.99 as well. This is on sale discounted new vinyl. Did I get any Black Friday titles last week? No, no record store day titles for us. No, unfortunately not. And that's probably one of the only reasons I've ever had a storefront is to hopefully get on that list. But we have Essex Honey, Blood Orange. Essex Honey's $24.99. Also, we have Marina, Princess of Power, Yellow Butterfly Vinyl, $24.99. And then we have over here Crystal Castles, $24.99 on Crystal Castles. And Tate McRae, So Close to White. Tate is $24.99. And we have Twin Peaks. And this one did get discounted. Twin Peaks, and it got sold to Melinda Gerhardt for $24. So just warming up the show with a crate of on-sale new vinyl. This was shown last night, one of the last things I did, and then I posted it this morning. Okay, and I think we're done on our auctions over here. That's our first couple auctions. I've been talking, I've been selling, and we've got new vinyl to go through. Laura's marking vinyl tonight, and tons of 45s. There's Sabrina Carpenter. That one's called Short and Sweet, $24.99. And then Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend, $24.99 on that. All those are still available. Those were all $24.99. That's car seat headrest, Beyonce, the vaccines. This one was Essex Honey, Marina, and then Crystal Castles, Tate McRae, Sabrina, and Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, so Crocus. Victor bid on both again. And Victor got Crocus for $20, and that leaves Great White, which also has a new bid now for $20 as well. So Great White's at $20, going once, going twice. Here are some Beatles singles. Let me know by the name of the song, okay? Let me know by the name of the song. So I've got, oh, well, there's some George Harrison and solo stuff too. So we got George Harrison, Give Me Love. We got the Beatles, Lady Madonna. We got John Lennon, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, Something, and Come Together, Get Back, and Don't Let Me Down, and then Paperback Rider and Rain. And those are Starline monos. Those are reissues, but they're really cool. They are in mono, and those are all $6.99, okay? 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates of new vinyl. We got the Bride of Chucky soundtrack. That's now $15 off at $29. We have Massive Attack Mezzanine. That was sold to Sean Lee Hooker at $29.99. And then over here, we have Boards of Canada. Music Has the Right to Children. Boards of Canada is $29.99. And then Stacy Metternich on George. Stacy Metternich on George Harrison, $6.99. Stacy, I saw your post today, and I was like, Stacy's probably upset because she got on last night, and I think she claimed like 10 45s and didn't get any of them. We were having a 45 battle last night, and then Stacy, I thought it was funny. I saw your post. I was like, oh boy, I hope I hadn't made Stacy mad. She had terrible luck last night claiming 45s at 2 a.m. She got on at 2 a.m. I think she tried claiming like 10 records and was second or third to every one of them. And I was like, oh boy, Stacy's going to come shoot me if I don't get her a 45. But you do get George Harrison, and John LaBeatty gets Something and Come Together, $6.99 on that. So I have the Beatles, Paperback Rider. I have Beatles, Get Back. I have John Lennon, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, and the Beatles, Lady Madonna. But yeah, sometimes 45s late at night, it's more busy than when we're doing albums at 9 prime time here. It's crazy sometimes how fast I'm showing them and how many we're selling. So let's put up a new auction. This is from the advertised stuff here. We have Paul Simon, The Rhythm of the Saints. Paul Simon's a 1990. This one doesn't come through very often. A 1990 sealed retail copy. Paul Simon, $45 start. Lana Del Rey, Blue Banisters, that's $29.99 for Lana Del Rey. All these are discounted to $29.99, which some of these are like well below our cost, just trying to move them. Snoop Dogg, Top Dog No Limit. Snoop Dogg's $29.99. And then Casey Musgrave's pageant material. Casey Musgrave's marked down to $29.99. Wow. Magadelana Bay Mini Mix Volume 1 through 3, $29.99. And then we have Heat Miser, Mike City Sons. Heat Miser is $29.99. I had to walk the dog. Did I get Great White? No, you got outbid with Victor Guerra. It's he's had it for 6 minutes. I've been talking and I've been asking where you're at, and now he has it for $20, and it's a final call to him. Paul Simon sealed. So this is sealed with hop sticker. 1990 US OG retail copy, sealed, $45 start on that. We got King Cruel, the Ooze. King Cruel is $29.99. And then Tyler, the Creator, Chromacopia. That one's also $29.99. And then we have Alex G Headlights for $29. And then Lady Gaga was marked down to $29.99. And that was sold to Christina Curtis. Okay. And we have one more, which is coming up. I got JPEG Mafia. This is Danny Brown, white vinyl, $29.99. And then Boris over here is sold. Boris is sold to John Howard, also for $29.99. All right, so that was all the claims. We did sell a couple additional things out of there. I'm going to go ahead and move in right into our new stuff. Great White has been the first auction of the night. I think it's had like 30 bids and it's at $30. No, it's had 30 bids and it's at $20. There's been people ask about it, but I've got to sell it. It's on the clock, and Paul Simon is a $45 star. We'll run Lightning Hopkins in about the next half hour. Way, way, way too early for Lightning Hopkins. Way, 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 way too early for Lightning Hopkins. Way, 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 way too early for Lightning Hopkins. Victor Guerra gets Great White for $20. That is sold to Victor Guerra, okay? So Paul Simon is here. Let's read off some more 45s. I got the Beatles Matchbox, the Beatles She's a Woman, the Beatles Help, Iron Butterfly and Agata Davida, and American Pie by Don McLean. All right, here we go. Let's go through one of these first new crates over here. Let's say this right over here. And I think I do have a whole crate of a big pre-order that is due in for this week, and I'm glad to finally see it in because I was worried about it. I think other people was worried about it, and I actually canceled it with one distributor. They showed it back ordered out of stock where I originally pre-ordered over here. And then how to participate. We have how to participate. All you got to do is bid in the comments. For example, if you want to bid on Paul Simon, you put PS or you put Paul Simon, $45. That means you're placing a bid on that album. If you want something out of the crate, like the Scorpions, you just comment Scorpions, and that means you're buying it. $8 unlimited shipping. I will probably recognize your name as a first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered. To get registered, we just need your email address and mailing address. $8 unlimited shipping, okay? Stanley Richmond got the Beatles Help. Thank you on that, Stanley Richmond. Trying to keep these sorted because I'm going to keep all these Beatles together. I might run them in a big lot if no one buys them, including the solo stuff. And put those over there. Can't believe no one got any of the Elvis. I might run those in a lot as well. So let's put up first. This is a no bid buy now. Kind of surprising for this 1990 US Paul Simon, The Rhythm of the Saints. That's a buy now for $45, okay? That is a no bid. And let's jump over here. So the first couple auctions came out of the bonus crate, which is a lot of 80s hard rock and metal. And that's usually some of the stuff I put up for bonus crates auctions. So first one we have here is Kingdom Come. And Kingdom Come is an 88 USOG 76 Herb Serval press. That's the name of the pressing plant. That is a $20 start on Kingdom Come, okay? Now, this first thing here, probably most of these are sold. Let me pull this up. Michael McCullen gets Paul Simon for $45. So that's sold to him. So welcome anybody that's new. Very easy to buy. We've got this set up pretty simple where you can tune in every night and add stuff to your order, whether you watch from the beginning of the show or whether you watch at the very end. We have some people overseas that tune in at literally our time. They start tuning in at midnight and 1 a.m. Some people are already going to bed. They used to like it when I started at 5 o'clock. They're already starting to go to bed right now. So some people are tuning in for a few minutes before they go to bed. Some people's taking a nap so they can watch later tonight. It doesn't matter. We're on here for about 8 hours every night. That's a lot of opportunities, whether you're watching early, late, or right in the middle. You'll have a lot of chances to add to your order. Scorpions coming home live, 60th anniversary show in Hanover. So this was recorded back July 5th, 2025 as a 60th anniversary show in Hanover, Germany. And it comes out this Friday, $69.99. The first person who got one was Mark Morris. That was sold to Mark Morris. He pre-ordered 16 weeks ago. And then Brad Waits got one. There's one sold to Brad Waits. And then we got one for Brian Jones and Scott Markheim. Thank you, Brian Jones. Thank you, Scott Markheim. And then Mike Massey and Colette Whitworth. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Colette. And then next to over here is Joy Fino and Dean Tefford. Joy Fino and Dean Tefford. There's two more sold. And then Jamie Wills and Tom Harris. Jamie Wills and Tom Harris. There are two more sold. And then Clifford Umstead and Jim Sedal. Clifford Umstead and Jim Sedal. Fred Cardnell and Rick Hall. Fred Cardnell and Rick Hall. And then Jeff Brindley and Brian Reynolds. Jeff Brindley and Brian Reynolds. There's two more sold. And then Steve McGee and Kevin Knight. Steve McGee and Kevin Knight. And then Nick Bargeron and A.J. Clark. Nick Bargeron and A.J. Clark. And then we got James Rayner and Jen Cast. James Rayner and Jen Cast. Those are sold and sold. George Jones and Paul Brothers. Then Nick Bargeron said he wanted another one, but I think he didn't realize he'd already commented. And then Jamie Wills commented again. So two more people commented. If y'all were watching, let me know if you want to. Jamie already got one. Nick already got one. And did I already say Tim Floyd? Tim Floyd only, he gets one. So don't give another one to Jamie. Don't give another one to Nick. Those are some people that probably didn't realize that they commented twice because somebody asked a question. It got bumped up in the algorithm 2 weeks later. They forgot they pre-ordered, and then they commented again. That happens all the time. Then they get their invoice, and they've got 2 and 3 copies of the same pre-order. And it happens quite often. Okay, so Kingdom Come over here. Bob Riger has that for $20. That's going once, going twice. And then the next thing we have is what? Nick just wants one. Okay, so here's the Scorpions coming home live. New release for Friday. Double LP green vinyl. Big, scary looking Scorpion. Golly. Imagine walking around the corner and that thing, it's the size of a school bus and it's sitting there looking at you. Holy moly. Some of the years, some of the songs is 60 Years, Coming Home, Gas in the Tank, Make It Real, The Zoo, Coast to Coast, Wind of Change, Loving You Sunday Morning, I'm Leaving You, New Vision, Mickey Solo, The Slot, Tease Me Please, 70s Melanie, Bad Boys Running Wild, Delicate Dance, Send Me an Angel, Big City Night, Still Loving You, Blackout, and Rock You Like a Hurricane. Sarah Weiberdink wants one, and then Joe DeGaldo, Michael McDade wants one. Now there's 3 left. Did Joe DeGaldo get in on the pre-order? Joe DeGaldo. I don't think so. No, let me read those again. This is Mark Morris, Brad Waits, Brian Jones, Scott Markheim, Mike Massey, Colette Whitworth, Joy Fino, Dean Tefford, Jamie Wills, Tom Harris, Clifford Umstead, Jim Sedal, Fred Carnell, Rick Hall, Jeff Brindley, Brian Reynolds, Steve McGee, Kevin Knight, Nick Bargeron, A.J. Clark, James Rayner, Jen Cass, George Jones, Paul Brothers, Tim Floyd. Okay? And then over here, that is Kingdom Come. Now, John McPatriot bid 22. John McPatriot bid 22. Jared Inc. bid 21. Okay, there is a full crate of vinyl. So let me swap these out. These big pre-orders fill up crates quickly. We've had a pretty good week. If you just talk about vintage, I'm about 3 crates off every night so far than what we usually sell, and that's because virtually no pre-orders this week. So about every night, I'm about 3 crates less than what I normally sell, and it's because almost no pre-orders this week and no big releases. So speaking of big releases, they have officially started. I've officially started posting Start Your Ear Off Right. Y'all remember Rocktober? If you're new to the new vinyl scene, well, now it's Start Your Ear Off Right. And the first ones I've done is Rush and Rush. So those 2 titles that had been out of print to the box set, that was exclusive to the new box set, Feedback and Snakes and Arrows, those are now up for pre-order individually. So you can go pre-order Feedback and Snakes and Arrows individually right now on Whole Lot of Records. Tomorrow, I will knock out probably another 5, maybe 10. And then Thursday and Friday, there'll be most of them listed. That way I can get my order in by Saturday. Probably by Saturday, we'll be sold out, or we'll be all the pre-orders for Rocktober will be listed. And then Laura dropped a big one earlier. They've already got up for pre-order the Stranger Things Season 5 soundtrack. Now, they don't have a track listing because it's secret, but they've went ahead and dropped that. And it's at a really good price. It's a double LP, I think, for just $29.99. A double LP for just $29.99. That's pretty crazy. So, or at least it looked like it was a double LP. It's supposed to be a double LP, so that was wild. So they've already got that up. So 3 pretty big pre-orders in the group today. All right, the next person who gets Scorpions is Stephen Reeves, and then Susie Breedlove, and then Jerry Stone. Now, Joe DeGaldo was next. He says, I'll take a Scorpions. Now, he asked earlier if I was on the pre-order. So technically, he has first dibs. Paul just snuck in right behind me. That was kind of scary.
I'm going to move your...
Go right ahead. Paul's going to move my vehicle. Just don't wreck it. So Joe has dibs on this, and then Jerry will have to go on a waiting list. If you want to go on a waiting list and give this one to Jerry, it's actually up to you. But Joe had dibs because he asked if he was on the pre-order. So that's between Joe and Jerry right now. So Joe, you can take that one, Jerry waiting list, or you can give that to Jerry and you can go on a waiting list. What other artists besides Rush? There's a lot. There's like, what, 30 Rocktobers? There's a lot of cool stuff coming out. A lot of cool stuff coming out. I don't have a complete list right now. But yeah, it'll be all posted by the end of the week, all for pre-order, and then I'll read them off here as well. Okay, so give that one to Jerry. He says I'll go on the waiting list. Okay, so Jerry, you get the last copy here, and then Joe DeGaldo says he'll do the wait list. So Kingdom Come is at $25 with Bob Riger. This is an 88 USOG EX condition. This album is out of print. If anybody else wants in on the Scorpions, it's now a waiting list, okay? It's now a waiting list. Scorpion 60 coming home live, green vinyl double LP. We have knocked that one out. Thanks, everybody. Boom. There it is. We're done. Okay. Now, let's put up another auction. It is right on the dot almost. So, tonight's auctions are just fantastic. I mean, really cool stuff. I'm very curious what this David Bowie is because it's a, oh, man. I was wondering what this is. This is actually a gatefold. Because I saw it was a gatefold, which this album never is a gatefold. This is Ziggy Stardust, a 1990 Ryko clear vinyl. It's supposed to come with a Ryko Obi. It is unfortunately missing, but it's near mint, and it has one side of bonus tracks. So that's a pretty cool release there of David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust. $75 start. And now we have a final call on Kingdom Come to Bob Riger for $25. Everybody else is out. I got to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Here we go. Next crate. Aha. They're coming to take me away. Ha ha. New releases, restocks, and waiting list. New releases, restocks, and waiting list. And a nice lime green crate. Kingdom Come is sold for $25 to Bob Riger. Bob Riger. And now, you're starting. Bob Riger's got a great John Houseman name. Okay, here we go. David Bowie, 1B at $75. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Next auction is Mama's Boys. Growing Up the Hard Way. A 1987 US OG Jive label. Promo stamp. EX condition. $10 start for Mama's Boys. Steven could possibly steal this David Bowie. It's a final call to him. I got a restock of the original Friday the 13th soundtrack. The complete score. It is on waxwork. $49.99, Tyler. $49.99. Silver, black, red, metallic, gold splatter. $49.99. We have Molly Hatchet live at Royal Oak Theater, Royal Oak, Michigan. $39.99. Molly Hatchet. That's on blue vinyl, Tyler. $39.99.
I like that colored vinyl.
Molly Hatchet. Flirting with Disaster. That's happened to Tyler a few times in his life. Let's go over here. Oh no, my laptop has a low battery. That's okay. Don't worry, there is such thing as a power supply. I can get this thing hooked up to a power supply. Okay. All right, let's do this and this. And here's this. Where's my charger at? We might temporarily turn off the light while I plug in a charger. Paul's been awfully quiet. Must be good records. When Paul gets all quiet and calm and... Don't ever play poker with me, Paul. Yeah? Oh, you play poker and won with your family. Well, I know you got pocket aces when you get all quiet and put your hands in your pocket and... All right, timeout is find power supply. There's that. Henry with y'all or just y'all two? Just yes. Okay. So, amenities, yes. 2 people on the Scorpions waiting list. Amenities and Joe Delgado and amenities. That's 2 people on the Scorpions waiting list. James Hicks, it's $59.99. $59.99, okay? So here's what we're about to do. I was pulling up the wait list for Molly Hatchet, and that Molly Hatchet waiting list is right here, M-O-L-L-Y. That is Carl Berger. Finally, I found it. Carl Berger. I've got my laptop plugged in. We're good to go. There's that. $39.99. And Stephen Parton, only bidder on David Bowie. That sold to him for $75. And then we're going to move Mama's Boys over here. Final call for a $10 start. That's called Growing Up the Hard Way, okay? That's Mama's Boys Growing Up the Hard Way. Let's move that down. And that is a gold stamp promo. I think it was EX, and that was a $10 start. Yeah, 87 USOG. Friday 13th, we have 2 extra copies of that Molly Hatchet. So this is a double LP blue vinyl. It's a vintage recording, official too. This is official for Molly Hatchet, Royal Oak, Michigan, Royal Oak Theater, blue vinyl, $39.99. We also have Friday the 13th, and we have a restock of corn. And let me tell you something, I ate a lot of cream corn over Thanksgiving. Holy moly. So let me go over here and type in K-O-R-N, and Corn is see you on the other side. And that was a waiting list for Willie Woodard. Thank you, Willie Woodard. He got Corn, see you on the other side. That's sold to Willie Woodard. I've got 2 extra copies. That's pink vinyl. This one has the big song, I'm Coming Undone. I'm Coming Undone. And this is on pink vinyl, an indie exclusive, $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be David Bowie. Let's see what's going on with Let's Dance. It's a gold stamp promo, an 84 USOG Jacksonville gold stamp promo EX Plus, and this is a $25 start. Gold stamp promo. Looks like they botched the gold stamp promo a little bit, but that's pretty cool to see. David Bowie, a $25 start. I've only got one Friday the 13th part 2, and that's because we sold out and now there was a waiting list, and that was for Autumn Betts. So Autumn, thank you on that. I've got you down for a Friday the 13th. That is sold to you. And we also have, this comes out Friday. Now, it's been out for a while, but they have finally done a repressing of Skid Row's Slave to the Grind. Skid Row's Slave to the Grind is $39.99. Nobody bid on Mama's Boys. This is a buy it now for $10. Mama's Boys is a buy it now for $10. That's Growing Up the Hard Way. $10 on Mama's Boys, Growing Up the Hard Way. $10 buy it now on that. David Bowie has bids for $25 and $25. I'm going to pull something else out over here from the bonus crate. What could be over here in the bonus crate, Paul? We have Armored Saint. That sounds like a good bonus auction. Armored Saint, March of the Saint, is an 84 USOG Pittman, VG condition, a $20 start. Jerry Torres is going to pick up the Mama's Boys for just $10. That's sold to him. So Skid Row back in stock, Slave to the Grind. Chris Martin gets one. Tim Rory gets one. Those are sold and sold. David Bowie has 2 $25 bids. Nick Bargeron's out. Now Sarah Wyberdink is in at 30. And we have 2 copies here of Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. And Suicidal, I have a waiting list. Well, How Will I Laugh? Art of. How Will I Laugh? Art of. So Art of Rebellion, John LeBeatty and Jim Berg. You got a great John Houseman, Mr. Berg. So both of these are sold. My bad. I should have ordered. Maybe I did order another one. And, So I only have 2, and they're both sold. I just read off who got those, which was John LeBeatty and Jim Berg. Bowie's now at 33. The Scorpions was $59.99. I got a restock of Offspring Smash. That one's $24.99. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. $24.99. That was for the Offspring Smash. $24.99. I was supposed to be on the wait list for Suicidal Tendencies. I think you're on a wait list for a different one. You're on a wait list for a different Suicidal Tendencies. I think that one's coming up in just a second, Tim Rory. Now, if you want on a wait list for this one, I can get you on one. There's another one coming up. The new John Lennon release. I know nothing about a new John Lennon release, but I do know David Bowie's at 40, and I know Armored Saint has one bid for 20, and it's a final call. This is new for Friday. There is Freddie Mercury, Mr. Bad Guy. Freddie Mercury, Mr. Bad Guy is a 40th anniversary half-speed master on green vinyl. That comes out this Friday. It's a 40th anniversary edition, $36.99. This Suicidal Tendencies, we had 2 people on a wait list. Now, I ordered more than 2. It was John LeBeatty and Jim Berg. There's another Suicidal Tendencies that I think came in today. That's the one Tim Rory's on. And if anybody else wants one of these, let me know, including Tim Rory. So this one is waiting list now, Mark Morris. And Tim, if you also want one of those, but I think you're on a different one that's coming up. This was a special request for for Troy Robinson. Paul Young, From Time to Time, the singles collection, $49.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then I've got Brandy Carlisle, returning to myself. This came out in October. I don't think we ever ordered it until Troy Robinson said he needed one. We got one for him, and then Jerry Stone said he needed one. So Jerry Stone was on a wait list for this. Pink vinyl. It's a double LP. And let's give this one to Jerry Stone. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Nick Bargeron, it's up to you on David Bowie. It's at $40. Hoopy gets Armored Saint for $20. Sell that to Hoopy for $20. And we have Smash the 80s. Now, the other night, one of these popped up pre-owned, and we sold it, and somebody said they wanted a new one if I could still get it. And I was like, absolutely, I can still get it. And that was for the Vlodarcheks, specifically Kelly Vlodarchek. So Kelly Vlodarchek, if you're on, this one is sold to you, $33.99. It's a great, like, 80s new wave pop, like with New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau, $33.99, okay? Over here, David Bowie is sold to Sarah Weiberdink for $40. Sarah Weiberdink for $40. Was Suicidal Tendencies autographed? No. That is the writing on the cover, The Art of Rebellion. That is the writing on the cover, okay? Now, first thing I should say, I've had 2 people ask about shipping. So if you've placed an order with us and you're a new buyer, typically we turn around orders after you paid to 2 to 3 days. Right now, I've been told we're about 7 days out. That means if you pay on a Monday, it will probably be the next Monday before you get tracking. I think they're working on both ends of orders now. I think they're getting caught up from last week's. And then also, I think Tanner and some other people are working on the big miscellaneous orders that where people bought posters and Funkos, and they're trying to box and sort all that. So right now, you can expect a tracking number 7 days after you pay. That should cover you. If it gets any longer than that, that means we've got really backed up. So you can expect a tracking number 7 days after you pay. If it gets any longer than that, then we've gotten pretty far behind. Okay, so right now you can expect tracking 7 days after. And I've already seen 2 new buyers hop on and ask. And typically we're only about, 2 or 3 days out. Quiet Riot, this is condition critical. An 84 US OG gold stamp promo. A gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. A nice copy. A $25 start. Quiet Riot. All right, let's go over here to some of these other Japanese. I've got Billy Joel early album. I got Zeppelin. I got CCR, Eagles, Robert Johnson, Stevie Ray Vaughan, John Coltrane, Howlin' Wolf. I've got Lawton and Hopkins. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Lawton and Hopkins, a 1976 Japanese only compilation. So this compilation was unique only to Japan in mono, near mint with insert, and Lawton and Hopkins is a $35 start. Quiet Riot's a $25 start. Here's what's left in the very first crate of new vinyl. The only other thing we've shown is the new Scorpions, which there's a waiting list. We have Friday the 13th, $49.99. Okay, thanks. Don't need invoice included with goods with shipping. You need to let the shipping department know that. I would send an email or a message to Ed and say, don't include my invoice. Friday the 13th, $49.99. $49.99, Friday the 13th. Also, we have Molly Hatchet. This is live, $39.99, double LP, blue vinyl. $39.99, double LP, blue vinyl. Korn, see on the other side, this has been out of print for a long time. At least for the last 5 or 6 years since I've been ordering vinyl, you could not get this album on vinyl. Here it is. That has I'm Coming Undone on it. $39.99. That's a double LP pink. Skid Row, this has been out of stock. Back in print this week as a repress. Slave to the Grind. $39.99. Offspring Smash is $24.99. Freddie Mercury, new for Friday, Mr. Bad Guy, his solo album, Half Speed on green vinyl. Freddie is $36. Brandy Carlisle, pink vinyl, $39.99. And Smash the 80s, $33.99. Now, I've got to say this again because he probably thinks he's bidding and he's not. Michael McDade, you put Quiet Right, and you didn't put a number. So right now, you have not bid on Quiet Right. You've got to put a number. And right now, Lightning Hopkins has one bid with Mega Blast for $35. Nobody else has bid. He's about to get it. I'll tell you the details one more time. A 1976 Japanese-only compilation in mono with insert. Lightning Hopkins, one bid, $35. Final call. Okay? Let me take this off the table. And let me slide this over here with the other. Well, there is no other crate. It's empty. We sold out. And we have one more crate of new stuff to go through. One more crate of new stuff to go through. I'm trying to figure out what this is. What is this? I don't know. I'm about to find out, though. All right. Skid Row was $39.99. Michael McDade has put $25. He means QR 25, okay? Now Steve McGee 26. And sorry I have to make such a big deal about that, but the reason I do is if you don't put the title and text, some people may not think you're bidding. Some people may not understand if you're bidding. And for some reason, Seth is here and my day is ruined. I don't understand why Seth has made an appearance, but he just walked in behind Tyler. And now, honestly, I could puke blood. I don't know why he's here. And I'm just sick to my stomach now. My whole mood has changed. So Quiet Ride has a new bid for $26. And we have Mike Quadrini wants Offspring Smash. Let's go over here and get that for Mike Quadrini, Tyler. Offspring Smash. Thank you, sir. I got it. Appreciate it. Okay. First thing I have is this. I have Everlast live at Whiskey's 25th anniversary. Was this a pre-order? Let's go over here and see what's going on. Boom, boom, Everlast. Was this a pre-order, Laura? Everlast. All right. Everlast. I don't think so. This is just a new restock. Or maybe. I'm not for sure. Everlast, Eat It Whiskey's 25th anniversary. Features Put Your Light On 2025 featuring Yellow Wolf acoustic version, plus 3 additional newly recorded acoustic versions and 3 bonus instrumentals. $38.99 on Everlast, okay? So over here, Quiet Riot is at $26. I have not heard back from Michael McDade. Steve McGee has it for $26. Lightning Hopkins, Nick Bargeron, I've Lost You. 007 has it for $45. Mega Blast is at $37, okay? So Lightning Hopkins is at, it was at $35, then it was at $36, $37, and now $45. Oh, that's 2 different people. Oh, that's, I thought that was the same person. Y'all have got the same icon. Mega Blast and 007, 2 different people. Okay, that's 2 different people. 007 has it for $45. John Durden, you've been outbid, okay? This is Everlast. I don't remember ordering this either. I don't know where this came from. Everlast is sold to Scott Dwallow. Okay, well, we sold one. I think our orders got kind of messed up because I didn't order that. And you didn't post a pre-order. And I remember ordering this, though. So there's a couple Jelly Roll albums that had been out, not available on vinyl. So he had 2 pretty popular albums that they have put on vinyl this week. And the first one is Jelly Roll. This one is called, what is this one called? I don't know what this one's called. Self-Medicated? It may be called Self-Medicated, or It Goes Up. No, that's the label, I think. Yeah, I think it's called Self-Medicated. Jelly Roll. So that had not been available on vinyl until right now, and I've got 5 of those. So that's the first time ever on vinyl for Jelly Roll, $29.99. Quiet Riot is sold to Michael McDade for $28. And then let's give the details again on Lightning Hopkins because somebody else has also asked, okay? So the first thing I have is Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is a 1976 Japanese-only compilation. So this compilation was only unique to Japan, Seth. It's a 1976, and it's in mono, near mint, and there's a new bid for $46. 007's at $50. Brandon Jones wants a Jelly Roll. Jamie McCord on a Jelly Roll. And John, is that a claim for Everlast? If so, just say yes. And then we got a restock of Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. And Alice Cooper, Paul, was a waiting list. Alice Cooper was a waiting list, and that was Sarah Wyberdink. Thank you, Sarah Wyberdink. That is sold to Sarah Wyberdink, and we have one more left. John Durden said no claim for Everlast. Okay, so we got 3 Jelly Rolls left. Lightning Hopkins at 50. Let's put up another auction. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction is going to go up right now. We got some blues. Might as well have some jazz, right? Oh, yeah. Here's a 1980s U.S. Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. A U.S. reissue, $25 start. I'm telling you, if I get somebody next to me where I can talk to them, Paul, Seth, even Seth, I'm going to talk to them because usually I'm over here in my own world by myself.
Davis's old ex-wife.
Wow.
Betty.
Paul's over here digging through some good stuff. There's one Alice Cooper left. And then here, speaking of jazz, this is Sun Ra and his orchestra. Is that how that's supposed to be pronounced? Orchestra? Orchestra. Supersonic Jazz. Now, that's his 1957 album that I'm pretty sure OGs are very expensive of, right, Paul? That 57 Saturn release of Sun Ra. That, yeah, $1,000 plus record. So this is a new expanded edition. This is Sun Ra and his orchestra, and we had a waiting list for Sun Ra. This is a really cool, nice 2LP expanded. Scott Taylor and Donna Turner was on a wait list. Scott Taylor and Donna Turner on waiting list, so those two were sold. Now, Miles Davis is an early 80s pressing, $25 start. There's 2 Sun Ra's left, and just to be clear, Lightning Hopkins is at 50 with 007. Mega Blast, you've been outbid. This is Suicidal Tendencies Join the Army. No waiting list for this one. Join the Army. No waiting list for this one. Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. Speaking of Seth, we're about to cash in on him. Our next t-shirt is going to be Seth, You're Fired. Oh, boy. It's going to be probably one of our biggest sellers. Craig Thomas has got it drafted. Seth, You're Fired. We want to do Otis next month because it's going to take more time to make because it's going to be multicolor. Scott Dwallow on Suicidal Tendencies. We're going to keep Seth's shirt just a simple design for a simple man. Seth, You're Fired. Very, very, very simple design. Next thing over here is Batman. Speaking of Sun Ra, he does the music for this one. Batman and Robin. Sun Ra and his orchestra, Al Cooper's Blues Project, $24.99 for Batman. And this is actually new from NoFX, or at least it was a new release, new SKU. So tell Jim B to not have a heart attack. He probably just fell off his recliner. Diet Coke spilt everywhere. Cats are running around screaming. Wife's in there yelling at him. This is NoFX A to H, $24.99 for NoFX. Believe it or not, Seth has a NoFX tattoo on the back of his neck. Jelly Roll, $29.99. Jelly Roll, here's the other one, A Beautiful Disaster. This one has also not been available on vinyl. This one has also not been available on vinyl until right now. So we got Miles Davis at $28, and that's with Amenities 1. Lightning Hopkins is at $55, and then over here, Scott Dwallow on NoFX. Scott Dwallow on NoFX. The other Jelly Roll was sold to Brandon Jones, Donna, and now Jamie McCord. These have not been available on vinyl. So Jelly Roll came out of nowhere. I remember some people talking about them. I had a couple local people be like, man, Jelly Roll's making a comeback, or I guess a comeback. I've got his old mixtapes. He used to be a rapper. And then all of a sudden, he's like the biggest act in the world all of a sudden. I was like, man. And now his vinyl's in print. And it's at the top seller this week. This was like earlier when it first was announced, I saw it as like number 2 and 3. So that's pretty amazing. We got Brandon Jones, Donna, Jamie, Stephen Reeves gets one, and now there's one more. And then she also wants self-medicated. That's Donna, okay? There's that. And so I want to make sure we're done on Miles Davis. It only had one bid for $26. That's about to sell. And then Lightning Hopkins is at $55 with 007 Platinum. Next thing is Dolly, a Holly Dolly Christmas, and that's on red vinyl, $24.99. And then this is new. Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. This is first time I've seen this on vinyl in a big release. Music by John Williams, the London Symphony Orchestra. Now, I've got 2 in the crate, and there's more on the way from another distributor. Now, I know for sure the Vlodarcheks wanted to make sure they got one. It was a special order, so I'm going to give them the first one. There's 1 left in here, and then there's 2 more on the way. So those episodes 1, 2, and 3 of the original trilogy, or let me see, let me get my verbiage here correctly. Y'all know what I mean. Episodes 1, 2, and 3. Those have not been available to those have not been available on vinyl. There's really no OGs of those is what I'm trying to say, because when they came out in the 90s and then into the 2000s, those were not being pressed on vinyl. So there's not really any OGs. Y'all know the original trilogy, you can get OGs of those, you can get original Japanese pressings, etc. So these haven't been too available on vinyl, the first 3. And for some reason, they've started with episode 3. Maybe they're going to do it backwards as usual and do 3, 2, 1. Really amazing artwork. Revenge of the Sith. John Williams, that is the real music. Walt Disney. It's not some other orchestra. It's not some other this or that. It's not some parlor trick. This is the real London Symphony. That's an official, real Star Wars soundtrack. So we got 1 for Vlodarchek, 1 for Jerry Stone, 1 for Chad Williams whenever they come back in, and I have 2 more for sure on the way. And then here's a restock of Clutch. Clutch is their 1995 self-titled album, a double LP, etching and autographed insert. And Clutch over here is sold to Fred Cardinal. He was on a waiting list. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. Waiting list for Fred Cardinal. All right, there's that. Lightning Hopkins is Nick went out, Mega Blast went out, 007 Platinum, $55. $55, 007 Platinum. How much is Star Wars? $59.99. $59.99. Double LP, 20th anniversary edition. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Maybe they'll time them where the next ones are anniversaries, which the episode 1 came out in 1999, right? So that would be maybe 2029. We'll finally get that one on vinyl. All right, so there's that. Lightning Hopkins then, 007, sold $55. Where is Seth? I had to give him some stuff actually to tag. Where did he leave? I actually had work for him. Oh, I fired him, that's right. Let me text him right quick. Maybe he hadn't got too far. Oh, he's still here. Did y'all hear the way he talked to me? Yeah, that's how he talks to everybody. He's disrespectful. Over here we have Miles Davis 3233. So Star Wars, we sold out. Jerry Stone got the last copy. I have 2 more on the way for sure. James Young, if you want on the waiting list. Bob Riger, if you want on the waiting list. And you going to take these with you? And,
I can.
Okay, good. Thank you. This is either for you or Laura to tag for auctions. I'll leave that up to y'all. Aaron Andrus wants on Star Wars. I'll go over these wait lists again. And we did get a restock of How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And when I ordered these, they showed out of stock. They showed out of stock. Seth didn't grab anything off the stack, so I guess that means it's his car is completely full. He don't have one single minutia inch to put more records in. Grinch is sold to Scott Beebe. That is sold. Grinch is sold to Scott Beebe. Okay? There's that over here. Miles Davis is our current auction. Miles Davis is a 1980s U.S. reissue. So in these 80s Columbia pressing, this 80s Columbia pressing, they don't really give a year. Okay? They don't really give a year. This 80s Columbia pressing, they don't really give a year on this. And it is just an 80s reissue is all that they say. That's all that they say on that one. Just 80s reissue. So the label and the matrix, I think, was used for a long time. So unfortunately, you can't dial down an exact year on that one. Okay, so over here, we had Nick Bargeron on the Star Wars waiting list, and Aaron Andrus on the Star Wars waiting list. We have not sold to Dwight yet. And Michael McDade wants a Grinch. Now, my brain's been all over the place. There's been a lot going on, I think, since I started this crate and these auctions. Paul and Tyler got back. Seth was here. I've got waiting list. I've got pre-orders. And that's why my brain is kind of scattered right now. Laura just delivered a new crate. Paul's over here playing an accordion. I mean, there is a lot going on right now around me. Otis is here with a monkey on his back. I mean, there is a lot going on in this building right now, so maybe I can get locked in. Grinch is $36.99. Grinch is $36.99. Michael McDade got one, then James Rainey, then Corey Shavers, and then Ask Prices, and then Joe DeGaldo, okay? So let me get focused here. I'm going to show you what was in this crate, what sold, and what is sold out, and what we have a waiting list for. So right now, there's 2 Grinches left on green vinyl. There's 2 Grinches left on green vinyl. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. About 3 people's asked the price. Right now, there's 2 left. We for sure can give one to Joe DeGaldo. There was 1 person on a waiting list, and the next thing was Michael McDade got one, and then Joe DeGaldo. There's 1 left. Okay. Are we bought in right now? Let's go ahead and put up another auction before I do a recap and try to figure out who got what out of this crate. First thing is Bayou Country Creedence Clearwater Revival. And this happens to be a 1969 Japanese OG with insert, near mint minus. Not often I get a CCR Japanese, much less the original Japanese Liberty Press. $35 start on that. That is now up for bid. That is OG CCR. Okay, let's go ahead and sell the Miles Davis, and that is sold to Amenities. Well, actually, Kristen Starr, let me take back my last sentence. Kristen Starr, you're outbid. Amenities has it for $34. I've got to make sure he's done bidding, okay? Grinch is the first record in the bin. We have had a waiting list, and the waiting list for Grinch was Scott Beebe. We sold 1 to Michael McDade, and we sold 1 to Joe DeGaldo. I've got 1 left, green vinyl, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, $34.99. Sun Ra was $34.99. This, I don't think anybody here ordered. We just ended up with it. Everlast, Live at Whiskey's 25th anniversary. Everlast is a double LP with 3 new bonus tracks and 3 instrumentals. Everlast is $38.99. I'm going to make sure we actually order those. We've had a couple glitches in our ordering system. $38.99. So if you want one, let me know right now. The other thing was Sun Ra and his orchestra. So this album originally came out in 1957. This has a bonus LP with alternate versions and studio takes. Like I said, if you want to hold out for a clean OG copy, you're definitely going to spend 4 figures. You can get a new remastered for $34.99 as a placeholder right now. Scott Taylor and Donna Turner was on a waiting list. That left me with 2 extra copies. Neil Reigler wants 1. Now we're left with 1 extra copy. Miles Davis is officially sold to Amenities for $34. The high bid on CCR right now is Bob Riger for $35, okay? So there's CCR. 1 bid, Mr. Riger, $35, going once, going twice. Let's pull out another auction. Let's do another Miles Davis. Once again, they just put this as an 80s US reissue. EXEX Plus, another beautiful 80s press, $25 start. Now, these 80s press, what do you got to think is, this is pre-digital, so even 80s pressings you can classify as analog reissues. They're from the 80s. Nice copies. OGs and really high grade can get pricey. $25 start. Okay, ST is Scott Taylor, so we'll give this last copy to Jerry Stone. So Jerry's going to get the last Sun Ra. If anybody else wants one, that one's now sold out. We now have a waiting list. That's for sure sold out. We have a waiting list. Now, there's 2 Jelly Roll albums in here. We'll do this one first. He has 2 albums coming out this week that have never been released on vinyl. The first one here is Self-Medicated. Gatefold jacket, $29.99. It's a gatefold jacket, Jelly Roll, Self-Medicated. We have 2 copies left. That means we've sold 3. I can't tell you who got the first 3, but they are sold, and we have 2 left. 2 left right now in stock. Miles Davis 25, Miles Davis 25. Henry bid 36 on CCR. Bob Reiger's out. Final call on CCR to Henry's choice for $36. That could end up winning the auction. Let's go ahead and pull something over here from the bonus crate. And that is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, which has their hit song, Lay It Down. Original inner sleeve and the insert, 85 OG, VG++ EX, Rat's a $25 start. Next, we had one person on a waiting list, Sarah Weiberdink. There's one left. This is actually an old Record Store Day title that is still in stock from 2021. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. New and sealed, brown vinyl, a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Alice Cooper, I have one left at $38.99. Suicidal Tendencies. There was no waiting list. I've just been restocking a lot of suicidals lately. This one's called Join the Army. It's a music on vinyl press, new and sealed, $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. We sold one. There's one left. That one's called Join the Army. Here's another title that features Sun Ra. Pretty crazy to think Sun Ra did music for Batman. This is the Batman theme, Sun Ra, also Al Cooper's Blues Project, and the sensational guitars of Dan and Dale. Gatefold, that's at just $24.99. We have so no telling how many of those. I think a lot of people want them, if anything, just for the artwork. And it has great music by Sun Ra. Danny Thomason on Alice Cooper. That's officially sold. Now, here is No FX. We sold one earlier. This one is A to H. This is black vinyl, new. I don't know much about the discography, even though I know we have a lot of super fans. I can think of one right now. No FX is $24.99, sold to Mike Massey. Now, we sold one earlier to somebody. I can't recall who. My brain was a mess. But now that one's sold out. Anytime we sell out of anything, you can go ahead and say, Chad, I'll go on a wait list for blankety blank. That means anything we sell out of, I can reorder. The only time I'll tell you if I can't get it, if as I know it is sold out and discontinued, anything else could come in. It could come in this week. It could come in 3 weeks. It's called a back order. It's called a waiting list. And sometimes we have to back order them, which means I go to reorder No FX. It says out of stock, back order available, which means the distributor is still offering it. They're waiting for more to come in so they can send me more. And at that point, I don't know, because sometimes they don't know. They're waiting for them to be pressed. They're waiting them to get them from the label, etc., etc. Okay? CCR has a new bid for $37. Henry's Choice, you've been outbid. Rat has a new bid for $30 with Jay Nutra. If you're not grumpy on this one and you're not Jay Nutra, you don't have the bid. And now Miles Davis, Amenities has that one for $29. Everybody else is out. Can I get No FX Eating Lamb? Yes, I got that last week for somebody. I can get those. Here's the other Jelly Roll. Now, that means we've sold 4 of these. This one's called Beautiful Disaster. I think this one's pretty popular. Beautiful Disaster. We've sold 4. I can't recall right now who actually got them. Those were live claims, but I have one left, so we haven't sold out of that one yet. One Jelly Roll left at $29.99. And then Dolly. I figured we need to stock up on some Dolly for Christmas. I caught these on sale, so they're slightly cheaper than normal. Red vinyl, and this one includes Michael Bublé, Willie Nelson, Billy Ray Cyrus, Miley Cyrus, Rhonda, Darren Vincent, $24.99, okay? Jelly Roll is sold to Susie Breedlove. That one is now gone. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And then Clutch. These have been really popular, probably because they're remastered on audiophile vinyl. It's a 2 LP, etching, gatefold jacket, embossed, and it includes an autographed insert fully signed by the band. $59.99. Donna got both Jelly Rolls. Yes, I know for sure you got them. Okay, now we're sold out. CCR is at $38, which means Grumpy Moose, you've been outbid. Jerry Stone wants on No FX Eating Lamb, and Josie Sinkbell wants Dolly Parton, okay? Now, I'm pretty sure, let me see what we sold out of in here. We sold out of, other than what I just showed, we sold out of Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith. There was at least 2 people on a wait list. Anybody else? There's 2 more for sure on the way. They should be here tomorrow. This is $59.99. Revenge of the Sith. Gatefold jacket, 2 LP. And if anybody else wants some, I got to go ahead and place an order for more. And we sold out of... No, that's it. We still got 1 Grinch. Okay. That crate was pretty complex. A lot of good stuff. So here's the agenda right now. We have actually got Laura marking stuff today. Paul was off. He went on a buying trip. He just got back. There's a note over here. It must be good stuff. When Paul makes a note, please, for the love of all things good and holy, do not touch this record until I've gone, don't touch this collection until I've gone through it. So that means it's some really good stuff over here. There's literally a note from Paul that says, for the love of God and everything that's good and holy, please no one touch these records. These are incredibly rare, valuable, and highly sought after, and I want to make sure I've picked out everything in this collection that I personally want for my own collection. That's what he's trying to say. So that means here in a minute, we're going to take the camera over there. We're going to just go through this collection live. And I got to go through that whole thing when Paul walks back here so he can hear me say all that again. Okay. Miles Davis over here is sold to Amenities, and this is sold to Amenities for $29. Jerry Stone wants 1 pack of outer sleeves. Jerry Stone gets a pack of outer sleeves, and then here is Rat, and it has a high bid, and Rat has a high bid with Shane Lodo. Well, there's Paul, so let me go through this again. Paul left a note on this collection that says, please, for the love of all things good and holy, do not touch this collection so I can sort through it. This is very rare, valuable, and high-end, highly sought-after records that I'd like to keep for my personal collection. Is that what that says? What does that say?
Please don't go through this collection until I've sorted it.
Oh, please don't go through this collection until I've sorted. I read between the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means what I'm feeling.
Yeah, that means this collection is highly rare, sought after, and extremely valuable, and I would like to go through it to pick out stuff for my own collection. Yeah. All right, that means we're going to grab the camera and go over there live and dig through it. Laura's marked already 2 crates tonight. I do see metal. I see Metallica, and I see Haunt. So, yeah, I bet there's some metal, and I bet there's some other stuff mixed in. 1975 is still available. Yes. Thank you, Paul. 1975 is still available, okay? And I'm also going to show you everything that was left from the first crate very quickly, and that means the 3 crates of new vinyl tonight has been condensed into 1. The first crate was a big pre-order for the Scorpions. There's a new live Scorpions album that comes out today or Friday, and that's a 2 LP green vinyl. We have at least 1 or 2 people on a wait list. $59.99. Okay, so here's what was left in the first crate. Friday the 13th, $49. Molly Hatchet Live, $39. Korn, $39. Skid Row, $39. Offspring, $24. Freddie Mercury, $26. And Brandy Carlisle, $39. And Smash the 80s, $33. All right, and then over here we got Grumpy Moose getting Grumpy Moose getting this for $45. Thank you, Henry's Choice. This is sold to Grumpy Moose for $45. Let me fix that OB flap, and let's put up all new auctions. Have y'all seen tonight's advertised auctions? It is pretty dang loaded, and that's pretty good timing because we are about to go through the first Laura crate, and then here's Rat, and Rat is officially sold to Shane Lado for $32. I told y'all, when Paul walked in here and he had his hands in his pockets and he was all quiet and he looked all pale, that means we just got a killer collection. That means he's nervous. He's going to be losing sleep. He'll probably come in even earlier than normal tomorrow and start looking through these. He'll be tossing and turning in the bed, and he just will be losing sleep because he knows this is a killer collection. Korn is pink vinyl, $39.99. So let's go pull that Alan Smith for the 1975 for $19.99. Being funny in a foreign language. That was sold to Alan Smith for $19.99. Yep. All right, this right here. That is sold. Does 1975 have Human 2? Yes. Sell this to Alan Smith for $19.99. Okay. We have already filled up 2 crates. And Korn has been out of print on vinyl. That has Coming Undone on it. And a bonus track, Last Legal Drug. All right, let's start a new crate. And let's go. We're going to go through a freshly priced crate from Laura. I never did go through the rest of these Buy It Now 45s in the back either. Laura. I hadn't ate my Subway cookies either. I ended up with 150 tapes in that box. Only 4 bad ones had to place 20 pads. Great deal on titles. There we go. So Carol Puckett, that box of cassettes that night, it had 150 in it. Remember that box that I refused to count? I was like, we're not counting them. We're going to give it a surprise for Henry's Choice. So it had 150 cassettes in there. That's about what that other tub did. And here we go. So tonight might be a good night for miscellaneous. I was looking behind me. There's this stuff everywhere because we're kind of low on new arrivals except for the stuff Laura marked. Now, keep in mind, she marked great stuff and we have great auctions. But tonight might be a night we get into cassettes or I don't know, whatever else I can find laying around here so we can have some other new stuff to show for tonight. So bear with me. Posters are a little bit more tricky. Posters isn't as easy to show. I know that's the first thing everybody goes through, but posters is a challenge. You got to unroll them, fold them out. I wish it was the easier way to show them, but maybe later tonight. But I've also got 45s on the agenda. All right, Michael Reed wants a copy of Corn. All right, next auction. I know there's some people waiting for some stuff. If you're waiting for something, let me know. But man, cool stuff. Look at this. Howlin' Wolf Sings the Blues. A 1991 Japanese import, mono, VG Plus, with insert, conservatively VG Plus by Japanese standards, a $35 start on Howlin' Wolf. Michael Reed wants Corn. I have one left if Michael Wilkerson decides he wants one. Speaking of, I pulled it up live last night. I'm not going to reveal all of our numbers, but to give y'all a crazy idea of how many 45s, through last night, paid invoices this year, we have sold 13,000 individual 45s. I pulled it up, and that doesn't include bundles, but individual 45s this year, we hit over 13,000 this week. That smashes by far last year's record. I don't think it's even close. So we have moved a lot of 45s this year. That's incredible. Okay, I pre-ordered. Okay, there we go. So these are new pre-owned records that Laura's marked. The first few here are check condition. We have Robert Fripp Exposure, VG Plus, $24.99. Robert Fripp Exposure, VG Plus, $24.99. We also have Porcupine Tree in Abstentia. That is EX, a double LP. The note from Laura says Fantastic Prague, $37.99. And Neil Young, The Visitor. Neil Young with The Promise of the Real. VG Plus, $17.99 with an etched D-side. So these first few here are all check condition records, everything from that sticker back. Howlin' Wolf has a bid for $35 with 007 Platinum. And now let's put up another auction. And let's roll again with the Miles Davis. Let's go blues and jazz. For those that like for the blues and jazz nights, this is it. Miles Davis 4 and More, recorded live in concert. Late 80s U.S. reissue, Miles Davis, $25 start. Once again, an 80s pressing, but very nice. So there's Howlin' Wolf, there's Miles Davis. Next thing over here is the following. We got Judas Priest Battle Cry. Wow, don't see that one as often. A limited edition that's hand-numbered. VG Plus Plus at $39.99. VG Plus Plus and Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. That's EX $17.99 on Aerosmith, okay? Definitely going to knock these out for $6.99. I have Japanese Bay City Rollers, You Made Me Believe in Magic. We have Dedication, 2 copies. Bay City Rollers, My Teenage Heart. And Bay City Rollers, Only Want to Be With You. And Bay City Rollers, Saturday Night, 2 copies. Those are all $6.99. Japanese pressings of Bay City Rollers. $6.99 on those. So I've got 2 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those. $6.99 each on those. All right, first thing is Richard Davis on Judas Priest, nice. William Warner on Aerosmith, nice. And then David Dole, then Louis Kulik, then John LaBadie. Howlin' Wolf, 1 bid, $35, final call. Miles Davis, 1 bid, $25, final call. And then Hang Loose with the Surfin' Lungs. The Surfin' Lungs is a 1996 Spanish press. It's a surf power pop album, EX $17.99. And we have Pearl Jam by Neural. Pearl Jam by Neural is a double LP, EX $22.99. Chad Snyder wants a Saturday night, and Michael McDade wants a Saturday night, okay? Those are Japanese singles. We got one sold for $6.99, another sold for $6.99, and I have the other one's still available, okay? Next thing over here is Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. That's sold to Stephen Parton. And I also have Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight, live at the Roxy. That's a 2018 record store day with Etch D-Side, $19.99. Miles Davis, 28, Howlin' Wolf, 40. So we've ran some ads this past week advertising this new blues Japanese batch, this new jazz Japanese batch, all this new blues and jazz that we've gotten in. Some of it started last night. We got more tonight. Of course, tomorrow's metal night, which means all of our auctions will be pure metal with other bonus stuff. Take advantage while you can, while we have these, because when we blast through all the jazz and blues, poof, it's gone. Just like on South Park. Remember when he set up his first bank account? He said, we'll invest your money into money market mutual funds with compounding interest on foreign currencies, and it's gone. It's gone. That's how these blues and jazz records. We'll run a couple nights and then they'll all be gone. And everybody be like, man, do you got any more blues and jazz? And I'll be like, nope, it's all gone. This is Smokey. Only you can prevent forest fires. This is a 1977 Smokey Bear radio. Some kind of promo broadcast record. Never seen it before. $10 start for Smokey the Bear. $10 start on that. ST got Neil Young. ST, I still got that Neil Young poster too. Still got the Neil Young poster, trying to move all that stuff before the end of the year. Okay, the rest of the crate is non-check condition. I think y'all probably can guess what this is. Rush. Now, these are new, about $60. We've got this one at $39, and it's on 200 gram. Nice. 200 gram, the 2023 reissue, and it has all the extras. Rush is $39.99. Nice. Rush. So this came with cards, a little poster, a little book, and the actual album. That is just $39.99. Great price on that. Like I said, those are usually new, about $60. Okay, so right over here, Howlin' Wolf had an opening bid of $35, and then a bid for $36, and then $40. Thomas Hujar, you're out on Howlin' Wolf. The last bid on Miles Davis was with amenities at $31. Ryan M., you've been outbid, and now Smokey the Bear is at $16 with Thomas Hujar. Jim B, 7137 on Rush. This is sold to Jim B, 7137 on Rush. Now, I will say this before we tag it to anybody, Jim B, Jared, or amenities. Now, 200 gram, what I've noticed about these when you scan the barcode, and I think even Discogs is confused, it's really difficult to determine if you have an actual 200 gram. I think you literally have to take it to the scale almost. I know because I collect Rush records, and this was really confusing when we first started getting these new represses, and everybody was asking me, are they 200 grams? So Laura has it as a 200 gram. I'm assuming it's 200 gram, but I know it can literally like be something you have to take to the scale. It's a really bizarre thing. Like they're using the same matrix and stampers and barcodes, and they're just doing 20 less or more grams of vinyl, which is something you really can't feel just by doing this. So pretty complex to figure that one out. It's been a headache. I wish they would just made them all 200 gram or all 180. That's sold to Jim B, okay? That is sold to Jim B. Does it say U.S. and Canada on the back or just U.S.? Distributed USA, Island Def Jam Music Group, USA, distributed by Universal, all rights. This is supposed to be a 2023 U.S. reissue. Okay, Miles Davis, 32. He's out on Howlin' Wolf. Smokey's at $22 right now. Next is, I don't know, Heelung Drift. This is Heelung Drift, Folk Ambient Experimental, $29.99. Heilung, maybe. It looks like H-E-I-L, or H-E-I, Lung, Drift, and that is $29.99. And then Christavox. Christavox is $34.99, limited to 150. Heilung is sold to Lucas Patterson, then Stephen Parton. That means Howlin' Wolf is sold to Bond, James Bond. That's 007 for $40. They're still bidding on Miles Davis. It's at $33. They're still bidding on Smokey at $25. And our next auction is probably going to be something with an Obi. And that looks like a Japanese pressing of Robert Johnson. Folks, the king of blues. This is in shrink, and this is volume 2. An 81 Japanese import mono with insert, VG Plus, $25 start on Robert Johnson. That's with Obi, okay? I'm going to close my laptop over here so it'll get charged up. I've been running on 5% for 3 days, but these new MacBooks are incredible batteries. It's incredible. I don't think this is the first time I plugged up my MacBook in like a week. It was on a full charge. Christovox is soda Dwayne Caldwell. That's soda Dwayne Caldwell. There is that. And then next in here is Demon Pact. Demon Pact is an unofficial $14.99, and Soundgarden A-Sides. Soundgarden is sealed, a 2018 reissue, $29.99, okay? Over here, we got Smokey out, Robert Johnson 25, and Miles Davis 34. So the first thing we're going to be doing is saying Robert Johnson's at $25 with Ryan M. Miles Davis is at $34 with Ryan M. And then the last bid on Smokey is tied. Dwayne Caldwell bid $25. Mark, there goes Mark, bid $25. So there goes Mark, you're out. Okay, and then MT Matt on S for Soundgarden. There we go. A-Sides, great release there. And we have Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. Zach Sabbath is on red vinyl, $32.99 gatefold jacket. One more, and then I've got to go up front and get something else to drink. Megadeth, Rust in Peace is the 2023. That is sealed, $39.99. That was my best Dave Mustaine. Monster. Let me go over here and get one. Smells like cheese up here. Tanner bought some cool toys earlier tonight too. I'm going to grab a Monster out of the fridge, and then I'm also going to grab some stuff off the shelf, like I said, and start trying to move some miscellaneous tonight. Kind of balance this stuff out. Sorry I had to step up here. I still got to get a new College Boy fridge. Oh my gosh, look at all this equipment. Man, they bought an Akai cassette deck. They bought a Yamaha and Sony huge receiver. Man, they bought some great looking vintage equipment over here. Oh, this Akai tape deck looks like it was something in... It's huge. Y'all should see this thing. I'll take a picture of it so I can show it to y'all. Unbelievable. That's a gigantic tape deck. That was amazing. Okay, there's that. Let's do this. Let me get my Monster over here. I just walked up front seeing all that stuff they unloaded. That was incredible. All right, so over here we have Soundgarden. We got Smokey at 27, and we have Desultory Into Eternity. Desultory is death metal, $22.99, and Rush Caress of Steel. Unopened, new seal 2015, $34.99. Okay? Next thing over here is Smokey. This is got a new bid for $27, which means Dwayne Caldwell, you're out. Did Miles Davis get another bid? Amenities went out. That means this is sold to Ryan M for $34. He was also the only bidder. He was also the only bidder on Robert Johnson. So that's a final call. VG Plus, $25, okay? And then Danny needs to put back Alice Cooper. Whoops, almost tripped over my charger. That would be bad. Let me put back Alice Cooper for Danny Thomason before that gets tagged to him and invoice. So I got one extra copy of Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet, Record Store Day brown vinyl. That is $38.99. We have turntables in this building. It's just a matter of knowing if they're working and testing them, and, you know, we don't usually like to ship them. Shipping a turntable is problematic, so we try to, unless they're brand new in the box and they have foam and, you know, they're brand new, I try to stay away from them because the problems with shipping, unless the buyer's willing to pay handling and postage cost. But we have probably 10 here in the store. I'd say 5 are good and working, and the other 5's pretty junky. Alice Cooper is sold to 007 Platinum. We have Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, the 2016 with posters and stickers, $24.99. One more than all new auctions. Phil Manzera, Eno, 801 Live, in shrink, $29.99. So Smokey's at 28. There goes Mark, you're out. And then Robert Johnson, just one bid to Ryan M for $25. A Japanese Robert Johnson. That's kind of unusual. Check this out. Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan. Definitely something we don't get here. Couldn't stand the weather. This is an 84 Japanese with insert. This is a $45 start. So a Japanese press, near mint minus and pristine, shrink wrap and obi, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $45 start. Jared Ink on Pink Floyd sold. Catalog number on Smokey. Smokey doesn't have, it does not. Smokey Bear Radio, yeah, here we go, P877-A. Thomas, I'm pretty sure when we looked this up last night, we had two obscure records. We had Smokey and then this doll record, and I'm pretty sure there was none for sale, none ever sold, and same thing for Kissy here, which I still don't want to price this because I think it's something that could be pretty rare. It's an ideal Kissy the doll record. There was none on eBay ever sold, none on PopStock ever sold. There's 0 on Discogs and 0 ever sold. So we ran into a couple oddballs last night going through 45s. And guess what? Around 11 o'clock tonight, we're going to do it again. Next thing we have is Dave and the Blues Express. Fred Davis, Cleveland Blues. Sealed, just $9.99. And we have Mastodon, Once More Around the Sun. That one's not in print. Mastodon is $29.99. Let's add another auction. Right now, Smokey the Bear is at $28 with Dwayne Caldwell. I'd say a record like this is up to whoever wants to pay the most for it. Y'all are about to set the price value for Smokey right now. John Coltrane is an 81 Japanese, only released in Japan. And this one is called Big Nick John Coltrane, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Mastodon is sold to Scott Dwallow, then James Young, then Grumpy Moose. Right now, we're going through a new arrival crate, all priced by Laura, sticker price, great titles. I'm about to crack open the monster and have a Subway cookie. But first, here is Assassin. And Assassin is licensed to kill on Splatter, $22.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $50. Coltrane's at $35. And right now, Smokey is at $28 with Dwayne Caldwell. It's all up to Thomas Hujar. And Haunt, Triumph. Haunt is on green vinyl, $24.99. Monster. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. All right. Feeling better. Sugar. Richard Davis wants ASS. Sold to Richard Davis. He just got ASS. That was for Assassin, just for the record. No pun intended. We have John Coltrane at $65. $65, John Coltrane. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $60. Smokey the Bear's at $29 with Henry's Choice. $29 of Henry's Choice. Cookie Monster time. You bet. I'm about to knock out another one. Boy, these Subway cookies, they keep me going. Breakfast. Black Label Society, The Blessed Hell Ride. Black Label Society is sealed on white vinyl, $24.99 for BLS. Tom Petty, Finding Wildflowers, alternate versions, sealed on gold vinyl for $29.99. And Rush, Clockwork Angels, pre-owned, probably going to be at a great price, just $37.99. Yep. Over here, We got Brandon Jones first on Black Label Society, then Scott Dwallow. And then over here, MT Matt on Tom Petty, that's sold. Smokey the Bear's now at 30, that's still getting bids. Stevie Ray Vaughan's moving to a final call. 007 has it for 60. Grumpy Moose, I think it's up to you. And now, John Coltrane's at 67. Amenities, you've been outbid. Smokey, Coltrane, Stevie Ray Vaughan, all still getting bids. This is another, that same band. Heilong, Onfer, $29.99. There's another one. And we have Coroner. This is called Death Cult. That's an unofficial 2023, $29.99. We have Stephen Parton on Heilong, Deckelman on Coroner, Lucas next on Heilong, and Destruction, Diabolical. Destruction's $22.99. Okay, Smokey's at $30 now. So it's up to, there goes Mark. Coltrane still getting bids at 75. And I think we're done on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm going to show one more record and then sell if there's not a bid. Deckelman, D for Destruction. So to Justin Deckelman. And Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution. Now, here's the one I was talking about. Some of y'all also went on a waiting list for that has not come in. This one is a black vinyl press, just 24. They just repressed this on red vinyl. Scott Smith said, did you see the new Uber, All Things Must Pass? Now, that came out a couple years ago. They must be pressing more of them. They just did a repressing of the standard box and the deluxe box. So you're telling me they're making more Uber, All Things Must Pass? I never have opened mine. My mom showed it to me Thanksgiving Day. She said, son, what is this gigantic box that's been down here in the basement and like you've never opened it? And I was like, that's a George Harrison box set. Please don't open it. I'm keeping it sealed for the right day. I'm going to open it one day. I've had it for a few years now, I guess, a couple years. I'm not opening it yet. Jared Inkle, Suicidal Tendencies, and let's sell Stevie Ray Vaughan to 007 Platinum. All right, that is sold to 007 Platinum for, I believe the winning bid on that was $60, okay? $60 on that one. Now, Smokey, I think we're done. $30 on Smokey, only you, Smokey Bear Radio. Looks like 30 is going to be the winning bid. Final call. Next auction, as soon as I show ZZ Top Afterburner, a nice copy in shrink wrap. We're talking OG. Looks like it was just opened. $29.99. One more here. The Best of Freddie King. This is another Japanese pressing. Then we're going to do the other Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is a 75 Japanese OG with insert and Obi. Freddie King, a $35 start. Nice. Okay, Smokey is sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $30. I figured that one would do good. And now we have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Sealed, $29.99 for Metallica, Kill 'Em All. $29.99. Okay? All right, so first thing I'm going to do, Amenities and Donna's battling over the Coltrane. Freddie King's at 35 and Coltrane's at 82. Let's run through this again. We're going to go right into the other crate Laura's marked. Lots of stuff to auction. Let's see. Okay. So first thing I have is Robert Fripp Exposure, VG Plus $24.99. Porcupine Tree in Anesthesia, EX $37.99, a fantastic prog album. Neil Young and the Promise of the Real, The Visitor, VG Plus $17.99. So Promise of the Real is one of Neil Young's backing bands. You may have heard of the Stray Gators. You may have heard of Crazy Horse. And then he had another thing called The Ducks. A lot of people don't know about The Ducks. I think it was a band called The Ducks he was in. And that was supposed to be the backing band, but they ended up just forming together. And I don't think they've ever released any of that music. I think that's more stuff Neil Young has in the vault. But he had another band called The Ducks. So that's his backing band, Promise of the Real. And the name of the album is The Visitor. if you click on Neil Young on Discogs and go through his discography and try to collect everything, you'll spend 70 years and $1 million trying to buy all of his records. So keep that in mind. He has a lot of stuff. You could listen to Neil Young all the time and never hear everything, going all the way back to Buffalo Springfield. Coltrane over here is at 85. Amenities, you've been outbid. Freddie King's at 37. We have Hang Loose with the Surfing Lungs. That's EX 1799, a 1996 Spain Surf Power Pop. And we also have Demon Pact. Demon Pact was $14.99. That's unofficial, which tells me an OG or something real might be pricey. I don't know that for certain, though. Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever. Zach Sabbath is 32. He also had the Shocking Pinks. That's right. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Sealed, $39.99. This is Desultory. Desultory is $22.99. Death Metal. Also Rush, Caress of Steel, $34.99. Bastille Day, Lakeside Park. I think I'm going bald. Probably not one of the best of Rush's discography or songs in there, but there's some great ones on the album other than that one. Phil Manzarek and Eno, $29.99. Shrink with Clip Corner. Dave and the Blues Express. Fred Davis, Sealed. And this is $9.99. Shipping to England. For anybody watching overseas, all international shipping is calculated. I must have missed a question. So we have several people who buy from us daily over in London and surrounding parts of the British Isles. And those people buy from us, and then after they pay their invoice, we pack your order, and then we send you a bill for postage. Now, if a couple of people are watching, they can help you out, the UK buyers. So it's basically done at cost. We basically sell, you pay your invoice, and we do the same thing for Canadian buyers. We do the same thing for a couple of people that's buying over. I think 2 people that buy in Germany that are U.S. citizens, but they're living in Germany right now. So we ship them records. I think there's at least 2. Am I thinking about the right country? Is it Germany? France? Something like that. Ed knows more. Sometimes I sell to people and I don't even realize they're buying internationally. And because they hear me explain this and I don't ever look at their address. And we shipped to 9 countries last month, all internationally calculated. So you pay your invoice, we pack your order. After you pay the shipping postage, we mail it to you. So, and of course we have to do the customs and all that. Be prepared to pay import tax and duty. Have a couple people that have to pay a lot of money in duty to accept these, but I'm sure if y'all order, y'all know what I'm talking about. We have Haunt, Triumph. Haunt is $24.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels is $37. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $29. Sealed, and Afterburners, $29. All right, let's go right into another crate of brand new stuff. Coltrane is officially sold to Donna for $90. And we have Freddie King, the best of Freddie King, $41. And that's with Kristen Start. Patrick Lear, it's up to you. I like all Rush albums. This one's good. Is it the Necro? Yeah, the Necromancer. Nice. The Fountain. All right. Every time I listen to a Rush album, I like it more. I respect their talents, big time. It's really rare you get 3 really, really talented people all lined up in a band. You know, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Rush, the Beatles. You could keep naming them. Everybody's just literally a guru at everything they do. A great drummer, a great guitarist, a great bassist, a great Pink Floyd. I mean, just the stars aligned with bands like that. Just incredible. Okay, let's go over here to our next one. I have a Queensryche album that's looking at me right in the face. Here we go. We got Queensryche Empire, a 1990 U.S. original. Queensryche, a U.S. original, both inner sleeves, and it's nice. EX, Disc 1, EX Plus, Disc 2. $125 start. All right. Tim Rory on Porcupine Tree. Tim Rory on Suicidal Tendencies, Art of Rebellion. Okay. And I'm pretty sure, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, it should be in this week. I have you on a waiting list for this one on red vinyl. Lights, Camera, Revolution. If that's not right, let me know. Okay, so make sure he's on a waiting list for Art of Rebellion, music on vinyl. And then Lights, Camera, Revolution, red vinyl. That should be in by Friday. Freddie King is officially sold to Kristen Start for $41. All right. Queensryche, 125, 125, 130, 150. Gregor Roberts has Queensryche for $150. All right, next auction. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. And no, let's do the other Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan. Here's the other Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan. Tim says he has that one already. Okay, so maybe you got messed up on the wrong waiting list, but I will make the proper correction. It gets complicated sometimes when we have, some nights we have 5 different suicidal tendencies. And maybe I got confused or the tagger got confused. But either way, here is the Stevie Ray Vaughan Soul to Soul Japanese pressing. An 85 OG first pressing. Shrink Obi insert, $35 start. All righty. So the back half of this crate is check condition. The front half is EX Plus near minus. Let's get started. I have not sold anything by Donald Byrd yet. Nothing by Donald Byrd yet. Where is my other empty box at? Has this thing got records in it? I need to get the rest of these 45s off the table. I have misplaced a box, though. An empty box. Or have I? Well, I ought to set them down in this crate. I had 2 empty boxes. I guess I filled both of them up. Probably did. Yeah, it's okay. All right. Here's this. And Tim Rory, make sure he's on a wait list for How I Laugh Tomorrow. We have more of Lights, Camera, Revolution. If you want one, for sure, yes. Okay. I'm about to show some more buy it nows though right now on these. I need to read through these. Sorry, I'm in transition mode right now. I'm trying to get my table cleared off so I have room for more auctions. I like tonight might be a good night for 3 auctions, and I kind of need the space over here for sure. I'm gonna put the Beatles down in there. Okay, so Queensryche just hit $200. Stevie Ray Vaughan's tied at 45. 007 was in first. These are all $6.99, all from the Rolling Stones, $6.99. Bitch, Honky Tonk Women, Satisfaction, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Miss You, Angie, and She Was Hot. Now, a lot of those are what they call hit reissues. So the first thing to know is like Angie, that's an original with Silver Train, but Miss You is oldie series, so the flip is Faraway Eyes. Jumpin' Jack Flash, the flip is Child of the Moon. Satisfaction is The Under Assistant and Honky Tonk Women. The flip on that was You Can't Always Get What You Want. Those are all $6.99 each on that stack of Stone singles there, okay? These are all sticker price. Lips Inc., Pucker Up. Lips Inc. is EX, $12.99. Any note news on the exhibit? I will ask Laura if she has seen an album by Exhibit. Since you and about 3 other people asked for it nightly, it must be a rarity. You and about 2 other people, 3 total, ask when that album's going up about every night. So we will probably gonna do it tomorrow. It's not gonna go up tonight or tomorrow, but Laura will try to find it. There we go. So when we get our hands on it, it's not going to sell tonight. It's not going to sell tomorrow. As early as Friday, we have to find it, okay? So when we post a new collection and we post a gallery, some of those can get crated up and buried for a week or 2 weeks, maybe a month. But I think we need to get our hands on that one because it sounds like that and the DMX, there are some people chomping at the bits. I think they have contacted their banker and maybe even took out a second mortgage just to go ahead and be on standby to buy that record. It must be something uber rare, Exhibit and DMX. We'll find out. Queen's Rock, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. There's Lips Inc. We have Wicked, music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. And this is VG Plus. This is the Broadway cast album. VG Plus, $24.99. And Joe Braith. Joe Braith is VG Plus, $14.99. Creatures of the Street. Angie over here is sold to Robert Warner. So we still got Honky Tonk Women, Bitch, She Was Hot, Miss You, Jumpin' Jack Flash, and Satisfaction. Okay? Those are all $6.99. Do you have enough to do a rap hip-hop night? No, we don't. We have enough for about 10 auctions that night, and that will be the most we've had all year. Kelly Vlodarchek on Wicked. Eric Van Leuven on Joe Braith. Next thing is Queen's Rock, $250. Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $80. We've got about 10 great rap albums to auction, and that's about the most we've had all year at once. I'm telling y'all. It's not only are they rare, y'all got to remember one more thing. They didn't really make rap albums. I mean, there's just a hand. I mean, you could fit the entire discography of desirable rap albums into a small selection, and then trying to get them all at once for auction that would be near impossible. Not only are they rare, they really didn't make them because of the era they were being manufactured. If you do find something, they're 12-inch singles and they're destroyed. So a very difficult thing to do. I can order new stuff, but we're never going to have a night where we have like 75 rap albums to auction. Not going to happen. Unless we buy a once in a 15-year collection where somebody's compiled, you know, OGs. There's just not. I would like to create a master list of the OG that's real records you could get. There couldn't be more than 100 that people are actively looking for, maybe 150. Roxy Music Manifesto, EX $17.99. And then we have William Lee Murray on Black Label Society. There's no Black Label Society in here. Okay, we have Lip Sync Roxy Music. We have In Rainbows. This is EX $27.99. Laura Loves Radiohead, a 3-heart rating. EX $27.99. Queen's Rock is at $255. And Stevie Ray Vaughan was a final call for $80. I've gotten really off topic answering questions, so I'm not going to take any more questions for the next 15 minutes. We got Genesis Abacab Gold Stamp Promo, EX Edition, $12.99, and Wings Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $17.99. This is Wings Greatest Hits. It has the original on her sleeve, VG Plus, $17.99. Over here, we have Love False Start. Love is VG Plus, $19.99. And Link Ray. Link Ray is a 71 US OG. It appears that Link Ray has vandalized with John Waters style mustache. He has been vandalized with a mustache. It has been. I just now noticed that. VG, I thought that was part of it. Somebody has put a mustache on him. VG, $19.99. That's not an easy album to get, though. All right, so Queen's Rock is sold to Aaron Andrus for $255. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to 007 Platinum for $80. All right, let's put up new auctions. Got a lot of cool stuff to put up. So, yes, rap will all happen in one night. And I know a lot of people's like, can we do a jazz night, blues night? That's essentially tonight. And when these are gone, poof, they're going to disappear quickly. And then we're going to wish we had more. And then as far as rap, whatever rap we have, Laura will compile it. She'll get it together, and we'll try to sell it all in one night. And I'm telling y'all, then it's going to disappear, and then we're not going to see any for a while. And I guess what I need to do, is that night I'll order as much new stuff. I'll take time to do some research and then show y'all how much is really just not available as OG pressings, because it's going to be tough to get all that in one night either way. This is really cool. This is a MoFi pressing, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, The Beatles Help, an 85 US MoFi, beautiful copy, $95 start. This is near mint minus, a MoFi pressing of The Beatles Help. And with The Beatles, we're going to put up a little jazz. Donald Byrd at the Half Note Cafe. Donald Byrd is a 1992 Japanese with stereo Near Mint, and Obi, $35 start. Elf has not sold. We have tried to keep some variety. Yes, we've stayed away from metal for about the last 3 nights. Laura's done a good job. Luckily, we were able to get these collections with some variety. It's been tough lately to get jazz and blues, and of course, we get asked every night about RAP wrap, and I think I just went into an explanation on that. There virtually isn't hardly any to even go out and buy, even as much as we spend advertising. We spend a truckload of money advertising to buy collections, and y'all know this. It's just not a lot of it out there as far as wrap. A lot of metal we get, and that's rare, but we do get lucky and get a lot of metal. We have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Southern Accents, EX32. We've been blessed with a little treat for about the last 2 years of getting insane metal collections. You ask a lot of other record stores, they'll be like, holy crap, I wish we could get a metal collection. We never can get metal in. Or if you do, as y'all know, it's poof, it's gone. We'll have 75 auctions one night. They're all gone. There is nothing left over. The Rolling Stones is a 1971 USOG. It's VG mostly just because of LP2. That's $19.99. Tom Petty is sold to D-Kong. Over here, we got Donald Byrd at $35. The Beatles, MoFi, Help. I Need Somebody, a $95 start. Help, I Need a Starting Bid. And let's go ahead and put up this right here. Oh boy, Black Sabbath from the bonus crate. Master of Reality. Black Sabbath is a U.S. reissue on the tannish kind of label, the little bit lighter than white label. It's VG Plus, a $30 start, Sweet Leaf, Black Sabbath. All right, these are straight price new arrivals. We got ZZ Top Diguelo, EX $22.99, ZZ Top Diguelo, and Stevie Nicks Belladonna, VG Plus $19.99. Stevie Nicks Belladonna, VG Plus $19.99. Lisa and Cult Jam Straight to the Sky, VG Plus $9.99. And Wicked, the soundtrack, music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. And this is the movie cast. So the other one was the Broadway cast. This is the movie cast. It does have some cover damage back here. Just $19.99. Okay? First thing we have is Beatles 95. Donald Byrd's at 45. And Black Sabbath is at 45. Yep, there's another Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Laura knew what to do. She got that one together. VG Plus $19.99. Now, that's pretty fair price. I think John, even though we get them caught often, I think he sometimes undervalues the near mint minus copies he puts out on these. That's always been a pretty desirable record, even though it's in print. I mean, it's Stevie Nicks. I was listening to her on the way here. An icon. VG Plus $19.99. If you don't think she's popular, go try to buy one of her autographs. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I've had a couple in the last few years, and they've done nothing but like skyrocket. It's been incredible. Amenities on EN. Did you mean Stevie Nicks SN, or was that an autocorrect on something? Okay. And then we have Stone Temple Pilots Core. This is sealed $24.99. Oh, I'm sure we have plenty of these. Yeah. There's no telling. We probably have 20 or 30 laying around here, but we just put them out 1 or 2 at a time, of course. Billie Eilish is $19.99. That's when we all fall asleep, where do we go? $19.99 on that. And over here, Disney 100-year celebration on silver vinyl, $34.99. All right, so Kristen Start was the one and only bidder on the Beatles. He gets that for $95. Beatles MoFi Help, just one bid on that, $95. That was an autocorrect. So Marshall Bassett, you in fact do get Stevie Nicks, and now Donald Byrd's at 60 with Donna Turner. Amenities is out. Amenities is also the only bidder on Black Sabbath, and he has that at $45. Black Sabbath. Todd Doris on Stone Temple Pilots. I have one Stevie Nicks autograph, and that is an autograph poster. Now, it's listed online right now for a truckload of money. I will take much less than that. That's my eBay best offer price. If anybody's interested, I do have an incredibly signed Stevie Nicks poster. It is pricey, but a really incredible piece. All right, let me fix my bonus crate over here. It'd be a heck of a decor piece and a heck of an investment, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and knock out another MoFi John Lennon. This is Imagine John Lennon. This is an 84 US MoFi pressing, near mint, Imagine, a $75 start. Next in the crate is Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. That is sealed, a 2023 pressing, $24.99 on that. Brian Wilson, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99 for Brian Wilson. Donald Byrd's at $65. Donna's out, so that's a final call. We'll get Elf on deck. Also, we have the Cheetah Girls, song from the Disney Channel original movie, on this wicked-looking splatter vinyl. It's on Cheetah-tastic vinyl, I should say. My bad. Cheetah-tastic, $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell Black Sabbath. That just got one bid to Amenities for $45. That is sold. And then Donald Byrd over here is about to sell for $65. And then there's the MoFi pressing of John Lennon Imagine. I'm going to show one more, the last check condition record. And no, these are not check condition, my bad. This is sealed with the autographed insert, Maroon 5, Love is Like, and that has the autographed insert, $34.99. All right, let's find Elf. I got Attilia. I got Zeppelin, Eagles, Coltrane, Howlin' Wolf, Jackie McLean, Lyle Lovett, Andrew Hill, Miles Davis, Dusk, Miles Davis, Fugs, Dire Straits, Beatles MoFi, Beatles Japanese, some kind of limited edition Abbey Road, Neil Young bootleg, Velvet Underground, Hawkwind, Dwight Yoakam, Satisfaction, Elf, Pet Shop Boys, and the Sex Pistols. Wow, we got a great lineup of stuff. And that does not include the bonus crate where we just pulled that Black Sabbath out of. These are all sticker price in this crate. Yeah, these are newly priced from Laura today. This is a 1974 US OG pressing of Elf. Elf features a younger Ronnie James Dio. Ronnie James Dio. This is a 74 US OG EX Plus condition. $35 start. That's like a blues rock album. So Ronnie James Dio had several variations in his career. He actually started out as almost like a crooner, like a Frank Sinatra type deal. He's got a couple 45s. Ronald James Dio, they're rare. He's almost like a crooner. It's very bizarre to think it's Ronnie James Dio. Then he kind of formed into Elf with the blues rock, and then we know him as a heavy metal pioneer with Dio, his band Dio, and then, of course, with Black Sabbath. So that is this is about the midway point for Dio, Elf. But he's got some pretty rare, if you click on his discography, some pretty cool stuff. Okay, so we had a claim for Maroon 5, but that was a never mind. Let's go ahead and sell Donald Byrd. Donald Byrd is sold to Amenities at $65. That is sold, I wouldn't almost say, oh yeah, and then it was almost like gospel stuff, I think, with him. I think crooner / kind of maybe gospel stuff, and Rainbow. Boy, I forgot about Rainbow too. And Rainbow, yes. So he has had many variations in his career. But, of course, most people know him as Holy Diver. This is nowhere even close to Holy Diver, but it is a cool record. He had 2 with Elf, I believe, maybe 3. Gorillaz Demon Days. This is unopened, a picture disc, and don't forget, Laura loves Gorillaz, a 4-heart rating. There's Gorillaz, and Gorillaz is $39.99. Yngwie J. Malmsteen's Rising Force. Malmsteen is a music on vinyl press. That's only $24.99. That's a great price for that. Gorillaz is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. John Lennon's a no bid. You can pick up this MoFi pressing of Imagine for $75. Imagine for $75. Elf, 40, 37, 45, 45, 42, and Elf is at 50 with Cindy Yarborough. 50 with Cindy Yarborough, okay? Let's go ahead and pull up some more Beatles. Crazy stuff here. I love the way this looks. UK Flag Series number 3. It's been a hard day's night. A Japanese pressing with insert. Some of these Paul has assigned conservatively VG+, just because they're just not dead perfect, but they're still very nice. $35 start on Hard Day's Night, okay? There's that, Heaven and Hell. Yeah, I forgot about that too. Yes, he came back. He kind of came back with what was part of Sabbath there for a while. Elf is a nice copy. EX Plus, and a VG Plus jacket. All right, so yeah. Does anybody have those early 45s of Dio? I think I have them on my want list on Discogs, but I haven't found the right copy yet. I think I have them saved on my Discogs, but they've just never popped up yet in the grade I'm looking for them. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Okay. Monster and Cookie Break. Opeth. Sealed $34.99. 2024 USOG Tour exclusive. Limited to 500 copies and only sold at 4 shows. Atlanta, New Orleans, Austin, and Dallas. Southern green vinyl. Opeth, $34.99. The last bid on Elf. The last bid on Elf was Cindy Yarborough at $65. The Beatles has one bid for $35. Our next auction is going to be Attila. Attila features a young William Joel, a 1970 USOG Pittman. Billy Joel is on this album. 1970. EX, the cover's VG minus or less. It's got a really bad split, probably like G plus in that grade. But the vinyl's not bad. A tough album to get. A $75 start on that. Okay, over here we got Deckelman on Opeth, then Tim Rory, and then Rob Fordham. Rising Force is a music on vinyl press, just $24.99. The last bid on Elf was $65 with Cindy Yarborough. Everybody else is out except Cindy. Elf is at $65. Top Gun is sealed, just $19.99 on that. That's a new sealed pressing Top Gun. And Phil Collins, Face Value, also $19.99. That is $19.99. Phil Collins, Face Value. All right, Kristen Start gets the Beatles Hard Day's Night, Japanese, $35 sold to Kristen Start. Let's put that away. Elf is about to sell. Attila's a $75 start. And we have Holy Smokes, Jonathan Tyler. $14.99 on Jonathan Tyler. Our next auction is The Beatles, Abbey Road. This is a limited edition, 1995 U.S. stereo, 1995 U.S. sealed, $35 start. There was some Beatles records pressed right around the mid-90s due to something coming out calling Anthology. The first wave of the Anthology stuff come out in 95. So there was a little bit of a Beatles resurgence there, and there was some limited edition pressings done, including Abbey Road. That's one of them, $35 start. And we have Rush 2112, a 40th anniversary 3LP deluxe. I remember when I used to get these. Not anymore. That is sealed, $69.99. And then we have Nirvana's Nevermind. Is that how the cover's made? Oh, no, somebody drew that on there. Okay, $19.99. I was about to say, I've never seen that before. Somebody actually drew that on there. How bizarre. $19.99 on Nirvana, Nevermind, okay? Elf did, in fact, not get another bid. So the early Ronnie James Dio here is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $65. Unfortunately, Attila, featuring a young Billy Joel, did not get a bid. It's $75. The vinyl's nice, but there's some bad cover damage at the bottom. The entire bottom seam is split. It looks like it got wet, and that's what's going on with this one. It looks like it got wet. So Attila, a $75 buy it now. Same price over here for the only other no bid, which is the John Lennon Mo-Fi. If I can get this back in its sleeve, it will be a miracle. Okay? A bid of Elf just came in for $65. Well, the bid was already $65 with Cindy, and she already bought it. So let's put that over here. Now the Beatles is at $40 with Mike Torres. There's that. Moving on, we've got Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends, solo sessions and encores. First time ever on vinyl, unopened, numbered on blue vinyl for just $34.99. So this is David Bowie, or this Stevie Ray Vaughan with David Bowie, Lonnie Mack, Jeff Beck, A.C. Reed, Jimmy Vaughn, Katie Webster, Alan Collins, Travis Woods on Rush, the deluxe edition of 2112. Thank You, and then Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love. Love and Money is in shrink, $14.99, and we have B.J. Barham Rockingham, and that is sealed, $17.99. Let's see what we got over here in the jazz department. I saw another Coltrane here. This one's called Ascension. So the first thing I noticed is the cover has a little bit of that foxing on it. Over here, the notes is a 1980 Japanese edition 2 with insert, EX Plus condition. Coltrane is a $35 start. $35 start. Did I say Billy Joel? I did. Beatles is at $45, and David Dole got Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is Billy Joel. He was in this band here called Attila. This is a psych rock album before his solo career. Attila is available for $75. Okay? The bottom seam is completely split because of water damage. The vinyl's nice, though. And the only other no bid is John Lennon Imagine. And Imagine's an 84 US MoFi, $75. Okay? Scott Arnold wants Nirvana Out of the Crate. That's sold to Scott Arnold, $19.99. And then we have Charo. This is Mamacita, Donde Está Santa Claus? And Charo is $9.99, okay? So we got Abbey Road over here is a 1995 limited edition pressing. Todd Doris has it for $45. Coltrane on one bid with Donna, $35. I unfortunately do not have any Jazz Sabbath in stock. Laura's pricing another crate. Don't worry, we got plenty of other stuff to show. Laura's pricing another crate right now. Shout out to one of my customers, Chris Riddings. He sent me a copy of Thunderball, which is a foreign pressing, a UK pressing. I'm pretty sure I have this, but the good thing is if I have another one already, I'll swap them out and I'll sell one. But shout out to Chris Riddings. He sent me a copy of Thunderball. He heard me the other night talk about James Bond records, and he is like, you know what? I'm going to send Chad this copy of Thunderball that's been laying in my collection for 50 years. He'll probably enjoy it more than me. So nice. Hey, a perk of being a record store owner. Every once in a while you get free free records. Okay, here is an auction the other night that I think Saturday night when Paul was here. And it's been over here. I actually just kicked it. So before I kick a dent in it, how about we try to sell this? This is Deicide. Every Deicide album from their years on the label Roadrunner, 1990 to 2001, 9 LP, only 300 were made on blue marbled. And they had this tagged at a $495 start. So if you didn't know we had this Saturday night, there it is. The Deicide box set is a $495 start. The next question was Jazz Sabbath. Those are sometimes in stock, but right now I don't think they are. But if you want me to check on it, I can. Okay, the next thing was Coltrane just had one bid for $35, and the Beatles was a final call. I'm going to show two records, and then I'm going to go ahead and end those. They've been up, and we have Lips Inc., EX $12.99, and we have Roxy Music Manifesto, EX $17.99. Tom Kelly on Charo. And then Jerry Stone says, put me on a wait list for Hamilton 10 shots, please. Okay, I really don't know what that is, but I bet I can find it. So first thing is John Coltrane is sold for $35, just one bid to Donna, $35. Put down Jerry Stone for Hamilton 10 shots. This is so. Todd Doris gets the Beatles for $45, and let's put up another auction right quick. We're going to read through these quickly one more time. Laura's working on another New Arrivals crate, but first we got to put up Miles Davis. Miles in the Sky is a late 80s U.S. reissue. Another really nice Miles Davis 80s press, EX Plus condition, $25 start on Miles Davis. And then let's put up another Beatles. And this is really sweet. This is the MoFi pressing of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. So this is an 83 U.S. MoFi Beautiful copy, $145 start. Deicide is $495. We'll say that's an auction. We'll see if anybody wants to lock it in or grab it for a buy it now. If not, we'll see what we can do on it. But if you for sure want it, I would bid. Rainbow, in Rainbows by Radiohead, EX $27.99. Genesis Abacab was OG Gold Stamp promo sticker, EX $12.99. And VG Plus $17.99 for wings. Yes, that's blue vinyl. 2023 blue vinyl, only 300 made. It has the run out groove sticker on it. It's upside down. They put the hop sticker on it upside down, but yeah, it's run out groove numbered blue vinyl. It looks like the median on Discogs was right at 500, and some of them was sold. Some of them were sold for as much as 700. So it looks like 500 is pretty fair on it. Should be pretty close. Love fall starts. Love is VG Plus $19.99. Hot Rocks was VG $19.99. That's disc 2 VG. The rest of it was pretty clean. We also had ZZ Top de Guelo. That's EX $29.99. Lisa and Cult Jam Straight to the Sky. That's VG Plus $9.99. And Wicked, the soundtrack, and that's Steven Schwartz, and that's the original movie cast, VG Plus $19.99. And then over here, we have Billie Eilish, When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go? Billie Eilish is $19.99. And then Disney 100-Year Celebration. It's a 2 LP compilation on silver vinyl, foil cover, $34. As of right now, Miles Davis does not have a bid for $25. As of right now, Sgt. Pepper's does not have a bid for $145. These are sticker price. I think I'm going to do a best offer crate of Laura stuff that has never been offered. Best offer next, okay? We have Rage Against the Machine, $24.99. Laura says she can get the first Jazz Sabbath, Volume 2, and the 68 tapes are all on vinyl for Jazz Sabbath. That's what is showing in stock. I've ordered those before. We got Brian Wilson, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. The Cheetah Girls soundtrack, $19.99. Maroon 5, Love Is Like, sealed, $34.99. Yngwie Malmsteen's $24.99. Top Gun is sealed, $19.99. Phil Collins Face Value, $19.99. Holy Smokes, Jonathan Tyler, $14.99. Love and Money was $14.99. And BJ Barham, Rockingham, sealed, $17.99. Now, I know some people's asked if these are best offer. They're not. They could be later, or they could get bought at sticker price when I show them in the morning at 6 a.m. That's the risk you take. That's the gamble you're taking right now. Now, if I told everybody I would take $2 less than sticker price on these, we would probably go ahead and sell the rest of the crate. But right now, they're sticker price. I know there's a couple people just itching to offer $15 for something marked $17.99. Their skin is crawling. Can't do it right now, though. Mike Quadrini gets Phil Collins. This is sold to Mike Quadrini. No bundles, no discounts. Those are all sticker price. I'm going to go ahead and take this crate. Here's my personal recommendation. If you're slobbering right now, waiting to buy something, just go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take that, that, and that. I'll put it in the crate, and I'll put your name on it. Nobody bid on the Beatles. This is a $145 buy it now, an 83 MoFi copy. $145 on that. What is the details on Miles Davis? It just got another bid, another bid, another bid, another bid. This is a late 80s U.S. reissue. No year is given. EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Okay? Over here, Miles Davis got a bid for $25. Mike Quadrini got Phil Collins. No bundle. Miles Davis 27, Miles Davis 28. Okay? If anybody wants Deicide, $495. Deicide is $495. Buy it now if anybody wants that. I'm going to put that in there. Let me go ahead and put the other titles Laura marked in this same crate. One sweet dream came true today. Came true today. Come on. I know some of y'all want to buy something else in there. Y'all are just foaming at the mouth. Golly. If I could just type this in and hit send, I know Chad will sell it to me. There's something else in there I want. Y'all type it out, then you hit backspace, then you type it out again, then you hit backspace, and then you scratch your head, and then you have to ask your wife, and then you got to ask your husband, and then you type it in, then you hit backspace again. Just go ahead, hit the send button. Do it. Do it. Hit the send button. I know there's something else in there you want. Hit the send button. Send it. Make it happen. Live life. Live, laugh, love. Enjoy vinyl. Hit the send button. Buy now, figure out how to pay later. Do it. Do it. You know you want it. You got to have it. Just hit the send button. That's all you got to do. When you press the button, you'll be like, ah, yes. That's on the way to my house. What a relief. It's on its way to me. It's on its way to me. Yes. Yes. Okay. Rush 2112 details info again. That is long gone. Rush is sold. So here's our current live auction. Here's our current live auction. Miles Davis is at $30 with amenities. Everybody else is out. Now, I'm pretty sure I've never taken offers on any of these titles in this Laura crate. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, and some Paul stuff in here. This has got some great stuff in it. We're going to do best offer on this crate. And this is where you can see some stuff flying out of the bins. Same thing. I got some people scratching their forearms right now going, oh my gosh. He's going to take offers on a Paul and Laura crate. This is a rare opportunity. I'm getting kind of nervous myself. I'm over here. My knees are trembling. Y'all can't see it, but I literally have trembling knees right now because I know what's about to happen. Let me touch my toes. Oh, gosh. That was my right knee. I've been trying to do that since I woke up. Okay, that felt a lot better. The Beatles White Album. A 1976 Japanese. It has all the goodies, Paul says. A near mint minus and pristine copy. Beautiful. 9.8 out of 10. 9.8 out of 10. Starting bid $45. Miles Davis is sold for $30 to amenities. Beatles is a $45 start. And now, let's put up another auction. That next auction is going to come from the bonus crate. We're talking about Black Sabbath Mob Rules. Black Sabbath is a 1981 US OG specialty EX Plus condition. A $35 start for Mob Rules. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. The light is on. Y'all have been green lighted. You're coming in hot. Guns a-blazing. Death. Individual thought patterns. A 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99. The Rockettes. Start over again. Red marble vinyl. Sealed. $27.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. John Mayall Memories. Mayall is a 71 USOG sealed, $34.99. BB and the Blue Shacks Breaking Point. This is sealed, $14.99. The Beatles has bids for $41, $40, $45, $50, and $65. Black Sabbath is a $35 start. You okay back there, Laura? I keep hearing Laura's price gun get slung to the floor. Hope she's not raging price and records back there. We got Jerry Lee Lewis. She still comes around. That's $14.99 in shrink wrap. By the way, she is pricing another crate back there. We'll probably go through it at the conclusion of this one. Deaf Spiritual Healing, 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99 for Death. And Scarlet Riot Invictica. That is sealed for $24.99. Scarlet Riot. Another Death. These are all those back on black pressings that are out of print. Now they're only available through Relapse. 2007 clear of red splatter, $49.99. Also, the Black Crows Amorica. The Black Crows is sealed, $39.99. And we have Queens of Stone Age, like clockwork. Queens of Stone Age is sealed, $34.99. Over here, the Beatles is at 65 of John McPatriot. I have not heard back from Kristen Starrett. And now Black Sabbath's at 35 of Chris Gardner. That's a final call. Death Relapse, 35. Now, there's none in here called Relapse. There is a total of, that was the label that they're being pressed on now. These are the back on black pressings. I have Death Human and Death Individual Thought Patterns. We have these at 49 and 49. Okay, that's the two Death albums that's in there so far. Plus, we need to sell some stuff out of here because my crate has so much in it I can't even flip through these. And then here's Spiritual Healing. Okay, there's the third one, Spiritual Healing, $49.99. Okay, Scott Dwallow wants Human. He said he would do 35 on this. Sell that to Scott Dwallow for $35. Anybody else? That's the other two Death albums. See how easy that was? These are buy it now, best offer. I'm here to sell records, not to show them. We have Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Dig, Lazarus Dig. Nick Cave is $29.99. The White Album's now at $70. Black Sabbath's at $40 with Empty Mat. Let's put up another auction from today's advertised allotment. And this is a Blue Note. Andrew Hill, Joe Henderson, Richard Davis, Roy Haynes, Black Fire. Black Fire is a 77 U.S. stereo reissue with the original company sleeve, EXEX Plus condition. $45 start on that. The Beatles is now at $70 with Kevin Voitosh. John McPatriot's done. Kristen Starrett, you've been outbid again. I'm waiting for offers to roll in on these. Here is Slaughter and the Dogs, Vicious. That is sealed $29.99. And Motorhead, Ace of Spades. That is red vinyl, sealed, $34.99, originally a Record Store Day release. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Mean Old Man. That is sealed, a 2010 OG, $89.99. The Black Crows is sold to Chris Knapp, and that is sold to Chris Knapp for $30. Boom, there it is. Sold to Chris Knapp. Next in here is Gene Vincent. That is a mono reissue sealed copy, $14.99. And Black Crows, again, this time Happiness Bastards. Pretty sure that's their newest album. Sealed $34.99. David Saunders on Motorhead for $24. I'm not even going to look at the sticker. Sold to David Saunders for $24. White Album's now at $75. Kristen Starrett, you've been outbid. Black Sabbath, Michael McDade bid $38. The high bid is $40 with Empty Mat. You actually went backwards. And then Andrew Hill has one bid with Donna for $45. Donna Turner going to once and going to twice. Next is what? Iron Butterfly. Iron Butterfly is sealed, $19.99. That's live, 1967. Color and condition of Individual Thought Patterns. That one was 2007, clear with red splatter. This one's actually open so I can show it to you. Clear with red splatter, $49.99. Now we have another bid on Black Sabbath and another bid on Black Sabbath. And now finally Black Sabbath has a new bid more than 40. We had 40 and then it's been about 5 bids trying to get up to 40. Now we're at 44. Now we had another bid on Motorhead. I've already sold it. The Beatles is up to Kristen Starrett, who just bid, and now Kevin Voitosh has bid again. So now that's at 77. And now we have James Gang passing through. VG $9.99 for James Gang and Jerry Lee Lewis, a white label promo, EX $22.99. These are buy now best offer. Please don't hesitate. I'm a deal maker. I love making deals, like on Taylor Swift. This is sealed, just $27.99. $27.99. Bradley, were you the one who asked about Individual Thought? Sold for $35 to Bradley Smith. The White Album's at $78. I'm making deals on those Death. I'm being a Death dealer right now. See, these are older pressings. Evidently, they're more desirable because they make up more money, or they demand more money. See, Relapse has these in print, and they're very inexpensive through Relapse. But for some reason, these back on black pressings, they got a gatefold jacket. I don't know if it's better mastering, but they demand more money. But at the same time, if somebody just wants a copy, there's weird phenomena that happen with records. If you're not really caring about the possibly mastering the sources and all that, you can sometimes get cheaper copies of certain albums. But if you prefer this label and this mastering, sometimes they demand more money. Same thing with anything, like the Beatles. You can get a new sealed white album for $50, or you can get a UK original top loader, high grade, low number for $1,000. It depends on what you want to get. So sometimes I'm like, well, let's go ahead and sell these Death albums. If somebody wanted to get a Relapse copy, they probably could get one for under $30. But for some reason, these demand more money on Discogs. It must be the mastering. I've said that a bunch since I've been selling these. I actually don't know, but that's the trend I'm seeing. Okay, first thing was Taylor Swift is sold to Chris Frazier for $20. Shane Lando on James Gang for $7. Andrew Hill got a new bid for $48. Black Sabbath got a new bid for $46. Iron Butterfly sold for $18, and Black Sabbath $47. So here's the lineup. Over here, the Beatles White Album. Kristen Starr, $78. Black Sabbath, $47. Andrew Hill, Ray Red, $48. We're in a Buy It Now Best Offer crate with great titles like Iron Butterfly, Heavy, Record Store Day, RTI pressing, sealed, $24.99. The Animals Retro... Excuse me. The Animals Retrospective. This is sealed, a double LP, $39.99. There is a house in New Orleans. Sebastian Bach, Child Within the Man. 2024 black vinyl, Sebastian Bach, $44.99. And this one is Bewitched, Diabolical Desecration. Bewitched is a 2015, $29.99. Over here, the Beatles is sold, and the Beatles is sold to Kristen Starr for $78. Black Sabbath, $47. Empty Mat, Amenities Out, Final Call. Ray Red got Andrew Hill, $48. Nice pickup. That was between him and Donna. New auctions going up right now, but let me go ahead and show Creator. Violent Revolution, 2017 red vinyl with CD, $39.99. And Martyr, this is called Warp Zone. Martyr is $24.99. And Skeletal Remains, Devouring Mortality, 2018 brown gold swirl, $34.99. All right, so who has White Album? Kristen has. Is the White Album numbered and white label? The White Album was, it looks like it's supposed to be numbered, but there's nothing there, and that was on Apple. It was a UK Flag Series number 10. Okay. Let's put up another auction. I've still got Japanese Led Zeppelin, Japanese Eagles, Japanese Howlin' Wolf. I got Jackie McLean. I got Lyle Lovett. I got The. Let me do that one right now. Sorry for whoever's been asking about that. I've been trying to figure out what you're asking for, but I still got a Miles Davis, another Miles Davis, Fugs, Dire Straits, Neil Young, Velvet Underground, Hawkwind, Dwight Yoakam, Don Evans, Pet Shop Boys, and Sex Pistols. Let me grab the Sex Pistols, and we're pulling stuff out of bonus crates, okay? All right, there was a Cheetah Girls. That was best offer. No, it wasn't. That one's $19.99. We have the Dusk. The is a 1993 UK original, never released in the US, never officially reissued. This is the one. A 93 UK original. Here's the stats. Some have sold for as much as $372. This has the original under sleeve, $225 start. Now, I didn't even realize that one was that pricey, but I've only ever had that one other time, I think, and I think it was beat to death. So that's the first time I think I've ever had a nice one. And we have Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. Side 1 is an SRC pressing. Side 2 is a Winchester. Sounds like they use mixed metal work on this. An 88 US VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start. The last bid on Black Sabbath was $47 with Empty Mat. Michael McDade just bid $50. He was still bidding. He hadn't set out, and he just bid $50. Jim Cooper offered $20 for Witch. Sell this to Jim Cooper for $20. Deckelman offer $29 for Creator. Sell this to Deckelman for $29. Black Sabbath 50. We got a request for Hawkwind. Sex Pistols 15, and the has a bid for $225. That's gonna sell. He's done on Black Sabbath. Next thing in here is Slipknot, the Gray Chapter. Slipknot's a 2022 pink vinyl, $24.99. Craig Thomas is looking to get abducted. He wants to be abducted. Wow, I just said abducted. Maybe he wants to be abducted too. He wants to be adopted, so somebody will buy him the record. That's also hard for me to say. The record. The record. The record. I have a quick buy it now. $15 for this Kiss poster because it's laying over here in my way. This came with a magazine. It will be folded up and shipped to you. Kiss poster, $15. Who wants it? Ah, freak out. La sheep, la freak out. Freak out. Now, how was this thing folded? They've had this unfolded over here on my table, I think as a hint for Chad, please sell this thing. I'm trying. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay, it looks like there's a crease here. Maybe this is why they left it unfolded. Yeah, this one's tough. I don't know how this thing was folded. Maybe right here. Yep, there, and there. Hope no one asks to see that again because I'm not unfolding it. Now, if you want it, it's a mystery Kiss poster for $15. All right, back up to the top. We're about to sell Black Sabbath, the Michael McDade for $50. Sex Pistols 15. The $225. Sex Pistols 17, Sex Pistols 15. Sex Pistols 18, Sex Pistols 20. Sex Pistols 15, Sex Pistols 22. Sex Pistols 22, Sex Pistols 20. John LeBady on Slipknot. Sex Pistols 21. What is the title? Dusk. Sex Pistols 25. We have Sex Pistols out. Slipknot already had a bid. Kiss $10. Sold to Doug Reeder. All right, I'm going to take this and the sold 45s in here on the table. All right, we got our first stack of miscellaneous sold for tonight. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so this is sold. Let's get back on track here. All right, Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath, Michael McDade, $50. Donna, I think the first Cheetah Girls movie soundtrack is much, much more desire than that second Cheetah Girls movie. Now, don't hold me to that. I'm not a Cheetah Girls expert, but I think the first Cheetah Girls soundtrack movie is exponentially more desirable than the second Cheetah Girls movie. I've never watched a Cheetah Girls movie. The Dusk. Let's go over this again, because since I've told that bid, there's only been 3 questions about it, maybe 7. This is a 1993 UK original pressing. This was never released in the United States, and it's never been reissued. It is near mint minus with the original on her sleeve. So let me give this in layman's terms. This is rare, highly desirable, extremely nice, and you will want to own it. You will want to own it. This is something that you will want to own. The high bid is $225. Thomas Hujar, if I was you, I would go ahead and slap down $275. Sex Pistols. This is a 1988 U.S. reissue. VG Plus. Side 1 is SRC stampers. Side 2 is Winchester stampers. The high bid is $28. The has a bid for $230. I think we're all clear. We're all on the same page. And now I'm putting up another auction. And this is a birthday celebration. Ozzy Osbourne, John Michael, Diary of a Madman is an 81 U.S. Terre Haute original. The original jet label. Lyric inner sleeve is included. Strong VG, according to Seth, may be a VG plus if you don't put your glasses on. A $30 start. Covers VG because of ring wear. $30 start on that one. The's at $230. Sex Pistols is at $29. The very first bidder on the was Kevin Johnson, and you've been outbid. He's back in at $235. Happy birthday, Ozzy. Rest in peace. Right now, we're going through a buy it now or best offer crate. And so far, it's been a good one. We've sold a lot out of here, but there's more coming. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death. Sealed 2021, $39.99. Gatefold double LP clear vinyl. Halloween, Rabbit Don't Come Easy. Special edition, numbered 80 of 100 on white vinyl. 2015, numbered on white vinyl, $54.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The's at $240. Ozzy's at $35. Sex Pistols is at $30. Slipknot, the end so far. The end for now. Clear vinyl, sealed, $29.99. And Laura has delivered yet another new crate of new arrivals. We'll be hitting those next, as soon as we're done going through this one thoroughly, because these have never been offered best offer. This is Santinka, 2015 thrash, death metal, black metal, $19.99. That is Satan, like Satin, Satan, and then Ika, IKA. Halloween, $45. Victor Guerra, sold. Black Label Society, $34. Cameron Koning, sold. Update on the $245. Update on Sex Pistols, $31. Chris Knapp, you're out. Update on Ozzy, $35. Chris Knapp, you're out. John LeBady offered $24 for Slipknot, sold. Jay Nutra has threw a challenge flag. Jay Nutra has threw a challenge flag. Jay Nutra has threw a challenge flag. We're going to see what he is challenging. Pantera, vulgar display of power. Pantera is sealed, $54.99. I offered Black Label Society first. You did, $29. That means if you want it, it will be $34. You have dibs. Totally up to you. Jay Nutra, $34 if you want it. Speaking of Black Sabbath, it's that time of the year where Spotify, Amazon Music, and who I use, Apple Music, sends me my top listen to songs, albums, and artists. I'm sure a lot of y'all look forward to that. I do. Of course, there's no telling how much time I spend listening to vinyl, but here in the store, just over our loudspeakers, how much music we listen to, how much music I listen to driving, and then, of course, at the gym. So I've got some interesting stats here to share with y'all now that I've seen Pantera. Every year I have like a new artist that I've kind of got into, and Pantera was definitely this year's. So we had the at $250, Sex Pistols at $33. We have Pantera, Danzig, $40, sold. Jay Nutra is passing on Black Label Society. So he threw the red flag and he declined he won the review, but then he declined it. So actually tag this, in fact, to Cameron Koning at $34. Okay? The is at $250 with Ray Red. The Sex Pistols is at $35 of ST, and Ozzy's at $37. Cryptic Slaughter, Convicted. Cryptic Slaughter is Black Ice with Splatter, limited to 1,000, $24.99. And Blink-182, One More Time, Part 2. That's on red vinyl, $24.99. My top listened to artist of 2025. Could you believe it? Led Zeppelin, The Beatles, Rush, Metallica, and Pink Floyd. And that's pretty much the same as it was last year. I listened to 1,012. Zeppelin, Beatles, Rush, Metallica, Pink Floyd. I'm not surprised whatsoever. Over here, CS for $20. Cryptic Slaughter, sell that to Victor Guerra. And then here is probably the biggest surprise. So here's my artist of the year, because here's my most listened to individual songs that got the most plays. Pantera, A New Level, Pantera, Shredding Skin, Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, and Pantera, I'm Broken. And then there's one outlier, Gojira, which is that song they played for the Olympics. And that's all gym music right there. That's all pumping iron, walking, running. That's my gym music. So that's why those got the most plays. Those got the most plays. And then my top albums, And Justice for All, Alive, Madman Across the Water, and Fear Inoculum. And y'all know what that is? That's a box fan. That's where I listen to that in hotels when I'm traveling. So I put my box fan on repeat. So I listened to box fan noise for 635 minutes while I was sleeping. That's my box fan. So that got ranked #1 in albums. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Thought that'd be fun to share. All right. The 260 Pantera, $42. I've already sold that for $40. And Blink-182 is sold to John LeBeatty for $22. Great stuff in here for best offer. Gojira, Terra Incognita. Gojira is sealed, $34.99. Gojira, $34.99. They was on my most played. That song they did at the Olympics. That's an awesome song, man. That's a great, like, if you're about to go lift, you put that on. It's like the most craziest riff I've ever heard. And then we have over here, this is Dripping Decay, Ripping Remains. Dripping Decay is $14.99. Okay, so big auction over here for the Ray Reds at $260. Now it's at $265. The Sex Pistols was done. The Sex Pistols is sold to ST for $35. And then over here is Ozzy. Ozzy is officially sold to Chris Knapp for $37. Chris Knapp for $37. I wish, that's through Apple Music. I use Apple Music. I wish I had everything I've listened to on vinyl. Man, it'd probably still be the same order. I've probably listened on vinyl the same amount. Probably Zeppelin, Beatles, Rush. That's probably the same. Now, so Pantera was my new band this year. Last year, my top songs were all Tool. Last year is when I really got into Tool. Like my top 5 songs was all Tool stuff. It was like Tool, 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 Tool. Okay. We have Gojira, Bradley Smith, $27. Bradley Smith gets Gojira for $27. Amenity said he bid $45 on Ozzy. Amenity said he bid $45 on Ozzy, and he did. Amenities has Ozzy at $45. Chris Knapp then bid $37. That was the next bid, so those were out of order. So Chris Knapp, you bid $37 after he bid $45. You are outbid on Ozzy. Amenities has this for $45. Okay? Now, we've got a lot of red flags because I'm trying to talk and show my Apple playlist instead of showing records. So I'm going to lock my phone and put it away. This is like a kid getting distracted. We sold Gojira for $27. And then over here, we have the following. We have Dripping for $11. And then somebody put G-O. John Howard put Go. Okay, and then we had Dripping for $11. So this was marked $14.99. And I think the first offer was Victor Guerra for $11, and he gets it. Okay? Now, let me know, Chris Knapp, if you want Aussie for more than $45. The's at $270. And then Anyone's Daughter, Adonitis, $19.99 for Symphonic Rock. Geo could be Gorgira. I'm also making a lot of mistakes because comments are way out of order. So what's happening as usual, because people's delays and lags, somebody will go ahead and bump an auction by $15, and then bids will literally come in less and less and less and less. I think they're the high bids because people keep bidding, and then sure enough, somebody's sitting over here at a much higher bid. So that's also messed me up several times tonight. Or somebody's made an offer, and then somebody's made a lesser offer, and a lesser offer. And then this person up here is like, what the heck, Chad? I offered more 10 minutes ago. So it's because of the way the comments fall in the chat. If I don't scroll all the way up, or if I'm not remembering over here short-term memory, then I can really make a mistake. Amenities does get Aussie for $45. Let's put up some new auction. Don't worry, my phone is locked and put away now. We won't be showing that again. I can get very distracted over here. You know, sometimes I just want to talk to y'all. Sometimes I just want to stand here and talk to y'all all night instead of selling you records. And some people's like, yeah, we're not here for that, Chad. We're here to add to our collection. The's at $270 with Ray Red. Kevin Johnson, you've been outbid. Over here, Arion, Universal Migrator, Part 1, the Dream Sequencer. A 2012 German, $119.99. $119.99. The has a new bid for $275. Next auction is Miles Davis ESP. Miles Davis ESP. Extra, we have an 80s US. Once again, all these Miles Davis tonight so far have been super clean 80s pressings. Now in the 80s, when Columbia was making these, they didn't really distinguish what year by any clues in the matrix. So all we know is it's an 80s pressing. $25 start on that. Okay? Next thing over here, Gorgira. So Gorgira, first on my feed, was Bradley Smith put 27 and I took his offer. Then John Howard put GO. Now, if that's true, he was claiming Gorgira at sticker price. John Howard never did say if that's what he was doing, but it's too late. I've already told Bradley he could have it for 27, and he was in fact first. And then Drip and Decay sold for 11. And then I think somebody offered 10, so there was a lesser offer second. The first person was Victor Guerra for 11, then Michael McDade for 10. So that's what happened. And then we sold Aussie for 45 to Amenities. And then we got Everything to Everyone by Bjorn Reese. A prog album from Norway, $19.99 on that. And we have over here, Urn, URN, thrash black metal, $17.99. Arion is not sealed, and it's not on purple vinyl. This is black vinyl, a 2 LP, original inner sleeve, $119.99. Jim B is calculating right now, could he make a profit on that record? He'll let me know in about 5 seconds whether he makes an offer or passes on it. The is at $280 with Ray Red. So John Howard was going to buy Gorgira at sticker price because that was already $20 below retail. Bradley Smith ended up getting it at half off. A sealed Gorgira record at half off. That's the kind of deals that are happening right now in this crate. Urn is sold to Michael McDade for $15. Miles Davis has one bid for $25, final call. Scott Arnold, you were second on Urn, and your offer was for less. Gorilla's Demon Days, sealed $34.99 for Gorilla's Demon Days. Now Miles Davis has a new bid for $28. Now we're going to pull something from the bonus crate, and that is Priest, Judas Priest, live, a 1987 USOG. Oh my gosh, here we go with Seth. Looks like a Carrollton press. This is why we're literally making a t-shirt that says, Seth, you're fired. Coming soon to Collectco. This is near mint minus a $30 start. $30 start. I just like the fact that y'all will be wearing these shirts in public like I do, and hopefully somebody comes up to you and like, why does your shirt say, Seth, you're fired? And then that way y'all can tell them about Collectco and all the great things we do here. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. What's scary about Seth being the could be, might be, is he's a pharmacist. So I hope when he's not putting pills into bottles, he's like, well, this could be a Quaalude. It might be a Tylenol. This could be a high blood pressure pill. It might be a Cialis. Who knows? Over here we got the. This guy's literally loading pill bottles for his job, and he's like, well, this could be a, you know. So over here, Ray Red, you got the for $280. I told Thomas Hujar about 20 minutes ago, I said, Thomas, if you go ahead and bid $275, you might win the auction. Right now, it's at $280 with Ray Red. Miles Davis has got a bid for $28. Miles Davis got a bid for $30. Miles Davis got a bid for $35. Earn got another bid for $12. I've already sold it for $15. Jim B offered $60 for Arion. I'm going to pretend he didn't even say that. Judas Priest $30. Judas Priest $30. And then we got an offer for Gorillas for $25. Cameron, I'll do $30. If I had to order these new, I think they're like $49 or $46.99. So if that at $30 would be a great price. Gorillas for $30 to Cameron. Priest $35. Priest $37. Priest $30. It's already at $37. Cameron, your bid came in late. Next thing is this. The already sell. It's at $280. Now it's at $300, and now we have another offer on Gorillas for $28. So right now, we have a question about Miles Davis too. This is OG. This is OG. It just got a new bid for $300. Ray Red thought he was in the Cleed. In the Cleed. I was reading Quaalude. Seth accidentally putting Quaaludes in pill bottles instead of Cialis. Somebody's going to be in for a big problem at some point. The is at $300 with Jason Fornerat. Okay? $300 with Jason Fornerat. New bid. Ray Red is out. Judas Priest is at $40. Cameron gets Gorillas for $30. And right here, Miles Davis. All we can know is it's an 80s pressing. All we know is this is an 80s pressing. It's a Columbia 80s pressing EX Plus. And the high bid on it, Miles Davis, is the following. Donna Turner at $35. Donna Turner at $35. That's where we're at. Okay? Now, right here is a 2012 German press of Arion. Now, Jim B offered $60 for this. It's marked $120. The reason he offered $60 is because it's worth $120. $119.99 to be exact. So that's why he offered $60. He would love to put this on Discogs for $200, their best offer. You can buy it right now if you need it and you want it for $119.99. That's a hard pass, Jim B, at $60. Spinal Tap Remastered. Seal, $24.99. The has a new bid for $310 and now $350. Now Judas Priest is at $50. What is the Miles Davis? Info on Miles Davis. This is an 80s pressing, no year given. When you get into Columbia jazz reissues, they pretty much made them in the 80s with very little information. To be exact, I'll read you the exact language Paul has on the back. 80s US reissue, near mint minus. 80s US reissue, near mint minus. Now, Donna has had that Donna has had that for 5 minutes, and there's been 7 questions about it. Donna would really love me to sell this to her for $35. But Donna, there's only been 7 questions. I'm going to make sure nobody else wants to bid, and then I'm going to sell it to you. There are some people calculating, they're researching, they're looking on their shelf, they're trying to feed their gerbils so they can run back to the keyboard. It's a final call to Donna. We got to make sure the people who asked about it do not want to place a bid. They're cracking their knuckles. They're trying to get back to their keyboard. They're about to make a decision. Judas Priest is at 52. Another Arion. Jim B just fell out of his recliner. This one's called The Source. It is $49.99. The Source. Spinal Tap. We have an offer and we have a claim. Victor Guerra, if you want this, it will be $24.99. If you pass, it's sold to Michael Snared. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, sold to Donna Turner for $35. Sold to Donna Turner for $35. Next. Amenities on SEM. I'm not for sure what that's for, but I do have Thomas Clark buying both Arion records. Thomas Clark says, give me both of them. Sold. Fred Carnell was next. The is at $355. Judas Priest is with Sean Miller at 55, now 58. Spinal Tap is sold to Michael Snared, gone. This is Skeleton. Death Metal, Black Metal, $14.99. And Motion City Soundtrack, I Am Movie, $29.99. I have another Miles Davis. We got some serious jazz buyers on tonight. Now, these have all been reissues. I have not had a single OG Miles Davis tonight. Now, that's what a lot of people's wanting to hear. They're wanting me to say, this is an OG first pressing mono mint condition Miles Davis. That's something I rarely say. If I do say OG, I'm like, this is G+. It looks like it's got ran over by a steam-powered tractor. However, I call this one Kilimanjaro because I never know how to say this. This is Miles Davis, a 2002. Columbia used that label throughout the 90s and 2000s when they were still making vinyl. EX, a $20 start. Okay? Now we have a question that says the white question mark. Is that an auction request? Is that for something in this crate? I'm not really for sure. Skeleton, $10, Victor Guerra. Sell this to Victor Guerra for $10. Judas has a new bid for $62, now $65. Miles Davis has a bid for $20, another bid for $20, and the is with Jason Fornerat for $375. Mr. David Ray-Red, it's up to you. Atheist, Unquestionable Presence, $29.99 for Atheist, and Motion City Soundtrack, Even If It Kills Me, $19.99. Wow, that was a fun and busy crate. A lot of activity has happened since we started this crate. If you could recap it, it would take you about a half hour in paragraph format. Let's read through these again. Judas 67, Miles Davis 24. There's a whole nother crate from Laura, never shown before. This next read through is going to be fast and furious, kind of like Vin Diesel. Fast and furious. I saw him with an autograph hunter the other day. These guys that go out and hunt autographs, they finally tracked down Vin Diesel. I didn't realize this, but he really don't get out much, and evidently he don't sign much. And man, he got out. He's really nice. They were trying to get him to sign those plastic things for Funkos, and he didn't even really know what they were. The has a new bid, $385. Jason, you've been outbid. Judas Priest, $68, and Miles Davis, $27. The Rockats, start over again. The Rockats, red vinyl, sealed, $27.99. John Mayall, sealed OG, $34.99. BB and the Blue Shacks, sealed, $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, $14.99, shrink wrapped. Scarlet Riot, sealed, $24.99. Queens of Stone Age, sealed, $34.99. Death, Spiritual Healing, $49.99. Nick Cave, Dig Lazarus Dig, $29.99. Slaughter and the Dogs Vicious, $29.99, sealed. Jerry Lee Lewis, sealed, $89.99. Gene Vincent, sealed, $14.99. Black Crowes, Happiness Bastards, sealed, $34.99. Jerry Lee Lewis White Label Promo, EX, $22.99. The $395. Judas Priest, $70. Miles Davis is with Sully at $27, going once, going twice. Fred Carnell on Rock for $20. Rock for $20. Rock for $20. Rockats sold to Fred Carnell for $20. Iron Butterfly Heavy, sealed, $24.99. The Animals Retrospective, great 2LP compilation, $79.99. Judas Priest 70, Judas Priest 71. Over here, we got Sebastian Bach, sealed, $44.99. Martyr, Warp Zone, $24.99. These are all best offer. Skeletal Remains, Devouring Mortality, $34.99. This one was Santika, $19.99. Miles Davis is in EX condition. Anyone's Daughter, Adonis, Adonis, A-D-O-N-I-S. Symphonic Prague, $19.99. Bjorn Reese, Everything to Everyone, Prague from Norway, $19.99. Motion City Soundtrack, $29.99. Atheist, $29.99. And Motion City Soundtrack, $19.99. So, Ray Red, it's up to you again on the. It's at $395. Judas is at $72. Miles Davis, $30, and now $31. Donna, you were outbid by Sully. Over here, we have a new crate coming up right now. Miles Davis, $32. Santika, which was this one right here. I'm glad you're buying it so I don't have to try to say it again. $15 on that, and Judas Priest is still getting bid, $75.78. All righty. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Ray Red's like, I wish you would have sold that back whenever the other person went out. It probably had about 30 seconds left when Jason Forderite entered the chat. He hopped on just to buy this record, it sounds like. I have to go get a bottle of water after all that. It's time to play the game. It's time to play the game. Whew. Joe Delgado put BB10. BB10. I'm used to seeing David Hoy bid on jazz records. Not something I see him normally bid on. Ray Red bidding on the. Usually he's more of a jazz guy. Unless I'm missing some kind of connection. And I didn't know that was a connection between those. Okay. One sweet dream came true. All right, today. Abbey Road, anybody? Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-dun-dun-dun. And I say, it's all right. All right, here we go. Sold the Jason Fornerat, $395. Done. Priest, sold Michael McDade, $78. Miles Davis sold to Donna, $35. New crate. Board is cleared. Here we go. New stuff coming up right now. Great pulls from the bonus crate tonight, too. Evidently, several things that people's been looking for. Let me send one message here. Got to check on something. All right. One second. All right, here we go. Next auction is the following. Hawkwind and Dwight Yoakam. Hawkwind is Quark Strangeness and Charm. Hawkwind is a 1977 U.S. OG Jacksonville, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Hawkwind, Quark Strangeness and Charm, $25 start. Next is Dwight Yoakam, guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. An 86 US OG Club sealed, a $35 start. Dwight Yoakam, guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. $35 start. These are all pre-owned new arrivals, sticker price. Should be a great deal here for somebody on a Smashing Pumpkins box. Melancholy, $89.99. The 2012 reissue, 4 LPs, all super clean. Has a little bit of damage on the back of the box. Smashing Pumpkins is $89.99. Hawkwind has a bid for $25 with Robert Warner. Dwight Yoakam, $35 with Doug Reeder. Next is Toxic Holocaust, an overdose of death. $29.99 for Toxic Holocaust, an overdose of death. And this is Denner Sherman, Masters of Evil, $19.99. Also, we have Morbid Angel, Kingdoms Disdained. This is $19.99, okay? Over here, we have Sebastian Bach, $34, Levi Hilton from the last crate. Let's pull that for Levi Hilton. Sebastian Bach sold $34. All right, that's pulled from this last crate. Consider it done. Let's pull this one right here. Let's pull something else from the other crate. The other crate has the following. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath is a late 70s Warner Brothers label, so it is a reissue. Ozzy, Technical Ecstasy, inner sleeve, a $30 start. First thing in here was Hawkwind 25, Dwight Yoakam 35, Dwight Yoakam 36. Deckerman on D for Denner Sherman. Denner, and then Ivan, and then Hiram. And then Deckerman, you're not going to want Morbid Angel. I know you don't like seam splits. This has a seam crackle all the way across the top, probably about 2 inches. Morbid Angel. So if you still want it, let me know. And the next person is Bradley Smith, okay? I want to let y'all know, you and Bradley, that has a seam split. These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. Over here, we have that other band. This is Heilung Futha, $29.99. Sold to Stephen Parton before I could put it back in the crate. Black Sabbath has a bid for $30. Dwight Yoakam, $37. And Hawk Wind has one bid with Robert Warner for $25. Lucas, second. We got two people on the Heilung albums tonight, Stephen and Lucas. I don't know if Lucas got the first one, but I know Stephen for sure has got the last two. All right, pass on Morbid because of the seam split. Yeah, I try to let y'all know, these modern records, this occurrence is very common. It's very common. And if you ever get a record, make sure you take it out of the jacket. I know literally the purpose of an album jacket is to store an album, LP. But honestly, if you care about the vinyl and the jacket, I would never put it back inside of the jacket. Because it will somehow, especially these new records, if you move them up and down or you have to transport them, they'll split. If you ever have to move, like house to house or move your collection, I would take every record out of every jacket and put it behind the cover. You're going to end up with some kind of split, especially with these new 180-gram records that have a razor sharp corner. It's literally like a blade inside of these. Blood Feast, The Future State of the Wicked. Blood Feast is $19.99. And Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass. Wow, that is a long time ago from Colectco. That's when we used to hand number everything. Look at that. Sturgill Simpson, $24.99. Cutting Grass. Destructor, Sonic Bullet. Destructor is a 2019, $19.99. All right, so first thing is Hawkwind did not get another bid. So this is sold to Robert Warner for $25. Thank you, Robert. That is sold to you. Robert Warner gets that, $25. Next thing over here is Dwight Yoakam. Johnny Hancock at $38. Doug Reeder, it's up to you. And once again, Black Sabbath is at $38 with amenities. The first bidder, John McPatriot's done. And that's a final call. Let's go back to the advertised auction crate. And so let's see what's going on over here with our next jazz record. And that is Jackie McLean, Destination. I bet it's going to be a Liberty. Yep, it's a blue label, 75 US stereo, Van Gelder in dead wax. It does have the company sleeve, clip corner. Jackie McLean, $35 star. That's now up for bid. Awesome crate so far. I can't believe Smashing Pumpkins is still available. Sturgill Simpson's a great album. This is All Around You, first track there, great one. So Sturgill is, I guess he falls under the large category of country, but I've put him into that, Americana group. Very good stuff. Americana on that one. Over here, we have Hazel, Thor. This is $24.99. And Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is splatter vinyl, $34.99. Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass is $24.99. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Mojo. Sealed on red vinyl, $34.99. Tonight is not metal night. This is Wednesday. It's actually jazz night, if you can believe that. Johnny Hancock at $38 on the Dwight Yoakam. That's sold to him for $38. Sold to Johnny Hancock, $38. He also got Smashing Pumpkins. Sean Miller on Anthrax. And Michael McDade on Hazel, which is right here. These are all sold. Black Sabbath is sold for $38. And this is sold to amenities for $38. Jim B, don't even go there. Don't even go there. Jim B's really trying to press my buttons tonight. He is trying his best. I'm gonna make an amendment. We never have any kind of theme night ever. Ever. There's no more theme nights ever. No theme night ever for anything. We can absolutely probably try our best to keep the absolute most balanced show ever, and it's still not going to appear that way. It's just impossible. No more theme nights. That's a thing of a past. Anything goes. I think we've literally covered every genre tonight. Over here, we have Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. This is a 1992 UK import. The only OG pressing of this album. This was it, a 1992 UK, Lyle Lovett, a $95 start. Okay, next thing over here is the following. Tom Petty 28. These are all sticker price. Tom Petty is sealed on red vinyl, $34.99. Okay, there's that. And then over here, we have Headcat, Lemmy Kilmister, Slim Jim Phantom, Danny B. Harvey, Dreamcatcher, $24.99. Jackie McLean does not have a bid yet. Final call, $35 start. If somebody has bid, I hadn't seen them. These are sticker price. The Smashing Pumpkins was Melancholy. The 2012 4LP, of course. It's got a little bit of damage down here. $89.99. $89.99. Next is Jerry Lee Lewis, Youngblood. 2023 Music on Vinyl Press, $22.99. Okay? Chad, I have albums still in shrink. Should I add outer sleeves so I can take the records out of the original sleeve and put them in outer sleeves but keep shrink wrap on? Yes. If you got an album shrink wrapped, put it in an outer sleeve, take the disc out, put it behind the album jacket. Okay? Next is Crysics. This is thrash red vinyl with 3D glasses for a 3D cover. Boy, I kind of want to try this out. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, now I'm going to put them on. Whoa! Now I'm looking at it in stereo. Moving in stereo. Wow, I'm getting dizzy. It's kind of like when he looked at National Treasure. You know, when he finally looked at the treasure map on the back. Y'all going to watch the rest of the show like this. Crysics, it's $24.99 with 3D glasses. With 3D glasses. We also have Baroness, $29.99 for Baroness. And one more, Tasty Little Bastards, Nuns and Roaches, Black Label Society, sealed, $19.99. Jackie McLean Destination is a 75 US reissue stereo, Van Gelder and Dead Wax with accompanying sleeve EX. Next auction from the bonus crate. Uh-oh, the bonus crate. What could we possibly have except Metal Hearts? Except Metal Hearts is an 85 USOG Pittman Lyric Inner Sleeve EX Plus, a $25 start on Accept. Okay, next thing over here is this. Pergy 33 got Smashing Pumpkins. Sold to Pergy 33 on Twitch. Black Label Society, $15. These are, in fact, sticker price, no more, no less. Scott, Black Label Society is $19.99. You're first. If not, two other people says they want it. Jackie McLean has a bid for $35. Garrett, I'm about to sell it to David unless you want to bid. Baroness has an offer. These are, in fact, sticker price. Now Jackie McLean's at $36. Now Accept has a bid for $25. Sturgill Simpson, this is volume 2 to Cutting Grass. Blue vinyl, $19.99. Testament, Demonic. Testament's on white vinyl for $24.99. Nobody bid on Lyle Lovett. This is a $95 buy it now. Jackie McLean, this is at 36, now 38. Garrett's done. Accept has one bid for $25. So Fred Cardinal, you missed Hawkwind. I put it up thinking you were on, and then I lost you. Also, let me know if you want Baroness at sticker price, which was $29.99. He said he'll take it. So that means Scott Dwallow gets Black Label Society. Hold on, I need to start a new crate. This one, Smashing Pumpkins, has smash full this crate. So let me start a new crate here. Holy moly. All right, there's that. Filled up a lot of crates tonight. Finally, a night where we had a lot of new vinyl, and we sold most of it. So first thing is this. We have Black Label Society. That is sold right now to Scott Dwallow. John LeBeatty was second. Scott Dwallow also beat you to Testament. And Sturgill Simpson is in fact sold to, I messed up. Scott Dwallow in fact got Black Label Society. Testament also sold to Scott Dwallow, and Baroness is sold to Fred Cardinale, not Sturgill Simpson. Jackie McLean is sold to David Hoy, Ray Red 73 for $38. Accept has one bid with Michael McDade for $25 final call. Destroyer 666, Call of the Wild, $17.99. I'm going to put up another auction right now. All right. Next thing is the following. Dire Straits on every street. Dire Straits is a 1991 USOG. Now, this one doesn't come through too often as an OG. Honestly, I don't see it too often at all. Original under sleeve, EX Plus condition. Dire Straits is a $45 start. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say, which Hawkwind was it? It was Quark Strangeness and Charm. Sturgill Simpson, 1999. Over here, we have Matterhorn Crass Cleaning. That one was 1999. And then, oh my gosh, there it is. Holy moly, $29.99. Stephen Parton was first. I didn't even have to tell you what it was. Dire Straits is at $50. Lucas was second. I'm going to make a note to see if there are catalogs in print, okay? I'll order some of those for Lucas and anybody else that may want some. And then we have Saboteur, $19.99, and that's Vicious Circle. Accept is sold to Michael McDade, and that's sold to him for $25. Lucas, he's got the edge on you on Twitch. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, if you're trying to get quick claims, Twitch is going to have the edge. So if you got somebody you're battling on Twitch for click claims, you might want to think about starting a Twitch account. They have the edge over there. Now, if you're bidding on stuff, it doesn't really matter. But quick claims, Twitch is king, okay? I'm going to break the news to everybody right now. It has the lowest latency of any platform. So if you're trying to quick claim stuff, Twitch. Now, does Stephen Parton want me to tell that to anybody? No, he doesn't. Stephen Parton's like, oh my gosh, Shad, what have you done to my advantage? Next auction is Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is an 88 USOG, VG++, $20 start. This is Quiet Riot, now up for bid. Over here, we have Blink-182, One More Time, Part 2. Blink-182 is sealed on blue vinyl, $29.99. So right now, we have 288 people watching, okay? 288 people watching. Those are divided among 4 platforms right now: Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. So 288 viewers divided among those 4. Very few people's on X. I don't know if anybody is right now. Is anybody at all watching on X? Okay, I don't think anybody's watching on X. Twitch is built for streaming. Okay, Twitch is a company built for streaming, so they have the lowest latency. I think they have the servers, they have the technology, they have the databases. They are built for streaming. Okay, Facebook is good. I would say they're third, though, and I would say YouTube is next. Okay? So YouTube is also a video company, but they're not really known for doing live and streaming. So I think it's just based purely on the fact that Twitch is literally a streaming company. They've got all the bits and bots and the dings and the dangs and the bits and the booms, and you know, you get what I'm saying. Are y'all feeling what I'm laying me down? Sully wanted the other Sturgill Simpson. That's a good one. Oh, Sarah, here we go again. That's a good one. All right, there's that. Sully. Okay, here we go. So Dire Straits over here. Travis has it for 50. Brent Robley, you're out. And Quiet Right is at 20 with Cameron Koenig. $20. Maybe we should call in bids. Yeah, we could be like Sotheby's and have like phone bidders. I could have Seth take y'all's calls, but then y'all would hate them even more than I do. You would fire Seth when he messed up your phone bids. Okay. Here we go. Now, this is what's left. These are new arrivals that Laura has marked. Sticker price. We're going to go through them one more time. We have a red flag with Sean Miller. Oh, gosh. Here we go. First is Toxic Holocaust, an overdose of death. An overdose of death. That means you've died and then you overdosed on it. $29.99. So Sean Miller said he bid 50 on Dire Straits first. That was his red flag. That's now void, and now the high bid's $65 with Travis. The high bid's now $65. Quiet Riot is about to sell to Cameron for just $20. Okay? Next thing. We have Morbid Angel, $19.99. This has a seam split at the top, though. Morbid Angel, $19.99. Kingdom's Disdain, there is a split. $19.99 on that one. Okay? I've already seen new Twitch handles. Everybody immediately went over to Twitch and set up new accounts. I should have had like a referral thing. Okay, there's Morbid Angel. Next thing is Blood Feast, the future state of the wicked. Blood Feast is $19.99. And Destructor, Sonic Bullet. Destructor, 2019 Thrash Speed Metal, $19.99 on Destructor. And Tom Petty. Now, somebody made an offer earlier, and I'm assuming they're passing at original sticker price, which is still cheaper than what it would be new. The thing about Laura crates, especially on new stuff, it's already discounted in my eyes. Now, y'all may not feel that way, but if you know what these cost new wholesale and what the original list price are, some of these new sealed records are already on sale. That's why her crates get obliterated when she's pricing this pre-owned sealed stuff. It is new vinyl on sale. That's why I'm like, these are sticker price. Even though some of the stuff in here is pre-owned, it's still at like great prices. There are no Record Store Day Black Friday available to order. The only way we're going to get those is if they come in with a collection. That's the only way we can get those. That's the only way we can get those, okay? Dire Straits is at 90. Quiet Riot has a new bid for 22. Cameron, you're outbid on Quiet Riot. Travis has Dire Straits for 90. Headcat. Headcat has Lemmy from Motorhead and Slim Jim Phantom from the Stray Cats. $24.99 on that. Jerry Lee Lewis, Youngblood. Gold vinyl, $22.99. Next, whoops, my 3D glasses almost got hung up. There's the 3D glasses that go with Crysix. Crysix is $24.99. $24.99. Are you able to order a copy of the last Record Store Day Black Label Society album? No. None of those. I can only get a handful of Black Label Society. I will get them all ordered this week. They might be in by Friday. But if there's anything that is RSD, I can get a few. If they're like a year old, 2 years old, and they still have overstock, they eventually let me have them. But no, to answer your question, anything, that one we just had, the Little Bastards or whatever, the Cockroaches album, whatever that was, that has never been available for me to order. John LaBeatty gets Tom Petty. Christina Curtis on Jerry Lee Lewis. Let me see if I can find it. This one right here. This is record store day only. I have never been able to order this. The only way I can get this is if we get it in with a collection. So you either have to wait for me to get it or you need to go to eBay or Discogs. Now, do I ever recommend anybody going to eBay or Discogs? No. I would just say hopefully we get another one in a collection soon. Could be next week, could be next year. Destroyer 666 Call of the Wild, $17.99. This one was called Matterhorn. That one was $19.99. Quiet Ride is sold to John LeBeatty for $22. Dire Straits is sold to Travis Woods for $90. And let's put up some new auctions. Here's Dire Straits, and this sold to Travis Woods for $90. New auctions coming right now. Let's put this right here. Okay. Next is this. Blink-182 sealed blue vinyl, $29.99. And Saboteur Vicious Circle, $19.99. Info on FX. Info on FX. To my knowledge, nothing in here called FX. Press and color on Tom Petty, already sold. Picture already sold. I see like 5 new people who have already went and created Twitch accounts ever since I said it's faster over there. And before long, well, there's going to be like 20 people watching on Facebook, and there's going to be nobody on Facebook, and everybody's going to be on Twitch and YouTube. I knew it would happen eventually. When I first started streaming on YouTube, I was like, wow, everybody's going to leave Facebook and start watching on YouTube. And then everybody has slowly left Facebook and YouTube, and it's eventually going to be all over on Twitch. Fugs. Fugs is a 1974 US, mostly sealed, $15 start. Kelly gets Blink-182, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Next auction is a Japanese pressing, and we had this one earlier tonight. This was Howlin' Wolf. No, this is a different one. Howlin' Wolf is a 1976 mono Japanese compilation. It does have really bad ding over here. A really bad ding over here, $25 star. Seth, you're fired. Wow, what a Twitch handle. Seth, you're fired. I wonder who that is. Some people's like, listen, I'm never leaving Facebook. I was born and raised here. I'm a Facebook collector till the day I die. Japanese Eagles has not sold, but here's Japanese Howlin' Wolf. It does have a ding-dang on the cover. And let's go through another crate. So here's the status at 10 o'clock Central Time, a Wednesday night at Colecco. This has actually been a night of jazz and blues. Laura's marked a lot of different stuff. She did mark quite a bit of metal. No John today, so no vintage new crates. We're about to go through some older vintage crates probably. Paul was normally here pricing stuff today, but he, in fact, went on a buying trip. And him and Tyler came back just moments ago, well, actually about 7 o'clock ago, and the records must be really good because Paul left a note over here. Please, for the love of all things good and holy, nobody please go through this collection because these are really rare, highly desirable, and sought after, and I must go through them first to pick out whatever I want to keep for my personal collection. Now, did Paul really write that on this piece of paper? No. He did actually write, please don't go through this collection until I've sorted it, which is exactly what he meant to say. Everything in here is really rare and highly desirable, and I want to go through it before anybody else. So that means tonight after the sale, I'm going to go through this crate. I'm also going to go back there and see what he's also weaseled. Earlier, Paul went back there. He already weaseled out about 50 records, and he took them back there to his desk. We're definitely going to go back there and look through those because I am Chad Williams, and I get first dibs on any new records that come through this store. That is the perk of this business I've built. We get to buy rare, unseen collections, and I get to dig through them first. I get to veto anything anybody wants. I am the vetoer. Fugs has one bid for 15. Final call. Howlin' Wolf does not have a bid. We're about to make that a buy now. Let's go through another crate. So I said all that to let you know a lot of good things are coming to Colecco. We've already got a warehouse full of vinyl. thousands and thousands and thousands of unsearched, unprocessed records. Thousands and thousands and thousands. Y'all have no idea. If y'all could see a big database of everything that's in here, most of y'all would probably have to be admitted to a hospital. It is an insane amount of vinyl. I don't even know what's in this building. When people ask, do I have this or that? My answer is, I don't know. And I'm not just saying that to be short. It's because I don't know what's in this building. It is insane. It is truly a remarkable thing if you could walk through here. Most of it you can't even get to. You would have to spend a half of a day digging into a corner. Howlin' Wolf is a 76 Japanese. It does have a really bad cover damage up here. It's near mint, $25 start. Fugs is sold for $15 to Robert Warner, the one and only bidder. Nice. Okay, so a lot of great stuff's coming to Collectco. Here is an auction of the night that did not get a bid when Paul put it up. A very scarce funk album. Okay, take a look at this. Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It. It's a 1977 USOG, a very scarce funk album. 793 people have this on their want list on Discogs. Only 4 copies are listed. They range from 200 to 233, 231 near mint. Ours is in fact sealed. So we have the best condition copy at the cheapest price, $195 starting bid for Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It. $195. If this does not get a bid, I will be listing this on Discogs tonight live here during the show on my laptop computer. I will put this on Discogs. Sounds like it needs to be listed for $300 best offer. You can buy it right now for the minimum bid of $195. It is sealed. Howlin' Wolf did not get a bid. A buy it now for $25. That's up for bid. Here's our next auction. Japanese Eagles Hotel California on a dark desert highway. A nice copy. A 1976 OG pressing. The blue Obies are the OGs. Insert and poster. It does have the poster. $35 start. One of the best-selling albums of all time here in the United States of America and worldwide. The Eagles. On a dark desert highway. Cool wind in my hair. I drove over to Collectco and take a drink of water. Now, I hadn't said this in a long time because when we first started dealing in Japanese vinyl, about anything that came through, I would give a listen. And honestly, one of the best versions of Hotel California I've ever heard was on the OG Japanese pressing. The guitar solo, it just has a mix that is something you just got to hear. It's a really great sounding record. Now, I haven't told that bit of information in a long time because it's been a long time since I listened to it, and I've probably sold 100 copies since then. I'm walking in circles right now trying to find the next crate we need to go through. I do have this crate, and I don't know if they've been pulled or not, and I can go through it in about 10 seconds, and there is some claims in here, and I think there was at least one claim. And this was for, well, you're about to find out. Let me see. I think there was at least one claim. I did a whole video. Not too often we just get one claim. Don't forget, by the way, there are pre-orders up for Rush and the Stranger Things soundtrack. So the reissue and Rush, Feedback, it's up for pre-order. It's been a long time since that's been in print other than the box set. Stranger Things, a pre-order. Looks like it's a double LP for just $30. Laura's got that up for pre-order. And then Snakes and Arrows is up for pre-order. Make sure you're posting a whole lot of records. That's a perk on Facebook. Looks like everybody's sharing pictures of their collections. We got Phil Collins up for pre-order. We got Alice in Chains up for pre-order. And we got Slayer up for pre-order. And yep, one thing sold out of the video this morning, Kelly Vlodarchek on She and Him. So let me show that right now. And these were shown yesterday. This was the only new vinyl that came in. These are all new sealed Christmas records. George Strait Classic Christmas, $34.99. We got 4 copies left. Kelly Vlodarchik on A Very She and Him Christmas. That's a metallic silver ripple green apple or green vinyl. That's $24.99. And we got Howlin' Wolf sold to Tyson Morgan for $18. The Eagles is at $41.42. And I just want to let y'all know right now, yes, there will be 45 Palooza tonight, probably sooner than later. So we're done showing all new stuff. Now, I don't want anybody to go to bed because we're about to go through a vintage half-off crate, and we're probably about to start doing miscellaneous 45s and other stuff like that. There is so much I can show, not only vinyl, but just anything. But yes, we're going to be doing 45s tonight. She and Him 24, Shares on red vinyl for 29, and then A Very Casey Christmas. Casey Musgraves 34. We got Jimmy Buffett Christmas for 34, and we have Andra Day Merry Christmas 24. Mariah Carey Merry Christmas 29. The Chess Christmas Record 33. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer 36. Michael Bublé 29. Rod Stewart 46. Casey Musgraves 36. Charlie Brown 38. And Home Alone 29. I basically showed that whole crate to pull that one record. Thank you. I'm going to make this funk record a buy it now, $195 if anybody's looking for that. Evidently, a lot of people are over on Discogs. The Eagles is sold to Sully for $42. Pet Shop Boys is going to go up for auction right now, and Led Zeppelin in through the outdoor. Next 2 auctions from the advertised batch. Still great auctions to do. We got Pet Shop Boys actually. It's an 87 OG Allied VG with the original inner sleeve, $10 start on Pet Shop Boys. It does have some discoloration on the jacket, just a $10 start. And then Led Zeppelin in through the outdoor. No brown bag. It is a Japanese OG. And this is a odd one, okay? This is really weird. It's cover variant F, okay? So cover variant F, there's only one time this is sold 4 years ago for $125. There's only one listed for sale, $823, which is ridiculous, but that just shows you there's virtually none for sale. And only 33 people have it in their collection. So evidently, the F cover variant for the Japanese press is pretty scarce. As y'all know, they made different cover variants for the Zeppelin in through the outdoors. So evidently, F was low production for the Japanese OG. Only 33 people have it in their collection, which is low for any Zeppelin record. That's Japanese, US, that's bizarre. Near mint, $145 start, and it only sold once 4 years ago. So this has not come through very often. And if you want to go buy one right now, $823. That's pretty crazy. The other no bids tonight are Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It, Rare Funk Album, $195. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth, Near Mint, 92 UK, only pressing of this. Some of them have sold for as much as $255. We're asking $95. Fair price for what this sells for. This is crazy. MoFi Sgt. Pepper's, an 83 US near mint MoFi pressing. That's Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $145. John Lennon Imagine, an 84 US Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab near mint, $75. And then Attila, which is an early Billy Joe album, 1970. The bottom seam is completely split. The vinyl is really nice. EX, $75. That is tonight's no bids. Pet Shop Boys will sell. It has one bid for $10, and Led Zeppelin's $125 start. If you're wanting to buy Christmas albums other than the vintage OG stuff we have, that's it. That's all the new sealed. And actually, most of that in the back is about to be sent back because they messed up our order and they sent more than what they were supposed to. I'm going to blast through this crate right here right quick of some new stuff. I think this was like the last crate of new vinyl from the last day last week. And so I don't think I've shown this all. And to me, it looks pretty fresh. Looks pretty fresh here. First thing I have is Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. Great one there, 2 LP. I always mention the big hit Sabotage on that one. 44 on Beastie Boys. Billy Joe Armstrong, blue vinyl. That's Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. No Fun Mondays, blue vinyl, $24.99 on that. Glass Animals, Zabba. Glass Animals is $39.99. And Neil Young, this is the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion concert. A great live early Neil Young solo show, $24.99. Pet Shop Boys is sold a Vladarchek for $10, and Led Zeppelin does have a bid for $125. Speaking of Neil Young, there's a bootleg over here. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, an unofficial live Cincinnati, Ohio, 1970. That's live at Music Hall, 1970. Disc 1, VG minus. Disc 2, VG, a vintage Neil Young bootleg, $25 start. Alice in Chains, another live unofficial. Palladium Hollywood, 1992, $29.99. Sick Man, Put You Down, Wood. We Die Young, Sea of Sorrow, Bleed the Freak, Man in the Box. Nice. Alice in Chains, live, $29.99. I skipped over some of the tracks. That was highlights. George Scherer gets Neil Young. And if you don't have Anthology 4 yet, I highly recommend. Great stuff. $79.99. I sent Tanner a couple songs earlier this week. He's like, wow, I like these more than the actual versions. I sent him some of these outtakes of Got to Get You Into My Life, Strawberry Fields. This is epic. I mean, I think it's one of my favorite Beatles releases of recently. Anthology 4, triple LP, $79.99. Those outtakes, there's a couple on there. In My Life, Got to Get You In My Life. In My Life, Got to Get You Into My Life. And probably, man, I don't know, maybe Here Comes the Sun. There is a great version of that on there. It's like take number 9 or something. And it's really good. It doesn't have any strings or anything. It's just Harrison. And I got the box sets. Now, I only have numbered box sets. The numbered box sets are $499.99. I've got 7 of them in stock. George Scherer gets Anthology 4 by itself. Over here we have Led Zeppelin 2. This is actually on sale. It's a deluxe edition, 2 LP, $38.99. Neil Young has bids for $25.26. Led Zeppelin is sold to Chris Gardner for $125. Thank you on that. Here is the Velvet Underground. This one's called White Light, White Heat. It looks like a reissue. It's a 1985 Hauppauge in shrink EX Plus condition. Not a bad copy. Inner sleeve is included. $25 start. Next is Boston, self-titled. Their debut, $24.99. Another great live Neil Young, Citizens Kane Jr. Blues. And this is live 1974 at the bottom line. Helpless, $24.99. On the Beach, $24.99. Another intimate solo Neil Young show, Citizens Kane Jr. Blues. The Neil Young bootlegs at $30. Let's pull something from the bonus crate, not before I show you Wish You Were Here. Shine on You Crazy Diamond. Have a Cigar. You're going to go far. You're going to buy this record. You're going to love it to death. And then you're going to say, Chad, give me another one. We have Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions is VG++. Nice copy, 84 OG, $20 start on the Scorpions. Pink Floyd's 180-gram remaster. Then we got 2 of them. And then we got John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane. That's analog mastering from Analog Production, single LP, 33 1/3, $44.99 on that. Duke Ellington, Blues in Orbit, also Analog Productions, gatefold jacket. Duke Ellington, $44.99. Great audiophile stuff there, including Thelonious Monk, Brilliant Corners, analog mastering, $44.99. So Coltrane, Ellington, Monk, and Carole King's Tapestry. So Far Away, It's Too Late, I Feel the Earth Move, You've Got a Friend, Smackwater Jack, You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman, $44.99. And then if you want to rock out, Van Halen, Fair Warning, the MoFi Ultra Disc 1-Step, $134.99, numbered to 5,000. That's a good one. And then we have Creed, that was new for yesterday, the best of, we got 1 left. And Rick Astley, The Best of Me, orange vinyl, $36.99. Neil Young was at 30 with Sean Miller. Neil Rigler, I wanted to make sure you were done. Nobody bid on Velvet Underground, final call for 25. And Scorpions has bids for 20, 20, 25 and 20, and that's all different people. Todd Saw wants the on sale Led Zeppelin 2 Deluxe Edition. So did Todd Saw. I have seen about 10 or 15 new Twitch handles, and there's about 15 or 20 new people watching on Twitch and about 15 people less watching on Facebook all of a sudden. Sean Miller gets Neil Young for 30. And let's move over Velvet Underground and Scorpions. Wow. All right, great crate there. Sold several things out there. If I can ever recap a new vinyl crate and sell a few things, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. I wish I could go through them every time and empty them out, but at this point, sometimes everybody gets what they want, and I got to wait for the right person to be on watching to find the next selection. All right. And then I'm going to touch my toes. Oh my gosh. Getting a good, this is my first good stretch of the night. This is a great stretch going on. Oh yeah. Okay. Alrighty, so now I'm gonna make an attempt to find the next best crate. We got some people asking for best offer. Well, here's the crazy thing right now behind me as far as our inventory. There is only, let me see what this crate right here is. Okay, so right now, there's only there's only 2 crates of vintage back here, not counting last night's. That's how much we're down to. That's how much we sell after I make those videos and we do a half off crate every night. So out of everything John's ever priced in about the last 30 days, not counting last night's, there's only 2 crates back here. One of them I went through last night. So that leaves 1 crate for the nonsense, okay? I've got 1 nonsense half off crate over here. Now up front, I have thousands of $6.99 records. Sometimes I show those, sometimes I don't. That's our really old stuff, and sometimes it's leftover half off stuff. That's literally stuff people didn't buy half off. So the next time I show it, I get it down to $6.99. So that means right now at 10:30, I'm going to keep auctioning records. We're going to do our nonsense vintage half off crate of the night. And I'm going to have to reconstruct some more vintage crates if we do any more after that. I'll have to go up front and do that, or we're about to start showing 45s as well. So that's the agenda for right now, because I don't think we probably want to go through any more new crates. That was a good one. I'll go through another one like that maybe later or sometime tomorrow. Okay? But there's essentially, I mean, when John marks 5 crates and we sell 3 of them full and we got 2 left, and then every night we're emptying one or emptying another one, I mean, there's almost like we have to wait for them to mark more. So we're getting to the point we're selling more faster than sometimes they can mark these. These were shown December 1st. So this would be the nonsense crate. This would be literally the half off nonsense crate, December 1st. This was Monday. This is about the oldest stuff I have that is eligible back here for crazy half off, is this one. Then we're going to have to go up front and probably start doing some really old stuff at $6.99, which there's great records up there, no doubt. There's great records, but they've either been shown once best offer and didn't sell, or they showed half off and didn't sell, and we didn't do a bundle. And that's how a lot of these get gone. We end up doing a bundle deal for everything that's left, and poof, they're gone. And then I'm like, John, we need more vintage. Paul, Laura, we need more stuff priced. Y'all buy it too fast. Almost as fast as they can price it. So especially doing 8 hours a night. It used to be, you know, I would start at 7 and we'd be done with vinyl like 10 or 11, like the show would be over. But now, where we're like going 8 hours, and we're doing vinyl 6 of those 8 hours, whew, it's everything they can do to keep up with the demand here. So first thing we're going to do is, and that's a good thing, this is not a complaint, This is a sign of good things to come. Velvet Underground is $25. Buy it now. No bid, and $85 US. We don't have many fans of the Velvet Underground that watch the show, which is surprising. Over here, we have Scorpions. 3 people have asked about this. This is, in fact, a 1984 U.S. original pressing. A 1984 U.S. original pressing. That is the Scorpions. The last bid that came in on this was Victor Guerra, David Saunders at $30. David Saunders at $30. David Saunders at $30. Van Halen is $134.99. Whoever asked about Van Halen. The Van Halen Mo-Fi, Sean Miller, $134. I recommend. It's a great pressing of that. We got an offer on Velvet Underground, and Steven says he'll take it at $25. Okay, there we have it. Our next auction was another one from the advertised allotment tonight. This is Satisfaction, Don Evans. A 1980 U.S. and Canadian OG, a rare and highly sought-after reggae album, mostly sealed. The only time this has ever been released on any format. This one pressing on vinyl. You can't get it on CD. You can't get it on cassette. There's no reissue. This is it. Don Evans, Satisfaction. None are for sale. This is sealed. 0 are listed for sale. $145 start. Sean Miller says he will take the Van Halen One Step. I can also get Women and Children First and Van Halen 2, and maybe even their first album. I think I can get all of the Roth era Mo-Fi One Steps if you're interested in the other ones. That's so to Sean Miller. Thank you. All right, this is a half-off nonsense crate. This is going to hopefully get obliterated. These are half off, no more, no less. First thing I have is Foreigner. Foreigner is $10. No condition notes. No condition notes on this first batch unless I say. Hall & Oates is $10. Also, Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders. This is sealed, $12.50. Now, the first time these were shown, best offer. A lot of people do not like making offers. So now you can go ahead and just grab them. Boom, half off. They're going to get sold. If there's anything left, we might end up doing a bundle. We got Bob Dylan, a Holland press, super clean, $17.50. Victor Guerra has the Scorpions at $32. David Saunders had it before at $30. I think everybody's done. Final call on the Scorpions at $32. Next auction is Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Judas Priest is VG minus. Quite a bit of marks, but no feelable marks. It's got a lot of scuffing and this and that. Y'all can see that, right? $5 start on Judas Priest. Might be a great placeholder for somebody. We got Boogie Boys. Boogie Boys is now $7.50. This is called Romeo Night. $7.50 on Boogie Boys. Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. A sealed copy, unopened, for $15. Half off crate, no more, no less. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. $10 on Nebraska. The Tubes, live. What do you want from live? The Tubes, $17.50. Sugar and Spice, Yes We Can. An 88 hip-hop album, $5 on that. And Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $10. Scorpions, sold to Victor Guerra for $32. If anybody wants Don Evans, it's $145. Buy it now. So this is a rare reggae album, $145. It sounds like I got a few things to put on Discogs tonight. Judas Priest is a $5 start. Corey Shavers on Hank Williams for $15. That is sold to Corey for $15. Rydell Martin on BB. That's for Boogie Boys. Victor Guerra on Sugar. That is sold to Victor Guerra. Next is John Cougar Skellenkamp. John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, sealed with hop sticker. $13.50 on that one. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. $10. Okay, so first thing, over here, first thing in any sort of transition phase I'm about to do, I was working on this corner of stuff right over here, and I was like, what is this stuff over here I found? I found a little bit of a batch of cassettes, And I'm like, if I'm going to start cleaning out this corner over here so we can get back to our Discogs wall. So everything we have on Discogs is up against the wall over here, and they literally have to clear a path to get stuff whenever we sell it. So I was like, well, to make it easier for them, I'm going to go ahead and pull some stuff off this rack. And it sounds like we need to start auctioning and selling some of these items in the way. If not, take them up front. So the first thing I have, I got 3 cassettes that, no I don't. That one doesn't have a cassette in it. That one is broken, and this one's broken. Okay, so and this one's dirty. So you need a new jewel case for this. It's going to need a new jewel case, but I have Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. You get half of a jewel case, $6.99. Actually, I might, here, let me take this one out. This one here is probably worth virtually nothing. And we're going to just trash this one. Okay, let me put it in a brand new jewel case for you. Here we go. I'm going to trash one of these. I'm not going to tell you what I threw away. It's going to be a mystery forever. But I think I can pop this in here. Oh, yeah. Now it's beautiful. Look at that. $6.99. Appetite for Destruction. And Big Mike is $6.99. And this has got a little bit of a dinginess going down on here. Big Mike, $6.99. Okay? Those are buy nows. First thing we have in the claims, we're doing a half-off vinyl cake. Cake. I love cake. Okay, so first thing we have, Sugar, Shakedown on Cougar. We sold Sugar and now Cougar. Cougar is sold to Shakedown. And then Chad Snyder on Get Lucky. James Rainey wants Second Lover Boy. That was Get Lucky, already sold. And Bill Fox on Springsteen. Judas Priest has 1 bid for $5. Over here is John McPatriot on Guns N' Roses, okay? Big Mike is $6.99. Judas Priest has 1 bid for $5. Lindsey Buckingham, $10 for Law and Order. And the legendary Woody Guthrie in memoriam. Woody Guthrie is 5 doll hairs there. Okay, now the next thing I have from the bonus crate. The bonus crate. I've got an Iron Maiden coming from the bonus crate. Dude, what? That's right. Iron Maiden, somewhere in time. An 86 OG, but it is VG minus. No fillable marks. It has some of this kind of stuff here and that kind of stuff there. That's why it's VG minus. And that is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Heart Private Audition, no condition notes, a little wear on the cover, $10 on Heart, and Eagles on the Border, already gone. Textured cover, there is some splits and splats, a little bit of discoloration, $17.50 on Eagles, and REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, REO is $10. Big Mike, or is that Big Ike? Oh, that's Big Ike. I think I've been saying Big Mike, haven't I? Yeah, that's Big Ike. Is my turn. $6.99 on that. Let's get that off the table. Over here, we got Judas Priest for $5. That is sold for $5 to Greg Beddinger, Iron Maiden 20, John McPatriot on REO. Eric, I want to confirm that's Big Ike. I've been saying Mike. Shows how much I was paying attention there. And then Bill Fox first on Heart. Okay, now I pulled all those cassettes out of these. I have a lot of country cassettes. KT Oslin, KT Oslin, KT Oslin, Rodney Crowell, George Jones, Rodney Crowell, and George Jones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $10 start for all 8 country cassettes. No, you can't have this tray. We use those, and I might need it for something else later. This is $10 for those 8 cassettes. Country lot. Iron Maiden's at $25. This is a half-off crate, John LeBeatty, so Heart is already sold for $10. The price was $10, no more, no less. The prices I'm reading on these are the half-off prices, and Ken Foster gets Woody Guthrie. I also have Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. Billy Joel is $7.50 for Songs in the Attic, and we have Eagles, their greatest hits. That's in shrink, $17.50. Beautiful copy. Fantastical copy. Wonderful copy. Emotional Falco. Falco is sealed for $12.50. And Phil Collins, Face Value. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Okay, what is next over here? I have what are these? Okay, so we have Seth, You're Fired. First, though, Todd Saw and Phil Collins. Sold for $10. Who is Seth, You're Fired? Whoever that is, you got Eagles. Seth, You're Fired, sold on the Eagles. John LeBady on Billy Joel. Chad Snyder, Phil Collins is already sold. Iron Maiden's at 30 with Hoopy. Going once, going twice. Next thing is this. We have Quiet Riot 3. An 86 U.S. club. Of course, Seth would say, looks like a Carrollton press. EX Plus condition. $25 start on Quiet Riot. Nice and shrink and hop sticker and inner sleeve. $25 start on that. First thing we need to do, ooh, great neck adjustment there. Elton John Blue Moves, $12.50. I also got to confirm on who is Seth, You're Fired. Quiet Riot has a bid for $25, and Big Daddy John Cougar Mellencamp, $10. If anybody wants all 8 of these country cassettes, they're $10. Any unsold auctions? Yes, but I can't show them right now. Head East is $12.50, and Guadalcanal Diary, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man, that is $10. And we have a tribute to the best fiddle player in the world, Merle Haggard, paying tribute to Bob Wills, $7.50, okay? I want to make sure everybody else is done on Iron Maiden. Michael McDade, it's all up to you, all right? Still don't know who Seth, You're Fired is. And then Michael Freiberger on GD for something. That was for Guadalcanal Diary, so to Michael Freiberger. Also, we have Van Halen. This is now just $22.50. It has the original inner sleeve, super clean original inner sleeve. $22.50. That's Jordan Underhill on Seth, You're Fired. Okay, so we need to say anybody on Seth, You're Fired, from now on, any handle on Twitch with those claims gets billed to Jordan Underhill. Seth, You're Fired. That's a different use of your. Seth, You're Fired. We have Iron Maiden now at 30. You have successfully tied Hoopy. You have not moved the auction. He already had it for 30. David Bowie, Let's Dance with Cat People. That's the 12-inch single, $10. And Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, was $15. Blue Oyster Cult, Summon Chatted Evening, $13.50 on Blue Oyster Cult. And Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, Denny Diaz, $17.50. Okay, over here we have Thomas Clark on Twitch on David Bowie. That is sold to Thomas Clark on Twitch. Okay. Quiet Riot's up to one person, Cameron Koenig. If Cameron wants to bid again, he can. Cameron's officially on the clock. It's up to Michael McDade to outbid Hoopy on Iron Maiden. He's officially on the clock. I'm going to grab whatever's next over here out of this pile of stuff that I just got those out of. I told y'all there's stuff galore over here, okay? First thing is Soldiers of Fortune. Looks like a PC game. I have no idea. I'm going to say $6.99. Robbie Benson, Adios Yesterday promo, $6.99. Bee Gees, Edge of the Universe promo, $6.99. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same DVD, I'm going to say $14.99 for Led Zeppelin. The Song Remains the Same DVD. Next thing is this. Jerry Rock got Rainbow. Some of the stuff is really dusty. Jerry Rock got Rainbow. Show me the Merle Haggard again. Merle Haggard, tribute to Bob Wills. Price is $7.50. Over here, Quiet Right got a new bid for 27. James Young on Van Halen. That's the same James Young from Facebook. Michael McDade second on Van Halen. Ryan Mustaine on BOC. Quiet Right got a new bid for 30. Nobody else ever bid again on Iron Maiden for more than $30. So Hoopy gets this for $30. That is sold to Hoopy for $30, okay? Now Quiet Right's at 30 with Calvin Ward. Next is Journey Captured, $17.50 for Journey, and Badfinger. That is now $12.50. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, nice copy and shrink, $10 on that. Nice copy and shrink. Super nice copy and shrink. Really nice copy and shrink. Fantastic copy and shrink. Next auction is going to go up right now. Here's one I don't see as often. Raven. Rock Till You Drop. Raven is an 81 Italian OG EX, a $15 start. The cover is kind of dinged and creased up here. $15 start. Okay? $15 start. Michael McDade on the tubes. The tubes. Michael McDade. That's sold to you for $17.50. Bruce Kulick on Bruce Springsteen. Retro Class was next. ABBA's Greatest Hits. $10 for ABBA. And this is the Moody Blues. There is cover damage down here at the bottom. It is now $10. It's a 2 LP compilation. Quiet Right is all up to one person. That is Cameron Coning. Cameron, once again, the spotlight is all on you. As soon as you bid, Calvin Ward outbids you immediately. Every time. I would recommend just going ahead and slapping down a bid for $50, and we'll see what happens from there. Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets. Not every day this ends up in the half-off bin. It is the second label, but still a vintage press. $17.50, and Head East, Flat as a Pancake. Never been any reason for you to think about me. Right down, $12.50. All right. Well, I'm digging out some miscellaneous stuff over here. Haven't had a lot of luck. We'll go through this platter pack tonight. I've got a whole platter pack of rare blues 45s. We might have to go through these tonight during 45 Mania after we go through our normal allotment. This is from that blues. Y'all remember the blues collection, the once in a lifetime? We got platter packs laying around everywhere with rare blues, funk, soul, but mostly blues 45s that are just like minty. And some of these I'm sure in here are extremely tough to get. This is no $6.99. These are like probably, I'm going to say these will probably average around 50 a piece after it's all said and done. I bet there's at least one in here that's 500 plus. So that will take some time. That's next in my stack. Y'all have no idea what I'm digging out over here. It's literally like a conglomerate of crazy stuff. Conglomerate of crazy stuff. Platter pack is not for sale right now. Nice call, though, but not for sale. Next thing, Quiet Right 30. We sold the tubes. We sold Bruce Springsteen. Chad Snyder got Leonard Skinner. Chad Snyder also wants Merle Haggard. That's if I'm pretty sure that's if Corey Shavers is passing. So go ahead and tag it for Michael. And then Michael McDade next on Skinner. And then Seth You're Fired was next on Leonard Skinner. Joe Delgado is first on Head East. So here's what happened on Quiet Right. I lost Cameron Coning. He fell off the face of the earth. So sell this to Calvin Ward for $30. Nobody bid on Raven. Raven's now a buy now for $15 if anybody wants it, okay? That's the other auction that's laying back there in the back, okay? This is this, sold, and Victor Guerra gets Raven for $15, all right? Victor Guerra on 15. Corey wants to see it again, okay? I showed it to you a second ago. You must have missed it. Merle Haggard, tribute to Bob Wills, in shrink, $7.50. All right, now we have Van Halen Diver Down. That's now $20. And we have Thompson Twin Sidekicks. That is $10. We're going through a half-off crate. No more, no less. What is this next box? We're about to find out. This next box looks like it's full of 45s. Let me see what's going on here. Dusty lid. This is, let's go to the top view. This is I've never looked in this in my life. This is completely full of Beatles 45s. Nice. This is completely full of Beatles 45s. Wow. Holy moly. Okay. Wow, the Christmas one. Okay, that could be good. So that's the next box. That's going to take some further research and auctioning. Glad to know we have that. Didn't know that was laying over here. Okay, so that's the next box. We'll have to hit those later. So Michael Freiberger, you are getting the, she's passing. Thank you for letting me know. So tag that still to Michael Freiberger. Next in the half off is Hall & Oates H2O, $10 on that. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $17.50. And Mungo Jerry, there is a crease running through the cover. The vinyl's nice, $9. There's cover damage on the back in the summertime, $9 on that. Do I have hot pictures for Metal Night? I do. She has sent that to me, and I am going to show that in just a second. I have the Who live at Leeds, $10 on the Who, and Hall & Oates bigger than both of us, $10 on that. So here is tomorrow's hot pictures. Iron Maiden, that's the Black Album box set. Baron Cross, the Injustice for All box set. Guns N' Roses box set. Master of Puppets box set. Malice, Black Label Society box set. Wrathchild America, Hanoi Rocks, Ozzy, Nuclear Assault, Sweet Pain, is that what that says? Sweet Dane, Demon, Dokken, Tigers of Pantane, At War, Liege Lord, Leather Wolf, White Tiger, Tankard, Exciter, Iron Cross, Badlands, Necropolis, Necropolis, you get what I'm saying? Wasp, this is Halaya Rage, Merciful Fate, Vixen, Wine Tea, Heaven, Grim Reaper, Lita Ford, Poison, Slave to the Metal compilation, Creator, Great White, Kubla Khan, Savage Steel, Kicks, Motley Crue, Omen, Smash Gladys Destruction, and Bonham. That is all featured auctions for tomorrow night. Plus stuff in the bonus crate that I don't get to tonight. Next thing is Wayne Bartow gets The Who. John LaBeatty, you were second. And now we also have the Boogie Boys. This is sealed for $12.50. And Bob Dylan, Infidels, $12.50. Jethro Tull, Original Masters. Great compilation there. Jethro Tull, $10. All right, now the next box in this big pile of stuff is completely full of CDs. Okay? That looks interesting. That's completely full of CDs. This next box is completely full of reel-to-reels. That could be mostly good. That could be a bunch of trash, honestly. All right, I'm making progress over here. Let's see what this next handful of stuff is. Let me grab this right here. This is a shipping label from Japan. This is a big pile of 45s. Let's go through these and see what we got. All right. Done spending this year? This year? Oh my gosh. So we have a metal collection back here behind me. And that's literally what I'm digging out right now. Paul climbed over it the other day and pulled out a box. So we've got like 7 black tubs full of metal stuff. Metal box sets, metal 45s, metal toys, metal posters, metal collectibles. We got figures, we got box sets, there's t-shirts. I literally can't get to it. That's what I'm digging out handful by handful here, okay? This stuff I'm bringing over, it's just piled up 8 feet tall. Posters, racks of t-shirts, black tubs, crates. So Paul knew we had to get to those box sets. He went over the other day and pulled out that tub. There's a lot more like that back here behind me buried. So, and that's a metal collection we bought earlier this year. We hadn't touched but 50% of it, and that's where most of our insane metal from this year has come from. Still got all kinds, and there's a lot of it that has to be processed, cleaned, etc. So, a lot of stuff. All right, that's what we have to dig out. Takes hours and hours and hours and hours of cleaning and research, and we eventually sell it all here every night. John McPatriot gets Journey Captured. This is sold to John McPatriot. And then David Jennings got Jethro Tull. And then Raven. I saw that you made an offer, Alan, but I skipped you because Victor Guerra bought it for the buy it now price of $15. Victor got that for $15. That's why I skipped your offer. MoFi sleeves are $26.99. We are not finished with this crate, Neil. And then we got to read through it again. Aretha, Freeway of Love, $5. We are going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. David Crosby, if you could only remember my name, you got to get this. If you don't have it, $20 on that. Next thing is Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Jefferson Starship is $7.50. The Outlaws, Wanted, Waylon Willie, Jesse, Tom Paul, $12.50. And a nice copy of Rumors in shrink wrap, $17.50. All right, let's see what we got here. Eddie Money, Get a Move On. And Zane Busby, Don't You Ever Say No, $6.99. That's from the movie Americathon. Eddie Money, Save a Little Room in Your Heart for Me. And Baby Hold On, that's the hit side, $6.99. Eno Rostas Hiwathaya, I have no idea. How about $6.99? The Gremlins, that's already marked. The Gremlins, $6.99. Toto, Hydra, and 99, $6.99. Blondie Rapture, $6.99. Keck 66, $6.99. Squeeze Cool for Cats promo, $6.99. Charlie, $6.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go, $6.99. M Pop Music, $6.99. Little good batch of 45s there. Those are all $6.99. First thing is Corey Shavers on Rumor, sold to Corey Shavers. Mike Straws on G, and I'm assuming that's for Gremlins, right, Mike? Let's move this over here if that's true. Mike Straws on G for Gremlins, sold for $6.99. Okay? James Rainey was next. Danny Thomason was next. Robert Warner on Keck 66, you were first. Tim Voldness next on Gremlins. Then Victor next asked about Gremlins. And then William Warner on Blondie. Okay, so let's update Gremlins. It was sold to Mike Straws, James Rainey second, Danny Thomason third, Tim Voldness fourth, Victor Guerra fifth. William got Blondie, Jeff Brinley was next, and David Jennings got Casey and the Sunshine Band. That left M Pop Music, Charlie, Fight Dirty, Picture Disc, Squeeze Cool for Cats, Toto 99, Eno Rostas, Eddie Money, and Eddie Money. Those are all $6.99, okay? Half off crate here. Everything in this crate is no more, no less. Very simple. No more, no less, sticker price. Very, very, very simple. All right. Let's see what we got over here. Let's see what we got over here. I've got a whole handful of random stuff here, okay? Look at all this. I have no idea what I've just grabbed, but I'm going to start going through this crate again, and then we're going to show it, okay? Half off, Foreigner, no condition notes. Feels like the very first time I will climb any mountain, $10. Hall & Oates, oh yeah. Hall & Oates is $10. Snakes and Ladders, Jerry Rafferty, sealed, $12.50. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $17.50. Loverboy, Keep It Up, Loverboy, $10. Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, $10. And Eagles, On the Border, Eagles is $17.50. Next thing over here is Great White. Great White is a 1987 U.S. club copy. A Columbia House Carrollton club copy, VG condition, once bitten, is a $20 start. Next is Emotional Falco. Falco is sealed, $12.50. And Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John is $12.50. Elton John Blue Moves, $12.50. Okay? I have I don't know why it's in a separate jewel case, but I have Kiss Symphony. I think this is supposed to go together. These are $6.99. I think this is disc 1 and disc 2, but this is in a second jewel case. I'm not for sure. Kiss Symphony, $6.99. Okay, Great White's now at 23. The Lover Boy that's left in here is Keep It Up in shrink for $10. Victor Guerra gets Kiss for $6.99, okay? That's sold to Victor Guerra. Next is John Cougar Mellencamp, Big Daddy, $10. Head East is $12.50. And Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, Denny Diaz, essentially Steely Dan, You Gotta Walk It Like You Talk It, $17.50. $17.50. I have, golly, we might have to auction this. Boy, this is really cool. This could be a pretty good item. This is going to go up for a quick auction. This is a vintage original Allman Brothers t-shirt from the 90s. This is pretty cool, actually. Let's go to the top cam. This is the Allman Brothers, where it all begins. It is copyrighted 1995 by ABB Merchandising Company, Incorporated. That's Allman Brothers Band. So that's official. And then really cool back here on the back, Macon, Georgia, the Allman Brothers Band, established 1969. How cool is that? It looks like the Harley-Davidson logo. Vintage Allman Brothers t-shirt. It is used. It is vintage. And it looks like about a small. The tag says no tag. Tag has been ripped out. I would say that's like a small. If I put this on, it would come up over my belly button. It might go medium. I don't know. It might be a medium. It might be a medium from the 90s. This is when people were a little bit smaller. Nothing like the 70s, but I'm going to say a $20 start. Vintage Allman Brothers shirt, $20 start. Now up for bid. Okay. Calvin Ward gets Lover Boy. Let's tag that for him. That's sold to him. Great White got a new bid for $26. Allman Brothers shirt, a $20 start. Okay, next is Badfinger. That's $12.50. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $10. And this is Moody Blues for $10. Also, Van Halen Diver Down, $20 on Van Halen. Wow. Still available. Thompson Twin Sidekicks is $10. And Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $10. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $17.50. Mungo Jerry in the Summertime, $9. Hall & Oates is $10. Mungo does have cover damage here and here. Now, for anybody that likes vintage shirts, one or two things. You got to be really tiny, or you're just buying them to collect them, because most of these vintage shirts, I can't wear vintage t-shirts. There's just no way. There's no tag. I would say it's a medium. I would say it's somewhere around a schmedium. So, yeah, nobody... I would say there's very few people watching right now that could fit into this. Maybe, what do we got, 191 people watching. I bet 10 of y'all could fit into this shirt. I bet 10 of y'all could. This is a low... Not many people can wear a shirt that... I don't know, it's bigger than I think, but after I took sizes from most of y'all on our Collecco shirts, I realized most of y'all are like my size, like 2X, 3X, 4X, 5X. We didn't sell many smalls and mediums. I would say it's a medium, but there's no tag. $20 start on that. $20 start. How much was Lindsey Buckingham? Lindsey Buckingham over here is $10, okay? We have the Boogie Boys sealed for $12.50. Bob Dylan Infidels was $12.50. Are we done on Great White? Lewis bid $26. Cameron Koenig, once again, you're in the spotlight. It's all up to you. Aretha Franklin's $5. We have $20 on David Crosby. Jefferson Starship $7.50. And the Outlaws was $12.50. Okay? All right, so here we go. This is why we have about 1,000 vintage t-shirts in this building. So when Tanner started researching some, he's like, man, you know what we're going to have to do? We got to photograph all these. We got to make notes of all the damage, and we got to measure them. I was like, I know. That's why we have 1,000 vintage t-shirts. It takes a long time to sell these. This is almost more time-consuming than vinyl. Pit to pit is 20 inches. Okay? 20 inches pit to pit. And then the whole length of the shirt is 24 on the front. So 24 from top to bottom, 24, pit to pit is right at 19. 19 by 24. I think that's a medium. That's what I originally said. At first I said small, but that's a medium. That's a 1996 medium. $20 start. It's up for auction. A 1996 medium, $20 start. It's up for auction. Front and back, awesome. Where it all begins, and then Macon, Georgia on the back. So y'all can imagine when we bring out t-shirts, it's like posters. You got to measure them, you got to photograph them, and then you got to make notes of every imperfection. Now we've got it down to a science on vinyl. We can price, 1,000 records a week or more or a day with vinyl. I don't know how many they mark on their busy days, counting new LPs, several hundreds, but man, t-shirts is a time-consuming business. It smells like a nice, clean, vintage t-shirt. It does not smell like ganja. Okay? Now, over here, we have Chris Knapp on Boogie Boys. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And then Allman Brothers 20, Allman Brothers 21. And over here, I lost Cameron Koning. No, he did say Al. I apologize, Cameron. Cameron did sell out. This is sold to Lewis Kulik for 26. Okay, now, Neil Reigler, I highly doubt we can do a bundle on this deal. There's way too much great stuff left. All right, what is this next thing? London, shot by Tony Michael, May 9th, 2010. What do we have here? Holy crap. That's Randy Rhoads. Look. Wow. We may have something here. That's Randy Rhoads. That's Randy Rhoads. That's Randy Rhoads. That guy's playing a bass. That's Randy Rhoads. That's Randy Rhoads. That's Randy Rhoads. Okay, well, I'd say these are worth somewhere between $1 million and $2.5 million. I don't really know. This is, let's jump ahead right here. This isn't with, wait a minute. Who is this with? I think this might be Quite Right. I think this is Randy with Quite Right. These are hard to see unless you hold them up. Yeah, I think this is London. I think that's the band, London. Was he in a band called London? I'm not familiar with that. Let's see what this one is here. That's the drummer. Wow, these could be like pretty rare unpublished photos of Randy Rhoads. I don't know. Yeah, we might have a slide projector around here. So these back here are definitely, this says London Poor, and then this says Randy Good, and then this says Quite Right. Quite Right, Randy Good, and London Poor. So here is, let me find a good one with Randy Rhoads. Hold on, it might be better if I do it like this. Let's see, maybe like, I need something white maybe. Like that. Oh, this is pretty interesting. May have something here. I don't know where this came from. It was the next thing in the box. That was in here. Where's that shot of the band, though? Hold on a second. You could see the drum head. It said London. This one says Quite Right. Okay, you can see the bass drum on this one. It says Quite Right. See? I don't know if y'all can make it out. But that's definitely Randy with Quite Right. So yeah, I don't know what I found here. But there's a bunch of cool shots, and I recognize Randy Rhoads, of course, right off the bat. There's London. And who's that? That one says London. Okay. Well, we can't do much with that right now. That's going to take further investigative research. What happened over here on Allman Brothers? So there was a new bid. Let me see what it has over here. We have Allman Brothers 20, Allman Brothers 21, Allman Brothers 25 with Dale Sanders. You should make a post board with outline, standard sizes, measuring that. That would be a good idea. Like a board, you could lay these out. That's a great idea. I know what you're talking about, like an outline. Okay, and then over here, we have, Sully, this is up to you, okay? This is up to you, okay? So, yeah, the side of the box says, well, the lid, let me put the lid back on it. The side of the box, I got to ask Paul where this stuff came from. It says London, shot by Tony Miguel, Miguel. So, all right, Dale, I'm going to go ahead and say final call on the Allman Brothers to you. Okay, what's next here? Holy moly. Is this signed by Michael Jackson? Let's see what we have here. Prince, Beatles, Smithereens, Monkeys, and Steel Pulse. Let's see this here. No, that's suspect. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. We got this is when Collect Code gets interesting, when I run out of new records to show you. All right, so what I have here looks like a press kit for the band Metal Church. So, Electra News, Metal Church anoints Mike Howe, John Marshall, new votees for immediate release, October 28th, 1988. Electra Records, Metal Church, they've introduced Mike Howe as their new lead vocalist and John Marshall as new guitarist. Press release, Metal Church, FYI Old Bio. So this is a press release of Metal Church, and then here's a new announcement saying they got a new lead vocalist. So we'll put these up for auction. We'll say Metal Church press announcements, $10 start. Okay? Metal Church press release, $10 start. Dale Sanders gets the Allman Brothers t-shirt for $25. All right? What I'll do, there's Metal Church. Let's put the Prince photos all together in one auction lot, okay? So let me make sure there's nothing else significant on these. These look like vintage photos. And if y'all are following the vintage photo market, there's a pretty big demand for what they call top 1 photos, which are like original press photos. There's a way experts can look at them and be like, yeah, this was made from the original negative or whatever. I don't know how to determine that, but we'll say 4 Prince prints here. 4 Prince prints. That's fun to say. There's Prince laying on a bed. They're definitely vintage. There's a up-close shot of Prince. Here's a colorized photo. And then there's that. Those are definitely, those there look kind of earlier. I'm not a Prince expert. But I will say those 4 Prince photos, a $10 start. Okay? I'll figure out what to do with these in just a second. Metal Church has bids for 10 and 10. Now, on the Michael Jackson, so now when you see a Michael Jackson autograph, you just got to assume it's a forgery, okay? Very rare, very sought after autograph. I'll have JSA check this. Now, if this is real, this is $2,500 to $3,500. If it's fake, it'll go into the shredder, okay? My intuition is saying bad. So when you look at something like this, you just got to assume it's bad. This is a very rare and highly sought after autograph. I wouldn't say rare, just signed MJ stuff. It's several thousands of dollars on something like this. I was just looking at one the other day. It's obviously live ink. I only know a couple people I would trust to tell me if that's real or not. I will find out. Actually, I can get a quick opinion right now. Let me get this under some good light. Hold on a second. Right, we might can have an answer. And then, of course, if it's real, I would obviously like to get a letter, unless somebody. But when you see something like this, you just got to assume it's bad. I would. I don't know though. I mean, that's pretty solid. I don't think it's good though. I mean, that's exactly how he signs, but there's just a chance that's a forgery. Okay, what do we have here? So we got Prince has 1 bid for $10. Metal Church has bids for 10, 10, 12, and 15. Okay? The Prince photos are at 10. Metal Church is at 15. Next thing we have here is Fog Hat, and Fog Hat. All right, so we got a Fog Hat press release from when? We got a Fog Hat press kit from, it's not dated, neither are the photos, Bearsville. I think this might be slightly later. Let's see if we get some clues. Yeah, this is a little bit later. They already have sold $28 million worth of albums. Savoy Brown, somebody new joined them, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Fog Hat, $10 start. Let me see if I can get an opinion on Michael Jackson. That would be good news. I would love to know that I just found a Michael Jackson. Let's go over here. Okay. All right, we might get an answer on Michael Jackson in the next, I don't know, maybe half hour. Wow, more slides. Who do we have here? Looks like the lady from the Brady Bunch. Any clues? I don't know who that is. Well, no, that might be, what's her name? Is that Carol Burnett, maybe? That's Kenny Rogers. That looks like Ronnie Millsap. That's that other country lady that has blonde hair. These are some original negatives, though. There's Don Williams. Okay. Country People. That's George Jones. No, it's not. I don't know who that is. Vicky Houston. Some kind of country festival. Elvis? No. Somebody that looks like Elvis. What the heck is this? Hollywood movie slides. Jingle All the Way, Stargate, Cherish, Dimension Films. Together. Okay, I don't know what these are. I mean, I know what they are, but I don't know what I'm looking at here, really. Just random slides, Son of the Bride, Brown Sugar. Okay, so probably we'll do more. This is probably worthy of selling in one big lot at some point. Same thing with those. Let me set them back here because we already got. Did I put Foghat up? All right, so the Prince photos are at 24. Metal Church is at 23. And did Foghat get a bid? The Foghat press release is a $10 start. Okay? Let's see what else I can dig out over here. This is starting to get interesting, right? What's next in this crate? Looks like, oh no, magazines. This is where we can get really, really deep over here into going through some stuff. Okay? So, need a slideshow Sunday? Yeah, I could probably show a slide, price it, and then sell the slide. Let me look through these right quick. All right, we'll make these $6.99 each. Let me go through some magazines right quick. We got Metal Maniacs with Armored Saint, Angel Corpse on the cover. I'll skip that one. We got Guitar World with Metallica, $6.99. We got Guitar World with Kurt Cobain. Now that's from 1996. We got Guitar World Sex Pistols, The Second Coming. We have Guitar World Marilyn Manson. We have Gig Magazine, The Show, and these are all $6.99, okay? All these are $6.99. So right now, Prince is at $26. The Metal Church is at $23. Victor Gary, you're out. All right? All these magazines are $6.99. The first one we have is Chris Frazier on KC, and that's Kurt Cobain. Corey Shavers wants the one with Metallica on it. Cameron gets Gig Magazine. And we have Marilyn Manson. We have Sex Pistols, and we have Metal Maniacs. Those are all $6.99 each. No more crates tonight. Final decision. Because after I go through a bunch of this stuff, we're going to go through some 45s and other records. Guitar World, that has Kiss on the front, $6.99. Another Metallica. This one has Kurt Hammett on it. And then here's another Metal Maniacs. And this one's pretty worn, though. This one's got a pretty worn cover. Okay? Who is Festival in Marilyn Manson? Who is Festival in Marilyn Manson? This is Guitar World Magazine with Marilyn Manson on the cover, 1996, $6.99. This is Metal Maniacs Metal Fest. And then over here we had Guitar World with Kurt Hammett. We had Guitar World again with Metallica. We had Chris Frazier getting Guitar World with Kiss. Cameron was second. There's another Metal Maniacs of Armored Saint and Angel Corpse. And Guitar World again with Sex Pistols. Those are all $6.99. Okay, Corey wants the other Metallica with Kurt Hammett on the front. Okay, you mean just not another one. You want the other one with Kurt Hammett. Okay, that's so to her. Now, that means nobody bid on the Foghat press kit. Foghat press kit is $10. If anybody wants that. $10 on Foghat. Who has the high bid on the Prince photos? Corey Shavers has the high bid on these 4 Prince photos at $26. That's going once, going twice. The high bid on the metal church press kit was $23 of Danny Thomason. I never did hear back from Victor Guerra, and I wanted to make sure everybody was done on this, $23. I want both. Okay, so you want not the one with Kurt Hammett, you want the other one. You want the other one as well, so both of them, okay? Victor Guerra is back in on metal church at $25. Danny Thomason gets the fog hat press kit for $10. Let's put all this back into the sleeve for him. Okay. So did Danny Thomason. There's no telling what else I'm about to get into over here. And then Danny says, what is the year on the Marilyn Manson clean cover? That is December of 1996. Danny, you've also been outbid on metal church. Okay. Guitar World of Kurt Hammett, Metal Maniacs, Guitar World, and Metal Maniacs again. That's what's left. And then I think it's up to the one and only Michael Manning. I'm going to make sure you don't want to get a bid in again on Prince. Now, Michael Manning is bidding on these Prince photos. That means these are something serious, folks. I'm surprised more people hadn't bid. Corey has them right now at 26. We got Michael Manning bidding. Holy moly, look out. I think this man owns everything on earth when it comes to music. So if he's bidding on something, holy moly, buckle up. This could be a bumpy ride. But right now, Corey has it at $26. I'm going to go ahead and set all these magazines, T-shirts, and everything in here I've sold out of the way. Okay? Now, he's out on Prince. Victor's out on Motley Crue. It looks like the winning bids are $26. As of this moment, that is a final call. Danny wants the Marilyn Manson, and he wants just the Metal Maniacs, okay? Metal Maniacs. He's asking, what year is this? MM could mean Marilyn Manson or Metal Maniacs. Metal Maniacs is June of 2000. It does have a stain on it. It's a better one, but there is still quite a bit of wear. Okay? Somebody just made me an offer on eBay for $475 for my Captain Beefheart autographed ticket stub. I don't think that's too bad of an offer, $475. I might go ahead and take that. I'd rather get $475 from y'all so I don't have to pay fees. All right, so the Prince photos are sold for $26 to Corey Schaefer, and the Metal Church press kit is sold for $26 to Danny Thomason. All right. Let's lay these right over here. Let's crisscross applesauce these. Boom and boom. Fats Domino, I'm in love again. All right, no takers on the mags. Looks like we got a bunch more over here, but I'm not going to get into those too deep right now, but possibly. Let's see what else is over here. I was supposed to start 45 Mania at what time? 11. It's probably already 11:30, isn't it? So we probably need to get going with that because I got some people waiting. Let's see what we got here. Magazines. Oh my gosh. This is a whole box of magazines. Another crate full of magazine. Here we go. I bet we can sell some stuff out of here. I bet we can sell some stuff out of here. Holy moly, folks. What have we got here? Oh my goodness. Let me put away my laptop. I think it should be charged by now. It's only been charging for 7 hours. I'm really hoping this Michael Jackson autograph is real. Be the find of the century. I don't think it is, though. That's my intuition. But boy, if it is, we're going to have a good find tonight. Whoa, what just happened? Hope I didn't just unplug something there accidentally. I got to unplug some stuff. Here we go. Let me put this stuff away, and this, and this. I think I just seen where a signed Thriller sold for like 12 grand. Album jackets signed by MJ are extremely expensive. Okay, so what do we need to do? Who's all with me? Where's everybody watching from as I move stuff around so we can have a fun part 2? I'm very curious where the remaining crowd is watching from tonight. We got still quite a lot of people watching, probably because they're highly curious about what's about to pop up here on the auction block. And I'm really doing this because last night, about the time I was leaving, I looked around this building and I was like, man, we've got a mess in here. We've got an absolute mess. So what I'm trying to do is like knock out a little corner. Every little corner I can knock out over here and get some of this stuff sold. It would be fantastic if we could knock out little by little over here. So very curious where everybody's watching from. We're about to start showing 45s. I'll keep showing some other stuff here and there. I got kind of stuff out of order over here for the taggers. Hope they don't hate me. It's hard showing miscellaneous stuff like this and having to keep it organized. We're going to figure out where everybody's watching from. And let me go over here. This ticket stub is personalized. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Awesome. So we got viewers in North Carolina, Ohio, Atlanta, Memphis, New York, Louisiana, Texas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Arizona. All right, what is here? All right, what are these? Okay, let me show that. I already got a crate. What am I doing? I've already got stuff over here. All right, we got a quick auction. So we got Paul, we got Gene. I think y'all can see where I'm going with this. We got another Gene. And do I have a whole set? Nope. But it looks like they're different. Are these all different? Let's see. We got Gene. That's a different Gene. That's the same looking Paul. Okay, so we'll do these two. All right. So we got two kiss ornaments. Paul and Gene. In box. Boxes got a couple dings on them. $10 start on the kiss. Okay. Kiss ornaments, $10 start. I've got Elvis and I've got Elvis. Elvis Christmas ornaments, both of them a $10 start. There you go. Elvis and Kiss Christmas ornaments, $10 starts. I've said reel to reels, and Michael Manning's like, my gosh, you have reel to reels? These are a bunch of homemade copied ones, it looks like. Let's see what we have here. Scott Dyna Range. Looks like it's brand new. Scott Dyna Range. Looks like it's brand new. Scott Dyna Range. Looks like it possibly could be new. No. Led Zeppelin. Scott Dyna Range. It says Reel 7. Reel 9. Reel 10. Scott brand magnetic tape. Sonny and Cher live. Dennis something. Overton, Kentucky. Ampex. Sonny and Cher, Joan Baez, Judy Collins. Ampex. Nothing. Ampex. Claudine Longset, Ray LaFever and his orchestra, Vicky Carr and Barbara Streisand. With handwritten set list. Leonard Cohen, Song from a Room. That could actually be pretty good. That's the best one I've seen so far. The Unchanging Christ, 5 Reasons to Be Healed by T.L. Osborne. The Kiss Christmas Ornaments has 1 bid for $10. Final call. The Elvis Christmas Ornaments do not have a bid. Final call. I have probably gone through 10,000 reel-to-reels before. Radio Shack. A bunch of small ones. Radio Shack. An empty one. Scott. Reel 6. Reel 5. Reel 4. Sunshine, John Denver, Rocky Mountain High, Copacabana, Barry Manilow, Barry Manilow. Wings, Beatles, Pablo Cruz, Carly Simon, Bonnie Tyler. Excuse me. Marty Robbins, Petula Clark, Tom Jones, Jerry Vale, etc., etc. Sinners in the Hands of Our Angry God. Sturtex. Blank. Creedence Clearwater, Three Dog Night, Sly and the Family Stone, Grassroots. Blank. Neil Diamond, Mamas and Papas, Carpenters. Blank. Willie and the Poor Boys, Cosmic Blues Again, Green River. Whatever's written on that piece of paper. So right now, we got 2 live auctions. You're about to see them right now. Kiss. Those 2 Christmas ornaments are at $16. These 2 Elvis ornaments has bids. One person bid 10, another person bid 10, and another person bid 10. Right now, James Hicks has those at 16. Regina, you're out. The first person who bid 10 was Sully. Everybody else has been outbid. Okay. And the remaining reel-to-reels, and then Michael Manning's going to make me an offer on everything, is the following. I have a tiny one here that appears to be blank. Now, when I say blank, nothing written on the box. Another tiny one. And then this one here. 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 Richard Pryor, Ann Murray. And then this one here, which is brand new sealed, never been opened. Now, Michael, all you got to do is make me an offer. I'll box these up, and you can come pick them up. That's all you got to do. You got to just throw something out there. Okay, show the Kiss ornaments really up close and high in extreme detail. These 2 right here. $16 with James Hicks. Brian Tassin has it for $17. I got to make sure Regina doesn't want to bid more than 10 on the Elvis ornaments, which we're talking about these right here. Does anybody remotely want to make me an offer on all these reel-to-reels? Most of this stuff is copied and homemade. I've tried my best to sell these over the years. I usually have no luck whatsoever. And I end up throwing them in the trash because they take up a lot of space. We get a lot of them, and they go to the dumpster. I've only ever had 1 or 2 people anywhere close remotely have interest in these, unless they're like the original ones, like this, right? Like this. Like these. Now these I sell. I've got some Beatle ones back here behind me, I'm pretty sure. I've got Led Zeppelin over here somewhere. I have those. We sold some the other night during our Sunday sale. These that look like they're copied and in homemade boxes, I've posted them before, showed them here. I have very little interest. I'm not going to hold on these much longer. So if anybody remotely wants these very soon, I would say make me an offer, okay? And then we'll go from there, because these are, man, I went to Kansas one time and bought a whole storage locker, and this will give Michael Manning nightmares. It was a bunch of country stuff. A lot of it was from a radio broadcast. Couldn't sell them on eBay. No interest, and we eventually threw them in the trash. Now that's going to give Michael Manning nightmares, but that's it. 10 for the reels. I'll need more than that. Just the cost of labor of packing and shipping them. I'm going to need more than that. Not counting Leonard Cohen, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There's 26 big boxes, and there's 5 small boxes. So there's 31 total boxes. Elvis is at 15. The Kiss ornaments are at 18. I have not heard back from Brian Tassin until right now, and I'm assuming everybody else is done. Okay. This is the Word. This is the New Testament on an 8-cassette box set. I have How to Walk Through Fire, Mike Murdoch, on a 6-cassette box set. How to Stay Motivated, Mike Murdoch, on a 6-cassette box set. I have Mike Murdoch, How to Overcome the Grasshopper Complex, on a 6-cassette box set with one of them missing. And I have Born to Taste the Grapes, Mike Murdoch, on a 6-cassette box set. Is there any interest whatsoever in these before they go to the dumpster? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no interest. Chad, are you sure you don't want to offer more for the reel-to-reels? Okay. First thing is Kiss. Sold to James Hicks for $18. Elvis is sold for $15 to Corey Schaefer's. Cleaning Up Collecco. Cleaning Up Collecco. I've got, what did those just sell for? 18, so 9, 3, 27, $30 for these next 3 Kiss ornaments, and these are all different. Okay? $30 for these next 3 Kiss ornaments. 3 Kiss ornaments, $30. There's different. Gene Simmons, and Paul Stanley. $30 for the 3. At one time, they were 2 for $10. Now they're 3 for $30. Okay? How much on the reel-to-reels? These over here, these 30 reel-to-reels, just because of the time, the shipping, having to box these and pack them, I'm going to say $40. $40. Okay? Chad Snyder, and then Vicky said she would do 5 on the New Testament cassette. Sold. Narrated by Roy Lamont. Sell that to Vicki Allison. Plus, she picks up. We don't have to ship that. That's sold to her. There's the next 3 Kiss ornaments. There's Jean. There's Paul. And then here's Jean again. Okay? 30 for those 3. Come on. I know you want them. I know you want them. You know you need them. You know you want them. You know you want those on your tree. All right, let me check the price on this right quick. I'll go through the no bids in 1 second. Wait till Jeff Brent RTO sees those slides, those original negatives we found of Randy Rhoads. He's going to lose his mind. He'll be asking me about those for the next 5 years. When Jeff Brent RTO finds out I have all these original negatives, unseen photos of Randy Rhoads. I think these are pretty expensive. That's why I'm looking them up. You got to watch some of this Kiss stuff. Paul Stanley. Okay, that's in like a box, though. This is different. This is 2015. John LaBeatty wants a pack of 100 outer sleeves. Add 100 outer sleeves to John LaBeatty's order. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to say $35 for Paul Stanley. $35 for Paul Stanley mug. Okay. I know you're kidding, dude. Funny, funny guy, you. I wish you were serious. Guys, he thinks I'm joking, doesn't he? Jeff Brent's in a Aussie Randy Rhoads cover band. He thinks I'm joking about the photos. Can somebody please go ahead and let him know I'm not joking? 35 on Paul Stanley mug. Any of those Kiss ornaments. You just bought Paul. If you want the 2 different jeans you didn't get, I'll do them those 2 for 20. I'll pass a big box of blanks to the basement already, but thanks for the offer. I wish I lived close for pickup. Okay. So if anybody wants the reels, $40. If you pick them up, probably a little bit cheaper. And then let's see what the next mug is. I might have everybody. There's 4 in here. I'm assuming I have all 4. So yeah, there's Ace. And then I'm assuming I have the other one. So 35, 35, and I'm assuming this is Gene and Peter. I don't know a lot about these, but $35 each. I have a strong feeling this is Gene or Peter. That's Gene. I can see his makeup. And then over here we have Peter. All right, so $35 a piece on those mugs. So 4, 120, 420, $140 for all 4 of them, I think is how the math. I'll pass. Big box of blanks in the back. Okay, no problem. No problem. It's like any cheaper than that, and it's probably going to be almost as cheap not to sell them. All right, here comes some DVDs for $9.99. Okay, $9.99. Then I'm going to start showing 45s. Paul Stanley, Live One Kiss. Yes, live at Montreux 2003. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Off the Map. ZZ Top, live from Texas. Scorpions, A Savage Crazy World. Tesla, Coming at You Live 2008. Quiet Riot, live at the 21st Century. Paul Gilbert, Silenced by a Deafening Roar, Guitar Instructional and Shred Annex. And Steve Vai, live at the Astoria, London. These are all $9.99 each, okay? $9.99 each. First one is Victor Guerra on Paul Stanley, John LaBeatty on Red Hot Chili Peppers, Leslie was next on Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Victor Guerra first on Quiet Riot. These are $9.99, all sold and sold. I still got Steve Vai, Astoria, Paul Gilbert, Tesla, Scorpions, ZZ Top, and Yes DVDs. Okay, those are $9.99 each. Okay, next thing I have is Queen's Rock Operation Live Crime. That is $9.99. Yes is sold to James Handy. John LeBeatty on Tesla. And then Brian Tassin next on Tesla. So those are sold and sold. And then we have G3 live in Tokyo. Satriani, Va, and Pertucci. And Kiss Meets the Press video magazine. $9.99 on those. Okay. And then these are $9.99 as well. We got Kiss Confidential, Kiss Exposed, Kiss Unplugged, and Kiss The Second Coming. And I actually think I have the book for this right over here. It's been over here on my shelf for a year. There's Kiss The Second Coming with the book. So those go together. All right. So Kiss Second Coming with book, Kiss Unplugged, Kiss Exposed, and Kiss Confidential. All $9.99 on those. Tom Kelly on G3, live in Tokyo. That's sold to him. Jim B's buying a Kiss. That means we just sold one way too cheap and someone just screwed up and didn't buy it. $9.99. And James Chilcott wants Mind Crime. I accidentally gave the wrong one. Hold on a second. Tom Kelly got G3, and then James Chilcott got Mind Crime. Okay? All right. And then let's go over here and do whatever was next in this crate. La 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 da 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 dee da. Boom boom. Tom Kelly on Steve Vai. That's all sold. And Jim B said, never mind, they're VHS. I can't make any money off of these. Okay, no problem. Still at a great price. There's all those if anybody wants them. All right. If not, they'll definitely sell Monday night at Kiss Night, possibly for twice as much. So if you're interested, I would jump in the fire. What else do I got over here? I'm making a dent. Holy moly, what do I have over here? Holy moly. I don't know. I'm digging stuff out. Here we go. Oh, man, Jim B will be all over this like stank on a monkey. He'll be all over this like stank on a monkey. I have, did I get this one JSC authenticated? I probably should have. I have, right over here, I have MC Chris. MC Chris is Good Music. That's the name of it. And it's signed. I forgot to have JSA tag that the last time. It's 100% authentic. MC Chris cassette, $15 start. $15 start. Okay? All right. And then $120 on the mug set. Sold to Jeff Brinley, $120. Mug set, sold to Jeff Brinley, $120. $120. Nice. Those are mint. Beautiful. Sold to Jeff Brinley. Let's move down these CDs. I got so much going on now, I can't even see straight. My legs are shaking. My mind is quaking. My palms are sweaty. I was really hoping my mom would have made some spaghetti, but she didn't. All right. Let's see over here. What is Scorpions? And then what was the next thing? Next thing was Kiss Ornaments 24. Is that for, yeah, did I get an answer on Michael Jackson? Not yet. Jeff Brown, no. I knew that. That's why I teased him. I told him I had, now Jeff, I will show you a couple of Randy Rhoads. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you a couple Randy Rhoads slides. I'm going to put them back in the box, and I'm going to tell you they're not for sale right now, okay? So that's what's going to happen. I'm going to show you a couple of them. You're going to come unglued. You're probably going to lose your mind. You're going to freak out on me. You're going to lose your cool. And then I'm going to put them back in the box like I told everybody else and say that they're not for sale. So the question is do you want to get teased some more? Do you enjoy getting teased, or do you just want to wait for me to have an official release of them? Your decision. Scorpions is a savage, crazy world. DVD, $9.99. These 3 Kiss ornaments are sold for $24 to James Hicks, mostly because he bought the other ones as well. So sell these to James Hicks. Okay? I don't believe in not for sale. Just like the Ace Frehley poster you're still demanding I'm selling to you, which I don't even know where it is. And the Gene Simmons poster that you want me to sell you that I don't think I even have. Jeff Brent also wants me to sell stuff to him that I don't even have. Now, when I'm able to pull that off, that's when I'm a billionaire. That's when I can sell stuff to people that I don't even have, and they'll pay for it, and I don't even have to send it to them. That's some kind of magic voodoo. Here's some old signed country albums that are not worth having authenticating from Fred Goodwin's collection. Johnny Western, $6.99 signed. The Western Gentleman, signed. Words and Music by Cindy Walker, signed. Johnny Western, that's a Bear Family record. That's pretty pricey, just the record. Signed, $6.99. And we have Tex Williams, signed. Those are all signed country albums, $6.99. Final call on MC Chris for $15. All righty. Let's get rid of that. What is in these other boxes? There's a comic book box. There's 2 tubs. There's 3 boxes of posters. There's Bear Family CD box sets. There's sheet music. There's movie posters. There's puzzles. Okay, let's see what's in this stack. We've really got off topic of 45s tonight, but we'll come back. Everybody's either going to have to be okay with this or start begging me. So first thing we have is this. First thing is I'll take all the Johnny Western. All right, that's one. And was there another one? This one here. That's cool stuff there. One of them's a Bear Family comp too. I sold the Bear Family Johnny Western box already on Discogs. I think there's another one coming up. Those are sold to Grog, $6.99, $6.99. Danny on GF, which was, what was GF, Danny? GF. GF was something. I'm not for sure. Not Western Gentleman, not Tex Williams, not Cindy Walker. I'm not for sure. Okay. And then, okay. So let's see here. Let me sort through these right quick. I'm going to say, make sure none of these are signed. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Here is some old sheet music. Okay, cool stuff here. These are $6.99. Gunfighter. That is already sold to Grog. Yeah, he already got that. Sorry. I'll take all the... He was right before you. This is from Superman, a play, 1938, sheet music, $6.99. Here Comes Santa Claus, Gene Autry, the original sheet music, $6.99, 1947. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, $6.99, 1949. Achy Breaky Heart, Billy Ray Cyrus, $6.99, original sheet music. Picture Show, that's John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara, $6.99. And Good Thing by Paul Revere and the Raiders, $6.99 on that. So does anybody want the last 3 signed? The last 3 signed country albums for $10. Tex Williams, Cindy Walker, and Western Gentleman. $10 for those last 3. Okay? $10 for those last 3. First thing we had is the following. MC Chris is $15 if anybody wants it. The Scorpions is $10. How many VHS? I'm counting the double with the book as 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 Kiss VHS, $40. 4 Kiss VHS, $40. Victor Guerra wants the Superman for $6.99. And then Grog wants the last 3 autographs for $10. Sell him the last 3 for $10. Those are sold. Okay? So we still got Good Thing. We got Picture Show with John Wayne, Achy Breaky Heart, Rudolph, and Here Comes Santa Claus. Those are good Christmas decorations. Original 40s and 30s, I think, on one of them. All right, let me lay those back there. What else is over here? Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus. Here comes Santa. I might have one of these already on Discogs. We're about to find out. Okay. Rudolph sheet music. That is sold to Tom Kelly for $6.99. And then we're going to bundle these last 4 Kiss, total of 5 because one's a double, to Jeff Brindley for $30. All right, let's take that in there. Done. Bundle. Boy, we love our bundles. I'm a big bundler. Big fan of bundles. I love big bundles. Okay. Let me scan this. No bids. Yes, let me clear off the table. Let me show this. I'm going to clear off the table. And I'm going to legitimately, it's midnight, start showing some 45s in sequence along with all kinds of miscellaneous. I bet we still got this on Discogs. Let me see here. If not, then I need to list ours. A lot of music, Bear Music, a lot of music, Lee Michael, Platter. Okay, we sold ours. I think, yeah. So ours sold on Discogs. I wonder what we sold it for. Usually I can find, I guess maybe not. Okay. All right, but either way, this is Johnny Western signed Bear Family CD box set. He signed the book. He signed the box. I'm going to say $24.99. The median on Discogs is $38.92, high $52.62. Most of them are listed overseas. Johnny Western Bear Family CD box set, $24.99. Jeff, I got you the 3. You got the VHS for $30, yes. Leslie Holt wants the Here Comes Santa Claus for $6.99. $24.99 for Johnny Western. If not, I got to get that back on Discogs. I guess we sold one at one time. I mean, that's a great price. Jim B says he'll take it. Now Jim B's going to sell it on Discogs for $50. See? The world just goes around in a complete big circle. That's sold to Jim B for $24.99. Okay, no bids. The first no bid was this right here. These 8 country cassettes for $10. KT Oslin, KT Oslin, KT Oslin, Rodney Crowell, Rodney Crowell, Rodney Crowell, George Jones, George Jones. Those are 8, 2, 4, 6, 8 country cassettes, $10. That was an auction tonight, no bid. We're going to sell MC Chris to Jim B for $10. We got to get his invoice piled on. Okay? Here's the rare photos of Randy Rhoads. I'm not going to show those for another 2 years. And then, of course, the sheet music I just showed. How about the last 3 for $10? Billy Ray Cyrus, Paul Revere, and the John Wayne. Those last 3 for $10. That will clear those out, hopefully. These were buy it nows. Kiss Meets the Press, $10. ZZ Top from Texas, $10. Paul Gilbert for $10. And Scorpions for $10. There's some DVD opportunities. I had Big Ike, Is My Turn. Big Ike was $6.99. And then tonight's no bids. Satisfaction, Don Evans. A 1980 rare and highly sought after reggae album. 332 people have this on their want list on Discogs. None are for sale. $145, or that's going on Discogs. Attila, William Joel, Billy Joel, a 1970 USOG. The bottom seam is split. The vinyl's EX. Billy Joel Attila, $70. $75. John Lennon Imagine, a near mint 1984 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab press. MoFi, John Lennon, $75. MoFi, Sgt. Pepper's, original master recording, 83, near mint minus, beautiful copy, Sergeant Pepper's, $145. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. Lyle Lovett's a 1992 UK import. The only pressing of this record, $95. Some of them have sold $255, opened and near mint. Rare, Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It. A rare and highly sought after funk album. Only 4 listed for sale, near mint from 200 to 231. Ours is sealed, $195. 793 people have that on their want list. 195. So a couple of these are very sought after albums, and we literally have the best price in the world right now. We have it for the best price in the world. The best price in the world. All right. Now I'm going to legitimately show these Randy Rhoads slides. Easy see, there's a bunch of them. I'm giving you an idea of what I have here. And then Jeff Brand, I hope he's paying attention. Okay. So let me show you what I had here. See? There's a picture. It's a negative, a slide of Randy Rhoads when he was in Quiet Riot. And these were taken by a photographer. There's another one. Probably hard to see. You're not going to be able to see much. They're negative. It's not the actual photo. And there's another one with him in Quiet Riot. You probably can see his silhouette right there. This is a whole box of them. I'm going to bet they're unpublished photos from a press photographer where he went in and photographed Quiet Riot and Randy Rhoads in 1980. I got a whole box of them. Now, Jeff Brent is losing his mind. Anybody offer on those? So we'll do last 4 DVDs, $20. That's about as cheap as I can get those. No interest whatsoever on any country cassettes at about $1 a piece. Big Ike, I don't even know what that is. The last 3 sheet music was $10, and then the last 4 DVDs for $20. Board's pretty much clear. Oh, I had one more DVD. I'll reduce this to $9.99. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. Okay, that was $14.99. There's Led Zeppelin, the movie, $9.99. Okay, 45s are about to start right now. That's why I'm clearing the table. I didn't look up Leonard Cohen. That was a reel-to-reel. Probably need to check that on eBay. And then let me smooth some stuff around. Okay, I'm going to take these reel-to-reels over here because they're in the way very obtrusively. I was trying to plug in my light back over here. One of my lights are out over here, which is causing it hard to get detail on stuff. Susie gets Led Zeppelin for $10. I've got other miscellaneous. So for about the last hour, when I stopped vinyl, we've been going through miscellaneous. We have found some absolute treasures. A possible Michael Jackson autograph. A possible rare unsearched batch of Randy Rhoads photographs. Now, I know from my expertise in dealing in collectibles, stuff like that can range from hundreds to literally thousands, if not tens of thousands. I don't know if y'all have ever looked up unresearched or unpublished photos of musicians and celebrities. If they're truly unpublished, unseen photos, they can be worth a small fortune. I have a note on here, duplicate not listed. So when we bought Fred Goodwin's collection, he had, these are 2 different ones. This is Sons of the Pioneer, Sons of the Pioneer. So we might already actually have these on Discogs, but if we do and they hadn't sold on there, somebody might get a really good deal tonight. So this is Sons of the Pioneers. This is a 4 CD set. Or they could be worth very little. You know, I'm shooting for the moon, but I'm going to have to definitely contact some people, okay? I'm going to have to contact some people. Let's see. A lot of music, Shasta, record sale, end of ears. Are we on here? Where's Coletco? Okay, Coletco's not on here. So we definitely sold ours then, I think. See, that's probably me right there. Sealed, brand new, maybe. I usually put Coletco. Usually my sold notes mentions Coletco. I'll be Coletco, we live. So what I do is I usually mention on Discogs, we live stream every night. I put that. Okay, I don't see these. So I'm going to say $20 and $20. Those are great prices. This one is also $20. If not, these are going to discount. It looks like mine's already sold. I never did scan this one, but these I've listed, sold at one point, and then I didn't list them again. But if anybody wants them right now, no, wait a minute, this one's much more. This one is much more. That one's $20, Wagons West. This one's much more money. This is different, isn't it? Yes, this is different. This is Sons of the Pioneers, Roy Rogers. Okay, so this one is $20. This one here is... This one here is... Man, I can't find where we listed these. I don't think mine ever made it on here. I don't know for sure. I listed so many of these, I probably made some kind of mistake. So this one sells as much as $500, $150 on this one. So they've sold for $140, $116, and $92. Okay, so right now, this is like the crazy price. $95. Literally, the median's $150, and they've sold sealed for as much as $500. $95, and this one's $20. Jim B, if you want this one for $20, it's yours. If not, James Handy wants it. This one, literally the cheapest it's ever sold is $85, and I don't think it had a box. Just the loose disc. Yeah, just the loose disc. This is complete, $95. That's like closeout deals on Sons of the Pioneer. Okay, $20 and $95. At least one sold. We'll find out about the other one. Those are, so, Sons of the Bear Family is a label out of Germany. That does amazing, detailed. They take catalogs of a lot of, they was known for doing country stuff. And I mean, look at the work they put into this. They do biographies. They go into the original masters. They do, I mean, it shows everything years. It is the time it took for them to assemble this. It is incredible. And you should look into their catalog. They don't really make stuff on vinyl because it's so comprehensive. They would have to put out like a 30-disc vinyl box set. So they've always been known for CDs, and you really can't stream this stuff. You have to buy these box sets. So this one sold to Jim B for $20. And James, he did have first dibs on that one. I've got one more at $95, which appears to be a steal. They start right now at $115, and that is in the United States. Free shipping. So that's pretty dang fair. $95 for that one's really fair. And then they go up to $231 and $190. And this one looks like it demands more because it's Roy Rogers. Sons of the Pioneers is they're a Western group, and they have had many variations over the years of members. And Roy Rogers at one point was in Sons of the Pioneers. I'm very rough on my Sons of the Pioneers. Aussie, this is a puzzle. A 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. 500-piece puzzle, Aussie, $24.99. Okay, what's back here behind me? Poster, lobby card, poster, lobby card. I have a whole stack of country, Western type stuff. That is going to be a grind going through that. And we can, though. Where's that first box of 45s? Here we go. We have not been through these before. First box, first handful. I'm going to start showing other miscellaneous stuff over here. And as we go through the miscellaneous, we're going to be showing some 45s, okay? I'll do 5 or 10 at a time, and then we'll go from there. Here we go. Dibs on Diary of a Madman puzzle. Hopefully you're watching when I show it. You cannot call dibs on any future items that could come through Colectco. We have Neil Diamond, I Am, I Said. Queen, Another One Bites the Dust. Ray Charles Orchestra, Booty Butt. 5-Man Electrical Band, Absolutely Right. B-Sides Butterfly. Watermelon Man, Mungo Santa Maria. Little Junior Parker, Stand By Me. Over here is Nancy Whiskey, Norman Greenbaum, and Funky Nassau, the beginning of the end. We have the Champ Switzerland and Bo Diddley Surfer's Love Call. $6.99. Dibs on Discog, or how do you find us on Discogs? I would say my handle is just Collectco, one word. Collectco, one word. And then if you can't find it, I'll send you a link to an item, and then you can go from there. Okay. Wolverine on Neil Diamond, Robert Warner on Bo Diddley. Let's read those one more time. Dibs on NoFX. See, Jeff, that's why you can't call dibs on any future items that could potentially come through here. Could you imagine? I would have people just all day saying dibs on Led Zeppelin, dibs on this, dibs on that, dibs on this, dibs on this, dibs on this, dibs on this. And then we'd have a master spreadsheet with 30,000 dibs, and I'd have to contact y'all individually one at a time to see if you actually want to buy something. Or if you truly want dibs, I will just get your card and automatically charge it anytime we find that record. And nobody would like that. Your card would be getting charged all day. $50, $100, $100, $50. Now, unless you're Elon Musk, you probably don't want to be on any automatic billing list, right? Unless you're Warren Buffett or like, I don't know, let's see here, Jeff Bezos, just unlimited, ungodly amount of money, like lifetimes. You could literally charge your card all day, every day, and it would never make a dib. Jeff Brindley on Queen for $6.99. And then we have the Champs. We got the beginning of the end, Norman Greenbaum, Little Junior Parker, Mungo Santa Maria, 5-Man Electrical Band, and Ray Charles Orchestra. Those are all. Here's a few we showed earlier, but I'll show those later. And then over here we got $6.99. And these are also $6.99. Gypsy Lady, Professor Morrison's Lollipop, Teardrops, Lee Andrews, the Ikeettes, Peaches and Cream, the Ikeettes, the Cal Seals, Love American Style, the Arrows, Blues Theme, the Standells, Ride on Sunset Strip, and the Flames, Foot Stopping Part 1. $6.99 on all those. All right, James Chilcott found it. Fantastic. Let's see what else I can get to. Let me crack my knuckles, adjust my neck. And we got the Flares, we got the Standells, the Arrows, the Cal Seals, the Ikeettes, Lee Andrews, and Professor Morrison's Lollipop. That's the name of the band. First thing is Professor Morrison, Lee Andrews, and then we have the Ikeettes, so do Wolverine, and then over here we have Cal Seal, so do Tracy Songer. This and this and this. I'm looking for Signs. Signs was not on 5-Man Electrical Band, unfortunately. Yeah, these are $6.99. Believe it or not, these are $6.99. That blows a lot of people's minds. But yes, these are in fact $6.99. I say that, and some people honestly can't believe me. They're like, surely, wow, look at all these posters. Holy crap, look at all these posters. Oh my gosh. Eddie Van Halen, Guns N' Roses, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Grateful Dead, Beastie Boys, Frank Zappa. If I'm lying, I'm dying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Strike me down right now if I'm lying. I'm still alive. I'm not lying. What do we have here? This looks like this will be like, oh my gosh. Feel like I'm in National Treasure. Ah, I remember this. I remember showing these are samples of an eye of a frog. Yeah, these are like old chemistry slides. Lung of a frog. Boy, it's got kind of a strong odor too. We'll probably need to take this outside and like burn it maybe. Okay, didn't expect to open that up tonight. This is Crosby, Stills and Nash. I think this goes in a box set. Yeah, that goes in a box set. And then How to Draw the Marvel Way. I bet that's pretty good. Has this got a barcode? No, I'm not joking. They actually don't have an odor. I was just legitimately coughing. They do not have an odor. That's not going to come off. That's not the original barcode. I bet that's a pretty good book, though. How to Draw Marvel. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I'll have to check that. That could be 10, 15, 20, 25. The Flares is on Felsted. F-E-L-S-T-E-D. The Flares. Okay, how much are the slides? I'll say that whole box of slides for $25. We just got an offer for $25 for the whole box of slides. You can put them underneath a microscope, and there you go. And then somebody's offered $20. You can look at frog guts and frog lungs. Those are vintage too. All right, here comes some more. We have the McCoys, Up and Down, Bruce Springsteen, Glory Days, Bruce Springsteen, Cover Me, Joey D, Peppermint Twist, Red Savine, Teddy Bear, Robert Mitchum, Ballad of Thunder Road, and Chuck Berry, Nadine, one more, The Earls, Remember When. Okay? There's that. So Levi, if you want them, 25. If not, Kelly maybe takes them for 25. And James Handy, CSN $2. CSN $5. CSN $5. Whoops. Let me jump over here to eBay. How much is this Marvel book worth? How to Draw Marvel Comics the Marvel Way. Let me use voice to text. How to Draw Marvel Comics the Marvel Way. It's actually just How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. Let me take out that second Marvel. All right, so first thing we have is Wolverine on Chuck Berry for $6.99. Jeff Brindley on Bruce. And do you want Cover Me or Glory Days? Okay. I'm out on the slides. All right. Sell them to Kelly for $25 then. Kelly Vlodarchek on the slides. The Marvel book is $14.99. $14.99. CSN $4. Sold to James Handy for $4. Sell that to James Handy for $4. Marvel book $14.99. $14.99 on the Marvel book. Let's do one more quick handful of 45 before I show something super rare and really cool. And then, oh boy, that's a cool one. You Really Got Me going. The Kinks, You Really Got Me. The Association Cherish. Mad Magazine, Gall and the Family Fair. Frankie Lyman, the Teenagers, I Want You to Be My Girl. The Champs, Tequila. That's a cool one. And Danny Hutton, Monster Shindig. Monster Shindig, that's on Hanna-Barbera Records. Hanna-Barbera, and the flip is Danny Hutton, Roses and Rainbows. All right, so first thing we need to do is tag both Bruce Springsteens to Jeff Brindley, and then let's tag these slides to Kelly for $25. I'm going to take this handful of miscellaneous stuff in here and start a new pile because I've ran out of room on that table. Let me slide that down. All right, clearing out Collecco. I love it. This reminds me of last Sunday night or 2 Sundays ago. Do I have any more random? Oh, yeah, let's go get that tub of posters. I'm not joking either. There's literally posters over here. I will show them and price them on the fly. If I think I need to look them up, I will. James Rainey on the Kinks for $6.99. Leslie was second on the Kinks. And then Wolverine on FL. And FL was Frankie Lyman, and he gets the Champs Tequila. All right, there's that, there's that. We'll stack those there, and there's the leftovers from those. And these are $6.99. Okay, let me get that tub of posters. I'm going to try to have another big Sunday walkthrough sale before the end of this year. So y'all are getting first glance. Y'all are getting first glance at stuff that would be priced and put out. But right now, you can get it here. See? I'm going to show you. See, this literally says Kiss posters. And this is a full tube. It feels like there's about 20 wrapped up in here. Could be 5. It could just be one, a bizarrely heavy one. Here we go. Didn't even know I had these till this moment. Oh boy. It's the Declaration of Independence. An early draft. Oh my gosh. Maybe one day. It's the first draft of the Constitution. All right. Coming soon. All right. $6.99. Blues Magoos, We Ain't Got Nothing Yet. That's a good one. Down on the Corner, probably a hit on the flip side. Yep, Fortunate Son. CCR, of course, Dwayne Eddy, Theme from Dixie, Marty Robbins, Singing the Blues, Ral Donner, I Got Burned, James Brown, Hot Pants, that's on a bizarre label, People, and John Waite's an 80s hit smash, Missing You. Those are all $6.99, Missing You. Kelly Vladorchek on CCR, that was the second one here. Creedence Clearwater, $6.99. Okay, let's unravel this first Kiss poster. It looks like there's a tear in it, so that's not good at all. It's got a big rip in it. That's not good at all. Let's see, Kiss with rip, $15. We'll have to ship it rolled in a tube. That's the unfortunate part about these. It's going to cost extra money and extra postage to ship them for us. Okay? I guess some of these I can go to the top cam. $15 on this. It's got a big rip at the bottom though. I'm going to steal the decoration. Yeah. I like it when he tells Riley that and he walks off. I have not found the rest of those yet, Paul. They're kind of buried over here. And when I found out they were cleaning this booth out, I was happy, but they were cleaning it out to pull more records in. So that was unfortunate. I do have this, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, for $14.99. Surely you want that. Also, we have Mississippi Queen by Mountain. The Turtles, So Happy Together. Nice. Sam Cooke doing Blue Moon. Cher, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves. I think that's a different Blue Moon. Either way, Cher. And then Call of the West, Wall of Voodoo, and Patti Smythe, and that is River of Love, $6.99. Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. Dang it. I'm on the wrong camera. Sorry. Thank you, Numenoid. Paul Brothers says he'll take this for $14.99 for a temporary placeholder. Yeah, let me show those again. We had Patti Smith, River of Love, Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West, Cher, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, Sam Cooke, So to Wolverine, The Turtles, Happy Together, and Mississippi Queen by Mountain. Can I get title R's $140 no bid? Yeah, that was... Let me move some stuff over here. Let's move the DVDs and the sheet music. Y'all can get a good look at John Wayne for the rest of the night and the glare. And y'all can look at my Tool t-shirt. I love Tool. We have Both Worlds. This one's called Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It. That one was $195. And then the other one, the reggae, was Don Evans, Satisfaction. Okay. Don Evans, Satisfaction, 1980 U.S. Canadian OG sealed. Only time ever pressed. So first thing we have is Jeff Brinley getting Cher, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, James Rainey on Mississippi Queen, and Susie was next. Moving on. All right, next Kiss poster. Let's go to the top cam for the unveil. This one appears to be much better shape. Very cool. You can see the edge wear. It's got edge wear. It's kind of tattered. I'm going to say $35. $35. It's got pinholes and edge wear. $35. Wolverine, I got you down for Sam Cooke. Yes. $35 on that one. Okay, moving on. $6.99 on these. We got Mitch Ryder, Sock It To Me. Ray Charles, It Ain't Gonna Worry My Mind with Mickey McGilly. Louie Louie, a French copy, The Kingsman. Dave Clark 5, that's what I said on the Congress label. The Chordettes, Mr. Sandman on Cadence. And Bernadette Peters, Gee Whiz. That's the Vargas doing the artwork, who also did the Cars, Candy-O. And that's a cool one. Conway Tweedy is a Bluebird Blue, and she's mine. That's an earlier picture sleeve on MGM. Mr. Conway. All right, those are $6.99. And then let's see what the next Kiss poster is. Next Kiss poster. Looks like from Lick It Up. $35. There's Mark St. John. $35. Okay, that was the 3 Kiss posters in that Kiss tube. Is there other Kiss posters in here? I'm sure there is. No takers so far. Y'all are greatly disappointing me. Super disappointing me. You got to be buying all these Kiss posters. Where's Phil Elliott? Where's all the Kiss buyers? Y'all should be saying, I'll take it. Sold, I'll take it. Sold, I'll take it. Chris Bryant on King. So we had Conway, Bernadette, Cordette's, Kingsman. So did Chris Bryant. Cordette's condition. Let's go check on that. Cordette's condition. Boy, I would say for this, VG++. Nice. Better than most. And then Animalize. Thank you. What did I say? Lick It Up. God, I'm on the wrong camera again. Shoot. Cordette's, Dave Clark 5, Bernadette Peters, Conway Twitty, Ray Charles, and Mitch Ryder. Those are all still available, okay? Next batch of 45s. These are $6.99. We have Nice, Sufficiently Breathless, Captain Beyond, The Monkees, Pleasant Valley Sunday, The Monkees, Daydream Believer, The Monkees, Have You Seen Your Mother Baby, Beach Boys, When I Grow Up, and Annette, EP, JoJo, The Dog-Faced Boy, and Lonely Guitar. $6.99. Animalize poster. Thank you. Animalize. What did I say? Lick It Up. Animalize. Boy, you got to be careful around these Kiss guys. They will wear you out a new one if you're wrong about something. I'll get cussed and yelled at and stabbed. I'm joking. I'm going to drink a glass of water, though, or a bottle of water right quick. George Burleson said, Funky Nassau is the song Erykah Badu sang in Blues Brothers 2000. There you have it, folks. Next thing is Wolverine on the Monkees. He wants Daydream Believer. And Both Worlds and Don Evans, $200 offer total. Pass. Thank you for the offer, though. We got Annette, the Beach Boys, the Rolling Stones, the Monkees, and wow, nobody bought Captain Beyond. Sufficiently Breathless. $6.99. Oh, there went my leg. That didn't feel too good. Ooh. Next posters. Sufficiently Breathless. It's a great song by Captain Beyond. All right, let's see what we got here. Eddie Van Halen, Red Hot Chili Peppers, UK. Interesting. What could this be? What could this be? Nice. Oh, they stuck a sticker to it or something. I was about to say $55, but how about $35? They've stuck a Fox sticker to it, though. Eddie Van Halen, $35. Vintage poster. Eddie Van Halen in the bottom. It's got wear and tear, and they've stuck a Fox sticker to it. $35 on Eddie Van Halen. Okay? $35 on Eddie Van Halen. That is Guns N' Roses. No, Red Hot Chili Peppers, live in the UK, 1990. I thought that was Axl at first. $35 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. $35 on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Did y'all get a good look at that one? These are kind of hard to show. It says Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's got a live shot, and it says live in the UK. Okay? 35 and 35 on those. All right. Next, 45, $6.99. I've got Hugo Montenegro, Theme from Bunny Lake is Missing. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. TV's Annie Oakley, Poor Little Heart. Buy U.S. Bonds, New Orleans. Frigid Pink, we're going to be there. Promo, Frigid Pink. Tequila, The Champs on Challenge label. You Send Me, Sam Cooke on Keen. And the crystals, He's a Rebel. Those are all $6.99. The crystals, He's a Rebel. All right, well, we're 0 for 6 on posters, so we're going to take a 2-hour break from those and move on to something else. We're going to grab this little handful of stuff right here. Some of this may be for sale. Some of it may not, because I know what it is, and I know some of it is kind of expensive and requires lots of further research. Wolverine got the crystals. Wolverine got the champs. Robert was next on the crystals. I still got Frigid Pink. I still got Sam Cooke. I still got U.S. Bonds, TV's Annie Oakley, the Monkees, and Hugo Montenegro. All right, first thing I have is a Kenny Rogers tour book. Dull presents Kenny Rogers. It's a Kenny Rogers tour book. And it even has some kind of, what is this? Ticket stubs. It's got an envelope with ticket stubs stuck to it. Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold them. $15. $15 on that. First thing, this is Sam Cooke is on the Keen label, and that is You Send Me. Sam Cooke, You Send Me on Keen. The flip is Summertime. George Burleson wants U.S. Bonds and the Funky Nassau single. All right, so there's U.S. Bonds for George Burleson. He also wants Funky Nassau. To my knowledge, that was in the first stack. Let me see if it's down here at the bottom still. There it is. That is sold $6.99 to George Burleson. Wolverine got Sam Cooke for $6.99, and Tim Graham got the Kenny Rogers for $15. Sold to Tim Graham. Oh boy. Yep, this is the stuff. I'll show this, and then maybe I'll price it here in just a second. So I've got Kiss Convention, the Kiss comic. I'll go ahead and price it. This is a reggae magazine. Buick, what's that say? And Jazz Review. I'll say $9.99 on the reggae magazine. Foundations. I'm trying to figure out who this is. Who is this? I don't know who this is. I don't know who that is. We'll say $9.99. Sheet Music, Smoking in the Boys' Room, $6.99. Saturday Night Bay City Rollers, $6.99. Here is a Linda Ronstadt mirror that looks like it's almost cracked. It is. Linda Ronstadt mirror. See, there's Chad. Hi, everybody. And then there's the camera. Look into the lens. It's a cracked Linda Ronstadt mirror. Very unfortunate. 1977. It's got a big crack. It probably has cracked since we've had it. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Gosh, I hate adhesives. We don't want any part of this so it don't stick to the comic. This is a grade of about .3 or 4.0. Off-white pages. Cover is slightly detached. It's got some color breaks. Down there is most prevalent. I would say it's a 3 or 4. Yeah, this is the one that they use their blood. It's actually called Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1. Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1. I'd say this is like a 3 or a 4, maybe. It's probably a 3 or 4. All right. I'll have to think on that one. And then we have Kiss Conventions. Okay. What was the next question, Chad? Was that a Duke label yellow 45? Yeah, that was Duke. That was Little Junior Parker, Stand By Me. Let me see. Let me get some comps. Of course, CGC is going to carry a premium being slabbed. But if you type in Marvel Comics Super Special 1 CGC, let's go for a 4.0. Let's see what a 4.0. All right. Let's see. It's been a while since I've comped. I don't know if people have them graded that low. Most people have them graded when they're like 7s and higher. I may be undershooting this one. I don't know. I'm not. I might have to ask Steve that works here. A 5 is $300 right now on eBay. Let's see if anybody's graded a 3. Nines. I had a 9.2 one time. How much is a 9.4? 9.4 ace. I think I had a 9.2. Michael Jackson is not real. I just got a confirmation. The Michael Jackson signature is fake. It's a forgery. All right, Wolverine got Little Junior Parker. Sorry, I'm distracted over here. Yeah, so this is fake. This can be put through a shredder. Michael Jackson autograph is fake. Very fake. Unfortunate. Now, obviously, if it's real, I'd be super excited. I would say, let me get a letter from JSA, and we put it up for auction and sell it for $3-4 grand soon. So, not happening. All right. I told y'all, when you find a really, really, really rare signature, just assume it's fake because 99.9% it's going to be gone. Kiss Worldwide Convention. Okay. The first person who puts Kiss Convention can have this for $15. Kiss Convention, $15. All right, here comes some more 45s for $6.99. I have Bull Moose Jackson, bow-legged woman. Little Richard, slipping and sliding. Little Richard, rip it up. Gary Lewis, green grass. Junior Parker, wait for another day. Doors, hello, I love you. The Buckinghams, kind of a drag. Cher, half-breed. And Stevie Wonder, shoo-be-doo-ba-doo-ba-ba-dee. Kiss Convention, sold for $15, the Jeff Brent RTO. I'm going to confirm one more thing. Okay. Always check these things for signatures. Oh, no. This is why I whip off adhesive. Dang it. See? That's why I ripped off the adhesive of that Last Kiss comic. These are terrible for causing paper damage. Imagine if that got stuck to that Kiss comic and ripped the cover. Don't ever buy anything with a resealable baggie. Ever. Worst invention ever for collectibles. A resealable baggie with adhesive. Probably the worst thing you can put something in. You're eventually going to damage something and wish you had never, ever bought a resealable adhesive baggie. Ever. Don't do it. Not worth the risk. All right, so first thing was Wolverine on JP. And so we had Stevie Wonder, that sold to Wolverine. Cher, Buckinghams. The Doors sold to Tim Graham. Junior Parker sold to Wolverine. Then Gary Lewis, Little Richard, and Bull Moose Jackson. So Bull Moose Jackson, Little Richard, Gary Lewis, the Buckinghams, kind of a drag, and Cher. I determined my own destiny. I said, we got to rip off this adhesive so it doesn't stick to anything. And then the next item, it gets stuck to something. So Wolverine, I'm unfortunately sorry, but now one side of your Motown Story sleeve has a small paper pull. I hope you're okay with that. Okay, let's go through another handful of stuff that I brought over here. So Michael Jackson, GMB's offered $3. No way. It's going in the shredder. I literally have ordered a shredder to start shredding fake autographs. I am not joking. I have a whole box over here. I'm very looking forward to going live and shredding autographs. Okay. So these poster tubes say Kiss, AC/DC Dokken, Guns N' Roses, Whitesnake, Kiss. This one says Iron Maiden. What's this one say? Uriah, Rock Club. I think that's just an empty tube. Motley Crue, Grateful Dead, Beastie Boys, Viva Vegas, and 4 Franzetta posters. Oh man, Frank Frazetta posters. Those could be pretty good. Okay. Jim B, did I see your other question? First thing is, Jim B, Chad, do you know if you've ever had the Honey Drippers impeach the president 45? Not to my knowledge. The Honey Drippers impeach. Are you talking about the same Honey Drippers like Robert Plant and Jimmy Page? Let's hear. Wow, I can't believe somebody's interested in this price on both worlds LP. I'm interested, but not top of line money interested. Okay, give me 1 second. So these are kind of tagged to stuff like that. We tag and say, okay, let's see if we can find somebody interested in our customer network. If not, we put them on Discogs, cross our fingers, hope to get top dollar. If they don't sell, then we mark them down until they do. Here is a whole box of Kiss magazines and comic books. Oh my goodness. Okay, and Elvis and Rip and oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff in there. All right, that's a lot of time. What's underneath it? Underneath it is a box of PC games. This looks like something I need to just price Paul Brothers and he buy the entire box of PC games. Right, Paul Brothers? Are you still on? All right, let's show a quick handful of singles. We got Derek doing Cinnamon, Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey Kiss Him Goodbye, Dinah Ross and Supreme's Love Child, Jim Bolt, Back in My Arms Again, Billy Ward and the Dominoes, 60 Minute Man, The Riventings, Papa Mau Mau, Chris Christopherson, Prove It to You One More Time Again, and Jimmy Haskell's Astro Sonic. Those are all $6.99. Okay? So over here, we got first, we got Jimmy Haskell's, Chris Christopherson, The Rivingtons, Billy Ward, Jim Bolt, Dinah Ross, Love Child, Soda Wolverine, Steam, and Derek, okay? So I was also trying to get a price on the Kiss comic right quick. I mean, you know, I'd love to figure it out, this and that, you know, and this and that. Let me just see randomly over here what they've sold comped. I wish I had mine back. All right, so what do we have here? All right, so there's an 8.5, 8.5, 9.0, 8.0, 9.2, 9.4, 9.6, 9.4. Wow, those are some expensive ones. That's rare, though, in that grade. 9.2. Not many low-grade copies that get graded and sold, it looks like. Not a lot of lower-grade copies. There's a raw one. Someone graded it 4.5, $239. Ours is just as good, if not better than that. I'm going to say on the Kiss comic, $225. Okay? I'm going to say $225, whoever claims it first. $225 on the Kiss comic. Okay? $225. First is, we got a request to show the Dokken poster. We sold Dinah Ross and that. Okay, yeah, let me get to some of that. Let me move this. $225 on the Kiss comic. That's my price right now. Someone sold a G plus 2.5 for about $200. I think ours is better than that. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, this one's got a crease. It's got a tear. Yeah, $225 is not a bad price on the Kiss comic at all if you're in the market for one. For a lower grade, one you can handle and don't worry about damaging it. You know, some of these you're going to damage. And, oh, yeah, and for the 45 buyers, this is a box of blues from the Blues collection. And I did say we would read through them, and I will have to discogs these because I bet there's some rarities in here. We got some true, like I'm going to have to comp these one at a time, but they will be obviously fair. We can hit those a little bit later, okay? Let's keep going. First thing I'm going to do is show another quick handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. I have the Monkeys, Daydream Believer, Greg Allman, Midnight Rider, Dwayne Eddy, Peter Gunn, Shazam, Dwayne Eddy, Hang Fire, Rolling Stones, Pat Benatar, All Fired Up, and Dwayne Eddy, Pepe. Dwayne Eddy, Pepe. Those are all $6.99. Let's see. Where's the one that said Docking? Okay, and as always, just in case I price it and you want it, be ready to claim it. And what did I do with that one? I did. Am I crazy or did I read off Docking? I know I did. I'm not crazy. It's this one. Aha. Ra-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I've got one more silver dollar. And I'm not going to let them catch me, no. Not going to let them catch the Midnight Rider. Ra-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. All right, Greg Allman is sold to George Burleson for $6.99. And we got Dwayne Eddy. We got Pat Benatar. We got Rolling Stones, Dwayne Eddy, and the Monkeys, Daydream Believer. Okay, Christina Curtis wants to Pat Benatar for $6.99. All right, let's see what this first one is here. This looks like a killer AC/DC Special Guest Docking Europe Tour 88. Now, that's going to require a quick search. Either that could be pretty special. Let me check on that one. AC/DC Europe 80. There's nothing at the bottom. I don't know. I don't know if that's legit. Special Guest Docking. Four Force National. Let's see if we can figure that one out without me ripping it. So we need to go over here to Terapeak. And Grog, I hadn't forgot about you on the other one. Are you interested in both of them? Can you remind me? Need a flatter surface. I know. I've got too much stuff back here. I know. All right, let me go to let's go to search for. So this is AC/DC docking poster. That will be our first in both worlds. Okay, both worlds. AC/DC and DOKKEN. Let's see what that pops up first. Let's go poster. Really hard to show posters here to begin with. Probably the most requested thing, and then I'll say that I have posters. Then the most requested thing, and then therefore the most difficult thing for me to show to people. All right, let's go to Terapeak. Terapeak is a database eBay now has bought. They don't even call it Terapeak anymore. There's one. Original AC/DC 35, that's it. Sold $136.50 November of last year. So about a year and a month ago, $136.50. $125. That is, I think, pretty legitimate. I think that's an actual European tour AC/DC poster. Okay? $125. Very nice. $125 on that. Okay. 45s. These are $6.99. If you can't believe it, neither can I. My Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes. Edison Lighthouse, a great song. Bobby Sherman, Little Woman. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. Dion, Ruby Baby. Three Dog Night. One is the loneliest number. That Gary Lewis doing CC Rider. Jimmy Bryant with Speedy West, the Night Rider. And Proud Mary, I Cantina on the Silver Spotlight Series reissue label. Okay? And then we have nice Kiss Spirit of 76 poster. Wear and tear and pinholes and tape, $75. Wear and tear and pinholes and tape, $75. Wear, tear, pinholes and tape. That was the name of my first self-released album. It was called Chad Williams, Wear, Tear, Pinholes, and Tape. It's just called Chad Williams. Chad Williams, Wear, Tear, Pinholes, and Tape. Dion, that was right here. To Wolverine. That is sold to him for $6.99. Moving on. Boom, 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 boom. Poster, poster, poster. Let's go. About time to clear off this table. The problem with that is I have nowhere else to put stuff. I've got stuff stacked on top of crates, on top of corners, on top of tables. I'm pretty much out of space. So let me try to make some room over here. Let me go ahead and take this stuff and this stack. Actually, let me knock out these 45 first. And then we're going to have to get into a new batch of stuff by moving some stuff around. So let's go ahead and knock this out. Steam, Nah Nah, Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. Donny Osmond, Sweet and Incident. Joe Cocker, Up Where We Belong with Jennifer Warnes. Billy Bland, Let the Little Girl Dance. The Osmonds, Yo-Yo. Come on, now touch me, babe. Bing Crosby, Happy Birthday and Anniversary Song. Jimmy Mack and the Music Factory, The Hunter Gets Captured by the Game. Folks, there he is, the voice of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, $6.99. Jimmy Mack, Jimmy, when are you coming back? That's not that song. The name of the band or artist is Jimmy Mack. Jimmy Mack. Okay, these are all $6.99. JFK, Jimmy Mack and the Music Factory, Bing Crosby, The Doors, Come on, now touch me, babe. The Osmonds, Billy Bland, Joe Cocker, Donny Osmond, and Steam. Wolverine wants Jimmy. That's Jimmy Mack and the Music Factory. Sold. Anybody else on that stack? Let's knock out this last handful, maybe two. No, there's more than I thought. Okay, we got Casey and the Sunshine Band. I'm Your Boogeyman. This one looks weird. Shotgun, featuring special guest on guitar, Tom Powder, Black Knights. Viking Rock. Capitol Records, 30th anniversary kind of EP deal. It's pretty interesting looking. Capitol Records. Bill Doggett, Ocean Liner, Bossa Nova. The Strangeloves, I Want Candy. The Foundations, I Can Take or Leave Your Loving. And Ricky Nelson, You're My One and Only Love. Ricky Nelson is $6.99. $6.99. Ah, Jimmy Mack. Jimmy. George Burleson, Once Hunter Gets Captured, already sold. But I will give you Joe Cocker, Up Where We Belong. Sold to George Burleson. We got Ricky Nelson. We got The Foundations. We got Strange Love, sold to Wolverine. Bill Doggett, Capitol Records, Shotgun, and Casey and the Sunshine Band. I'm Your Boogeyman. That's a good one. Also over here for $6.99, we have Jay Wiggins, No Not Me. Gary U.S. Bonds, New Orleans. Little Caesar and the Romans. These oldies but goodies. Little Caesar, the oldies but goodies. Jester's The Win. Don Gardner and D.D. Ford, I'm coming home to stay on Fire. We have Arthur Alexander, You Better Move On, and Dale Shannon, Hats Off to Larry. Christina Curtis on Ricky Nelson from that last stack, or somewhere close to it. Right here, Ricky Nelson, You're My One and Only Love. Okay, there's that. And then we got DG, and then we got Dale Shannon, sold to Wolverine, and then DG was Don Gardner. Got it. Okay, now I got to do some cleanup. Anybody want to make any offers on the posters? I'm going to leave these out, but I'm going to keep them close so when I go live tomorrow, boom, 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 I can show them and try to sell some of these. First, we got George Burleson on U.S. Bonds. That's New Orleans, sold to him. Okay, got to kind of clear my table here. Going to try to do some stuff. Got that box of PC games I'm about to bring over. Got to get to those other boxes. Got to get to the magazines. But the only way I can do that is clear off what I've already shown so we can say that is over. And I can get another box of 45s. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this stuff and this stuff that has sold right over here. Beep-a-bop. Beep-bop. Oh, beep-a-bop. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee. A-shoompa-dee, Jimmy. Jimmy Mack. All right. That's that box we found earlier. Let me transfer. How about this nice vintage Folgers coffee box we've been using to store 45s in? Nothing like it. Vintage Folgers. Vintage Folgers box. All right. Now, this other stack over here is some 45s we had earlier. We had Robbie Benson, Adios Yesterday, BG's Edge of the Universe promo, Pop Music. I knew I had these upside down. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is Eddie Money, Get a Move On. Eddie Money, Baby, Hold On. Eno Rostas, Hiawatha. Toto 99, Squeeze Cool for Cats, Charlie Fight Dirty Picture Disc, Pop Music, BG's Ed of the Universe double-sided promo, and Robbie Benson Adios Yesterday double-sided promo. Those are all $6.99. Okay? And then I had one PC game here earlier, Soldier of Fortune, missing artwork, $6.99. We got down to the Picture Show sheet music for $6.99, Achy Breaky $6.99, and Good Thing $6.99, or all three for $10. We had Bay City Rollers for $6.99, Smoking in the Boiler Room $6.99, and then Foundations, I priced that for $9.99, and the Reggae magazine. Okay. Soldier of Fortune sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Thank you on that. I never did price Leonard Cohen, but I will. And then, yeah, these DVDs were $9.99 or the last four for $20. And that was Scorpions, A Savage Crazy World, Kiss Meets the Press, Video Magazine, interviews only, no concert performances. It's Kiss interviews, $9.99. DVD, yes, ZZ Top, Live from Texas is a DVD, and so is Paul Gilbert. So I had those at $9.99 each, or four for $20. And then we had Blizzard of Oz puzzle for $24, Sons of the Pioneers $95. Okay, we know what all that is, right? Yes. And then we had the Big Ike cassette for $6.99 or make offer. I'm going to put the Randy Rhoads slides over there. I had these 8 cassettes, 8 country cassettes for $10. Paul Brothers wants the DVD bundle. Let me make sure Christina doesn't want the Kiss. Okay. If not, then I'm going to sell them to Paul Brothers, so those are pending. Kiss comic, I'm going to put this somewhere safer, but $225 on the Kiss comic. All right. I had a cracked Linda Ronstadt mirror. Now, if somebody local wants to come pick this up, it's not too bad. I mean, you can see like it has a line through it right there. Local price to come pick this up, $10. It's a vintage Linda Ronstadt mirror from 1977. Local price, $10. Shipping, I don't know if I even want it. She says, I'll take 4 for $20. Okay, she had dibs on those. Sell those to Christina, 4 for $20. I've shown these 2 puzzles. And now, Grog, the moment you've been waiting for. Let me figure out this one over here. So this funk album you were asking about. So let me see if I can find out. Now, Paul's got me active, so let me see if I can find out what they've actually transacted for over here. We got Both Worlds. Don't, D-O-N, apostrophe, T-C-H-A. All right, this is it. That's not it. I accidentally clicked on Best of Both Worlds. Oh, I hate Discogs. I can't wait to buy this website and turn it into CollectScogs and completely revamp it. All right, now the problem with this is there's not many for sale, pretty sought after, and then sealed. All right, so near mint 225, EX 125, 125. This is sealed. Okay, now the last one sold a couple months ago. The big thing is the cheapest one you can get one for right now is, like Paul says, about a couple $100. I don't know. I mean, here's what I can offer it to you for $150. And at that price, I'll list it and see what happens. And if you want to come back and visit it in a few months, if I still have it, I'm going to list it for like $200 or best offer. Probably. It sounds like I need to list it for $200 or best offer. So 150, and that would be, I mean, if you average the last two, it would be it would average out as 175. One sold for 125, one sold for 225. Both opened. Both open. So the average price on two open ones is 175. That one's sealed for 150. Okay, I'm going to take this stack of stuff off the reserve here, or off, actually I can move it over here now. Okay, like this. Alrighty, I have officially freed up some space. A lot of it did end up in the sold pile. A lot of it in the not sold pile yet. Chad's also extremely hungry. I never did pause and get a snack, and it's 1 a.m. So I'm extremely hungry. Extremely hungry. But we don't have time to stop. Give me 1 second over here. I'm with y'all. Don't go anywhere. And do not fall asleep. Okay. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do, we've had a couple people ask, does the Kiss comic have the poster? Does the Kiss comic have the poster? Is the poster an insert that's loose, or is it the inking on this is amazing, by the way. I mean, look at the splash page. I wonder who has the original artwork. The inking on this is amazing. The cover is awesome. But man, I love the details of the story in here. A 2-page centerfold poster. Probably this right here. Yes. Poster is included. Yeah. Unfortunately, or fortunately, somebody didn't rip that out. There's that, and then the next page, Hit Parader. Yeah. And then there's that. Yeah. Dr. Doom. There's them giving their blood. They gave their blood, and they poured it in the ink. If you'll open and show me it's in good shape, I'll do it for 104. We'll prefer not to buy it, set and scene, going to be listening to it. Okay? I bet when we open it, it's going to be new but that doesn't mean that it couldn't have some transfer from a sleeve. You know what I'm talking about? I've opened a lot of records sealed, and they're unplayed, but you know, they'll have like a sleeve transfer or something on them, where they'll probably honestly grade like EX or something. I'm taking a little bit of risk opening it. Of course, I know what you're saying is I don't want to open it. I'd rather you open it and show me that it's nice. Or sleeve scuffs, yeah. Okay. Sounds like we're going to have to open it. The actual Kiss blood actually went into Mark, did Rich cover on Sports Illustrated, so there's no blood in Kiss. Wow. I just got lightheaded. I stared into some of these lights, and I haven't snacked in about 7 hours, and I think we got to go get my bag of pistachios. And then we got to open this record, and then I got to get this other box of 45s down. So I got a lot to do in the next hour. But first, I don't think if I grab a snack, I'm going to be able to complete the sale. So let me try to complete the sale. Where's my pistachios? Bananas. I got chocolate covered raisins and pistachios. It's really warm up here in this building. I can tell Tanner's been here. He gets a little cold. Whew, my eyes just gave out on me almost. Okay, so he's not talking about the Kiss comic. He's talking about this record here, which is Both Worlds, Don't You Hide It. And Jeff, I will show you a Randy Rhoads slide in 1 second. This record has been sealed for 48 years, and we're about to open it. We're going to make sure this is an original sealed record right now. Let me find a good spot. We want to make sure this thing is good to go. All right. Here is the big reveal. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Sleeve turned up the right way. And this record is absolutely beautiful. Just some sleeve scuffing. Yes, this has been sealed. Brand new. It's got some paper fragments on it, but yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put it in a, let me get this piece off right here. Yeah. Let's put this in a, do I got one over here? Let's put it in a sound saver. All right. This is sold to Grog for $140. Make a note, we need to get this thing cleaned. Say it was just opened, we need to clean it. Okay, give it to Paul, Laura, probably tomorrow give it to Laura or Paul or whoever. and have them clean that. Go ahead and tag it to Grog for $140. All right. And somewhere Jim B is beating on his table. He's like, dang it. Shoot. Dang it. Shoot. Okay. First thing we're going to do is I've got Kiss Hit Parader, Kiss Cycle Circus Tour Magazine, Circus Magazine, 1992, Freddie Mercury, Gene Simmons, a Kiss looks like a magazine insert poster, Strike Magazine, another Strike Magazine, another Strike Magazine, a Metal Edge magazine with Kiss, a Kiss Alive 1990 magazine, and Bass Player magazine with Gene Simmons. I've never ran too many auctions at 1:15 a.m., but we're going to sell all these Kiss magazines together. One auction lot, $20 start. All those together, $20 start. Every magazine in that pile, $20 start. All you got to do is put Kiss 20, and that means you're locked in. All right. With that being said, I'm building up my stamina for another box to flip through over here. Let's get this one down right here. Oh boy. Out of money, college spent, see no future, pay no rent. All the money's gone, nowhere to go. Alrighty. Let's turn this mother around. And here we go. These are all $6.99. Gloria Estefan, a Miami Sound Machine, 1, 2, 3. Toto, I'll Supply the Love. Tiny Tim, Tiptoe to the Gas Pumps. Herb Albert, Magic Man. Donna Summer, Cold Love. Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Be Good to Me. Gloria Lynn, Stormy Monday Blues. Major Lance, Gotta Get Away. Denise Williams, Water Under the Bridge. Mick Jagger, Throwaway, and Spyro Gyra, New Sungo. Kiss Magazines has bids for 20, 20, 20, 20, 21, 21, 25, 26. Carly Southers has it right now at $26. Grateful Dead poster coming up. All right. See what we got here. Whoops. All right. I have Spyro Gyra, Mick Jagger, Denise Williams, Major Lance sold to Wolverine. Sold to him for $6.99. Gloria Lynn, Sweetheart, Donna Summer, Herb Albert, Tiny Tim, Toto, Gloria Estefan. Right now, the Kiss magazines are at $29. Next handful of singles. The Temptations, A Fine Mess, Dr. Hook, some kind of single-sided thing. Julio and Willie, For Nat and Tiker, the 7th Dawn. The Bengals, it's another Manic Monday promo. Donovan, They Call Me Mellow Yellow picture sleeve. Roger Daltrey, Walking in My Sleep. And Ann Margaret, I Just Don't Understand. $6.99 on those. What just happened to that poster? Here it is. Right, so this is a Grateful Dead Oxo Moxo Oxo poster. It says printed in England. Oxo Moxo Oxer. It just says printed in England at the bottom. I'm going to say $45. $45. Grateful Dead Oxo Moxo Oxo poster. $45. Okay. George Burleson wants Spyro Gyra and Donovan. Okay, so the first thing I have over here, Spyro Gyra. That was from the last batch, right? Yep. George Burleson just got Donovan. And then we have Danny Thomason on B. B was for Bengals, another Manic Monday. The Kiss magazines are at 31 with Carly Southers. Final call, I got more coming like that. Okay? I got more coming like that. George Burleson said he will take the Grateful Dead poster. Sold to George Burleson, $45. Okay? Final call on the magazines. Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle. Dean Martin, Valaire. Bobby Darin, Mac the Knife. Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, Foggy Mountain Boys. The Legend of Johnson Boys. The Delegates, Convention 72. Jackie Wilson, Shake, Shake, Shake. Patsy Cline, Crazy. Nice, in the original label and sleeve. And Alan Parsons, Games People Play and Time. All right. So these magazines are closed, and those are officially sold to Carly Southers for $31. I'm going to go get that box of games right now. Let me move some of this other sold stuff out of the way. Let me move the poster and magazines over here on the table. Crazy. All right. There's that. Lots are the best way to do these unless we take time to mark them and price them individually. Otherwise, it could get pretty out of hand and very time consuming, especially this time of night. So, or even if we're busy. All right. And then Wolverine got both Patsy Cline and Jackie Wilson. Those are both sold to Wolverine. That left Alan Parsons, the Delegates, Lester Flatt, Bobby Darin, Dean Martin, and Cats in the Cradle and the Silver. Man in the Moon. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the box, Paul. Here's the box, ELO Touch Solutions, ELO. Okay, so it's a big box, as you can see here. We got to really figure out what's in it. Omnicon, Command and Conquer, don't know. Earth 2150, Software, Iron Helix, Software, don't know. Zork Nemesis, sounds like Star Trek. I don't think it is though. Don't know. XCOM, Might and Magic. something, Star Siege, Freedom Force, Chessmaster, Command and Conquer, Dungeon Liege, Death Trap, Software, Klingmon Honor Guard, Dragon Keeper, Steel Panthers, Heavy Gear, Druid, Shadows over River, Warcraft 2, Tomb Raider, Axis Allies, Corridor 7, Rome, Rise of Nations, Warcraft 2, Wing Commander, Splinter Cell. Oh man, I remember playing that. Tom Clancy Splinter Cell. Not on a PC, on the original Xbox. Okay. And then we have this. I have, whoops. Command and Conquer, Tiberian Sun, Vampire, The Masquerade Redemption, Medal of Honor Allied Assault, a bunch of loose disc. Let's just take a sample. They look like games at first glance. Mafia, games, Longest Journey, Soldiers, okay? Gangsters, then we got some games that have floppies. Rome, this, that. Okay. Here, another disc, another floppy, and I dropped 2 floppies back in the box. Okay. There's a lot of stuff there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, 24. Let's say that's 36. 36, and then there's another stack. 12, 20, 30, 30, 48. 48. If we just count the stuff in the cases at 3, that'd be like $150. So we'll say $150 for everything I just unboxed. So top view. This stack, that stack, this stack, this stack. $150. A dig box of 90s PC games, disc, etc. A mystery box. Okay, and then George Burleson wants Cats in the Cradle for $6.99, and he got Lester Flats for $6.99. All right, those were sold to George Burleson. Got those pulled for you, George. I think that's a pretty fair value. I don't know what I just even sold you. Could have been something pretty rare in there. I don't really know. Chad Snyder's off the dinner. Off the dinner at 1:27 a.m. That's pretty bizarre. Where are you at? Berlin? Are you the one watching in Berlin? Jason's watching in London. I think Chad's in Berlin. We got any other European viewers right now? Let's get this all stacked up for Paul. They'll put this in a more condensed, appropriate box than the giant one everything was in here. Yeah, some cool stuff here. Let's carry this stack by stack and get this stacked up over here. All righty. And I think, you know, we bought a gigantic PC collection. I think we're going to unbox more at some point. Where are they? I don't know. Could be this next box underneath here. All right, let's knock out some more 45s. What time is it? It is 1:28 Central Time. We're going to be Trying to knock out the rest of this box of 45s, definitely before 2 a.m. I don't think I got started till 2:20, so we should have like 40 minutes left. We'll take whatever it takes to at least finish this box of 45s, because so far so good. Here we go, $6.99. We got Gene Pitney, Take Me Tonight, J. Frank Wilson, Last Kiss, The Animals, We Gotta Get Out of This Place, Soul Survivors, Mission Impossible, The Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration, The Righteous Brothers, For Your Love, Joe Cocker, Civilized Man promo, and George Jones, The Bird. These are all $6.99. And I've had enough pistachios to choke a horse, and I hadn't had anything to drink. So let me go up here and fix that. Whew. So a couple funky smells up here in the front part of the store. I think Laura was eating some more mac and cheese or something the other day, and the smell of microwave cheese is still up here with us. I got to restart our Coke machine. It's not running. These water bottles are nearly room temperature. And I need an ice cold Diet Coke after this sale. Okay. No claims on these. So we had George Jones, Joe Cocker, Righteous Brothers, Soul Survivors, The Animals, J. Frank Wilson, and the Gene Pitney picture disc, okay? Moving on, I'm about to go over here and see what's next. So we've ran across magazines. Oh yeah, I got more Kiss stuff. Hopefully those people are still watching. We have Cheap Trick the Flame, The Knack, My Sharona. We have Journey Open Arms, The Seeds, Pushing Too Hard, Wilson Pickett, I'm Gonna Love You, The Turtles, So Happy Together, Imagine Me and You, I Do, Here's the Platters, The Great Pretender. That is $6.99. Over here, the flip side of The Animals. We gotta get out of this place. It's the last thing we'll ever do. The B-side is I Can't Believe It. I Can't Believe It. So that was that stack. Victor Gary got Cheap Trick. Wolverine got the Platters. And we had the Turtles. We had Wilson Pickett. Is that W? Wilson Pickett's on a label called Double L. Double L. And the flip side is It's Too Late. And then we have the Seeds, a promo. Journey, Here We Are in Open Arms. And there's the Knack with a little bit of nudity. She's almost a transparent shirt there. That's borderline nudity. I bet a lot of guys bought that and said, holy moly, I'll take the Knack. My Sharona. All right, how about some more Kiss magazines? Holy moly. We love Kiss magazines. We love them. We absolutely love some Kiss magazine. All right, this is going to be an auction lot. Auction lot on these is, well, let me go through them. We got Hit Parader, On the Road with Kiss. Hit Parader, Return of Kiss. Somebody had that one marked $20. Hit Parader, 1996 in review. Hit Parader, On the Road with Kiss. Hit Parader, On the Road with Kiss. This one looks like it got wet. Maybe it's just the board. Let's see here. Yeah, the magazine's fine. Wow, what a cool ad on the back. Megadeth, out now. And then there's Rip. Okay, and then I'm going to discard that board and bag. It's kind of dingy. Hit Parader, Return of Kiss. Hit Parader, Return of Kiss, different cover. The official Kiss movie magazine. And Hit Parader, On the Road of Kiss. I think these holograms are different. I think that's why there's so many different ones. Aren't these holograms different, maybe? No, those are the same. What's different about these? Is there something different about these? Either way, all the Kiss magazines you just seen there, $20 start. 20, $20 start on all those. Okay? All right, next handful of singles. Let's go, let's go, let's go. $6.99. We got Ian Deere and the Blockheads. Hit Me With Your Rhythm Stick. Neil Sedaka. Sweet Little You. I Found My World in You. Dreamboat Annie. Heart. Willie Nelson. I Still Can't Believe You're Gone. Working on Those Night Moves. The Flip is Down on Main Street. Rock and Roll Fantasy. Bad Company. Kiss on My List. Hall & Oates. Mississippi Queen. Mountain. And Bob and Doug McKenzie. Take Off featuring Geddy Lee from Rush. Katie Lee from Rush, $6.99 on all those. So first thing we had was Bob and Doug McKenzie, Mountain Mississippi Queen, Hall & Oates, Bad Company, Bob Seger, Willie Nelson, Hart, and Neil Sedaka. So to Wolverine and in during the Blotheads, hit me with your rhythm stick. Hart is $20, or excuse me, Kiss has a bid for $20, another bid for $20, and George Burleson is going to get Hart. So Kiss has bids for 20 and 20, and George Burleson also wants Mountain. Mississippi Queen, ra-da-da-da-dum, you know what I mean, ra-da-da-da-dum. Any more platter packs? Not right now. I got the one of all these blues 45s. I was wanting to go through those and at least read them off and look some up for some people. If we can get through this big box here, we'll do it. This box I'm going through is huge, though. We got ELO, Shine a Little Love. ELO, it's over. Yodel, On Our Way to the USA. Dennis Winters featuring Don Winters. Jack Scott, Goodbye Baby on King. We got Dottie Stevens, Pink Shoelaces. Just One, look. That's a great song by the Hollies. Promo record. Kicks, Paul Revere. The Bell Notes, I've Had It. And Otis Redding on the white label. Volt, Fa 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 Fa, and Good to Me. Those are $6.99. So Brian Tassin, you're out on Kiss. Phil Elliott's bid came in first. And the first thing we have is Otis Redding, $6.99. The Bell Note, $6.99. We had Paul Revere, the Hollies, Dottie Stevens, Jack Scott, Dennis Williams, ELO, ELO. First thing is we have US and JS, Jack Scott sold to Wolverine. Wolverine also got the Hollies, and he also got Wolverine. He also got Otis Redding. All right, those three are sold. Brian Tassin, let me know if you want to bid again on the Kiss stuff. And then let's show some more here at $6.99. I've got the Woolies, Who Do You Love? We have the Tornadoes, Telstar, Miss Tony Fisher, The Big Hurt. More Mistakes, Gruppo Sportivo. Bobby Bland, Turn On Your Love Light. The Osborne Brothers, Roll Muddy River. Make sure that's not signed by Bill Monroe. I don't know why he would sign it. Oh, that's the Osborne Brothers. Never mind. Another Otis Redding. I've been loving you too long, and I'm depending on you. All right, another Otis Redding. Another white label from Volt. I read that, and I sung it like it was the Rascals. I've been lonely too long, so lonely. Completely different song, by the way. Sourdough bread. Let's see what we got over here. Phil Elliott, you have officially been outbid on Kiss by Brian Tassin, your arch nemesis Kiss rival. We got a few Kiss, arch nemesis Kiss rivals on here tonight. All right, Otis Redding is sold for $6.99 to Wolverine. I've been lonely too long. All right, next is the following. Roy Head, Treat Her Right. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Within, Without. Jerry Reed on red vinyl, a promo. Good Friends Make Good Lovers. John Anderson, Low Dog Blues. Charlie Pride, Never Been So Loved in All My Life, green vinyl. Nice, The Bubble Puppy, I Had a Reason and Beginning. The Bubble Puppy on International Artist. And Billy Joel, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. How much are these, you ask? They're only $6.99. And you may say, wow, holy moly, I can't believe these are $6.99. And I'm going to say, yep, they're only $6.99. All right. I have a baggie. How many's in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $15 for these Kiss buttons. $15. It looks like Dynasty and Rock and Roll Over. $15, all of them. Kiss buttons. Buy it now, $15. Over here at $6.99, we had Billy Joe, we had the Bubble Puppy, we had Charlie Pride, we had John Anderson, sold to Danny Thomason. Still got Jerry Reed, Ozark, and Roy Head. Kiss magazines are at $24. Brian's out, final call to field, and then I've got another packet we'll put up, so don't go anywhere. Quick handful of 45s, though, right quick. These are all $6.99. Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart. Hall & Oates, I can't go for that. Doobie Brothers, Here to Love You. Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand. Waylon Jennings, Are You Sure Hank Done It This Way? Big Brother, Another Piece of My Heart Now, Baby. And Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who. These are all $6.99. These magazines are sold to Phil Elliott for $24. Brian Tassin gets the kiss buttons for $15. Hope y'all just heard all that. If not, I'm sorry. Chain, 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 chain of fools. All right, over here we have, this is $6.99, $6.99. We got Danny Thomason on Waylon Jennings, but first George Burleson on Big Brother. Waylon sold to Danny Thomason, and Buddha was, or Kama Sutra, was Ocean. Put your hand in the hand. Put your hand in the hand. All right, next handful, let's go get another more bag of Kiss 45s. But first, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Johnny Nash, 10cc, Dreadlock Holiday. Marshall Tucker, Another Cruel Love. The Metro, Berlin. Chic, Everybody Dance. Dinah Ross, Remember Me. Say, Paul and NJ. Rick D's, Meatballs, and Lou Christie, Beyond the Blue Horizon. $6.99 on that. Buddha, Kama Sutra, is sold to Wolverine for $6.99. These are all, how much, Chad? $6.99. Surely you're joking. No way these are $6.99. I am, in fact, guaranteeing these are all $6.99. Wolverine gets Dinah Ross. We got Lou Christie, Rick Dees, MJ, Paul, Chic, the Berlin, Marshall Tucker, 10cc, and Johnny Nash. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Something, 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 something. And it's going to be a Bry Coletco day. It's going to be a Bry Coletco day. All right. Rock Power Poster Magazine. Okay. Kiss and Friends, Psycho Circus, Bass Guitar Magazine, The Kiss Tours, Ace Frehley poster, Peter Criss poster, and another poster. Faces Magazine, Kiss Psycho Circus, Todd McFarlane. Wow. Todd McFarlane deal here from Kiss Psycho Circus. Modern Drummer, Peter Criss. Strike, Kiss, Strike. I think all strikes has something to do with something with Kiss. Kiss This. Metal Fury. Kiss poster, Motorhead cover. How does this fold out? We're not going to worry about it. Another Kiss poster, Guitar World and Guitar World. I think that lot's worthy of a $25 start. $25 start for all that. Right there, $25 start. Over here, Brian Tassin on Berlin. Sold to Brian Tassin. What songs are on the Jerry Reed promo? Probably just one. Most of these colored vinyl promos only have one song. And they're double-sided. You are referring to a few back. You are referring to Good Friends Make Good Lovers. And the flip is The Devil Went Down to Georgia. I stand corrected. That Kiss lot, a lot of cool stuff in there. $25 start. Next handful of singles. These are all $6.99. Carly Simon, Body and Soul. Body, Middle of the Night. Rod Stewart, Some Guys Have All the Luck. Billy Ocean, Loverboy. That's Charlie Rich. I'm not for sure, some kind of promo thing. Cellar Full of Noise, Samantha. How about Samantha? Foster and Lloyd, Crazy Over You. Barry Gibb, Shine, and Pickard and Bowden, Arab, Alabama. Those are all $6.99. If you can't believe it, neither can I. George Burleson takes Jerry Reed for $6.99. All of these Kiss magazines One lot, $25 start. Brian Tassin's in. Victor was next on Devil Went Down to Georgia. We still got Pinkerton Bowen, Barry Gibb, Foster and Lloyd, Seller for Illinois, Charlie Rich, Billy Ocean, Rod Stewart, Body, and Carly Simon, Body and Soul. If you change your mind on those, they're only $6.99. Only. Moving on. We have Raul Donner and Starfires, Girl of My Best Friend. The Impressions, You Must Believe Me. The Impressions, I'm So Proud. The Impressions, Keep on Pushing. Paul Young, Come Back and Stay. Bonnie Tyler, Holding Out for a Hero. Stevie Wonder, Sir Duke, promo deal from Songs in the Key of Life. That looks interesting. Captain Tennille, Never Done It Like That. M. Tomb, Juicy Fruit, and James Taylor promo, Only a Dream in Rio. Those are just $6.99, and the crowd goes, no way. There is no way he is selling these for just $6.99. This guy's got to be on crack. There's got to be something wrong with him. Surely he's joking. $6.99, there's no way. That's impossible. Yes, these are just $6.99. James Taylor, M. Tomb, Captain Tennille, Stevie Wonder, Bonnie Tyler, Paul Young, Impressions, and Raul Donner and Starfires, okay? Crisscross applesauce. We're about to sell all those for $25. And now for $6.99 comes the moment you've been all waiting for. $6.99 45s. We have Olivia Newton-John, Making a Good Thing Better. This is what? This little record is dedicated to farm workers all over the world. They may soon victims. Joan Baez. Okay. Linda Ronstadt, It's So Easy. Linda Ronstadt, Blue Bayou. Stanley Jordan on Blue Note, promo. Rita Coolidge, Forever Fever, and the B-Sides, My Crew. The Fireballs, Bottle of Wine. And we have the Righteous Brothers, Rock and Roll Heaven. Billie Holiday, Deep Song, You Better Go Now. It's a 4-track EP. Big City Talk, Mark Hunter, Storm Rider soundtrack, and Benny King, She's Gone Again. All of these over here are $25. Sold to Brian Tassin. All the Kiss magazines, $25. Yeah, our next month t-shirt, or this month's t-shirt, is going to be Seth, You're Fired. Seth, You're Fired. That's going to be next month's Collectco t-shirt of the month. I was going to do something different, but we've been convinced to do Seth, You're Fired. The people want it. The people demand it. And the first thing we have is Benny King, sold to Wolverine, and Jazz Grog on Stanley Jordan. So we got Mark Hunter, we had Billie Holiday, we had Righteous Brothers, we had Fireballs, Rita Coolidge, Stanley Jordan, so to Grog, Linda, and then Joan Baez, some kind of deal there. And then let's do another handful. These are all $6.99. I'm not joking either. I'm not joking. I cannot be any more serious right now when I tell you that these are $6.99. U.S. Steel presents music to sell canned soft drinks by. So basically, you listen to this and you'll want to go around selling people cans of Coke. We have Too Sharp Processing the Do-Rags. George Benson on Broadway. Juice Newton, Can't Wait All Night. I want to remind you one more time. These are $6.99. New Colony 6, I Will Always Think About You. Gene and Debbie, Lovin' Season, and the Hollies, Jennifer Esselis, or however you say that one, and Try It. $6.99. You heard me correctly. All of these are just $6.99. The Hollies, Gene and Debbie, New Colony 6, Juice Newton, George Benson, Too Sharp, and music to sell canned drinks by. Literally, be careful, listen to that one. You'll put that on your turntable. It will hypnotize you. You'll be out walking around your neighborhood trying to sell bottles of Coke or canned Coke to people. You'll go, sir or madam, will you read my book? It took me years to write. Won't you take a look? It's based on a novel by a man named Lear, and I need a job, so I want to be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. It's a dirty story of a dirty man, and his clinging wife doesn't understand. His son is working for the Daily Mail, and I need a job, so I want to be a paperback writer. Kiss Rocks the World. Kiss Alive. Metal Edge. Guitar World with Ace and Billy Gibbons, and Musician Magazine Kiss. That is a total of 5 magazines. Kiss, Musician Kiss with Gene, Guitar World, Metal Edge, that's a cool one, Pantera, Def Leppard, Metallica, Kiss Alive, Kiss Rocks the World. $15 start for all those magazines. Can you show the Billie Holiday one more time? I will, and I will remind you it's only a $15 start. We have right here. What happened to it? And by the way, it is $6.99. That is EP, catalog number ED775, Deep Song. You better go now. I don't explain. Ain't nobody's business if I do. Decca ED775. Chris Frazier's in on those Kiss magazines at $15. Probably got 2 more good handfuls coming out of this box here. We're about to find out right now. I have Al Jarreau, After All, Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot, First Rush, Chris Rush, Judy Garland, EP box set from Capitol, Shalimar, Dead Giveaway, Mary Hopkin on Apple. That's Mary Hopkin, Tima Harbor, and Latango Dolce Ochi. Donna Summer, The Wanderer, Rufus and Shaka Khan, Sweet Thing. Those are all $6.99. What is in this lot? All these are selling together. Chris Frazier has the high bid for $15. Kiss Rocks the World, Kiss Alive, Metal Edge, Guitar World, and Musician. The other 2 I set off to the side will be shown in just a second. Chris has those back here for $15. He's about to get them. We still got Rufus, Shaka Khan, Donna Summer, Mary Hopkins, Shalimar, Judy Garland, Peter Rush, Olivia Newton-John, and Al Jarreau. Okay? And then one more here. These are all $6.99. We got Sheena Easton Strut, Crusaders, got a lot of Shaka Ladaka, Travis Wammack, Scratchy, Joe Simon, Music in My Bones, and Carpenters, Kind of a Hush. All over the world. Yee-ba-dun-dun-dun. Shoo-be-da-ba-dun-dun. There's a kind of a hush all over the world. All right, what else we got back here? Oh, no. It's another gigantic box of PC games. Hopefully Paul Brothers hasn't went to bed and he's like, oh, no. Oh, my God. That's what he says as he puffs on a big cigar. Oh, my God. More PC games. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is this. Came in a picture sleeve. Oh, yeah, it definitely did. All right, so no takers on those. First thing is these magazines here are sold to Chris Frazier for $15. Sold to Chris Frazier for $15. Whoever's watching, I'm going to crisscross applesauce these because we're out of table space over here. Fats Domino, I'm in love again. All right, these next 2 magazines is Guitar and Guitar, Def Leppard, and Keith Richards. Magazines, $10 starts. You can put mag $10. Mag, $10 starting bid. Keith Richards, Def Leppard. Okay. Now, I haven't done many bundles. I should have been doing this a long time ago. If anybody's interested in both of the leftover stacks here, just because I'm really running out of places to put leftovers, I will sell both stacks of remaining 45s for just $100. You heard me correctly. Both stacks of remaining 45s, $100. I'm not joking. You don't have to go get your hearing checked tomorrow morning at the optometrist. Those 2 remaining stacks, $100. Patty has the magazines at 10. If anybody else wants to bid, the clock is ticking. And I mean, it's ticking fast. It's like it's on speed. Instead of going tick, tick, it's like tick, 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 tick. It's like the 60 Minutes thing. What do we have in here? I got 2 price guns that we don't use these. This would be for somebody that needs a price gun but doesn't want to spend $100 on one. Okay, price guns can get expensive. These Monarchs we use, they're not cheap whatsoever. So we got an inker, we got a box of labels and 2 price guns for 20 bucks. An MX 5500, a roll, and here's where it originally came straight from China. I don't know even what they sell for, but I don't know why they're over here. So if you need a price gun for some reason, or some kind of labeler device, this is your startup package. 2 price guns, labels, and an inker. That'll get you in business. You can open up your first record shop with that right there. 20 bucks. Or you can buy the really expensive Monarchs, but they're expensive for the reason. Okay, these 2 magazines are sold to Patty for $10. Patty has come in clutch. That's why we call her Patty. Thank you, Patty. Oh my God. Have I been through these? Yeah, I think I have. Golly, there's so many 45s over here. I'm going to have John come over and help me just try to figure out what... I'm running out of like what I have and have not gone through, and then I'm running out of places to store them. I was hoping somebody would be like, sure, Chad, I'll take those for $100. What a fantastical deal. Who is still watching and what do y'all want to see? Okay, that's my next question. Who is still watching and what do y'all want to see? Now, earlier we had this right here and we sold it with some VHS. Okay? We had it goes with a set of VHS. And I found one, so I've got an extra one. This is Kiss the Second Coming. $4.99 if anybody needs that to go with your VHS. Okay, so here's what I'll do, Wolverine. Besides getting into another new box, what if I read through this platter pack, and if you see some you want me to check, I'll look them up, and I need to look up some of these anyway. All right, so let's read some of these. I've got Whispering Smith and the Mighty House Rockers, Tail Dragger and his band, Max Simmons, Inflation Blues, Little Max Simmons, Scotty and the Oasis Band, Menard Rogers and the Players, Clyde Hopkins, Freddie Youngblood, Jerry White and the Funk Four, Lucky Evans. Griswolds, I Just Gotta Know, Andrew Brown, You Ought to Be Ashamed, Willie Cobb, Worst Feeling, Willie Cobb, Please Send Me Someone, Willie Cobb, Eating Dry Onions, James Patterson. Thank you, Grog, no problem. We have a request for 45s, more magazine CDs, press kits, magazine CDs, collectibles, books, DVDs. Okay, so the feed is going to expire. The feed is going to expire in approximately, here's our countdown. We got 20 minutes. I'll try to show as much as I can. At 8 hours, Facebook's going to stop. We could go all night, but I need to stop mentally and physically, and Facebook's going to stop automatically. So I will keep digging over here. I will try to fulfill your every need. I don't know about CDs though, Robert, but I can probably keep showing 45s, and I can see what's going on over here with magazines, okay? And then some of these I just need to go ahead and mark, and we'll see what's going on with these, okay? And then, Jeff, I will show you the information on the Randy Rhoads slides one more time. Let me sort through these comics. Now, what I want y'all to understand is, so we bought a whole collection of these rock and roll comics. That's not rock and roll comics. That's some kind of pornography. Hold on a second. Here we go. This is a White Snake and Aerosmith. So I don't want to sell these right now, and I'll tell you why. I have some of the original artwork for these. So we bought, that's what's in this box. I've got all kinds of rock and roll comics, but I have some of the original paintings for these and the early drafts and stuff. It's a whole collection we bought. Really cool stuff. So that's what's next in this box. For that, with that being said, I mean, at some point I'm going to sell these, maybe as soon as tomorrow, but I need to look through all this stuff and maybe I can knock it out in 20 minutes. I've got to figure out what I have because some of these are proofs and a lot of them are signed. So that's what I'm going to try to figure out with those. So bear with me, okay? Because a lot of these, honestly, that's what a lot of it is. Now, let me see what else we got in here. Because we bought this guy's collection, and he's got a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of stuff. We got some really cool stuff. All right, let me read off some more 45s. But first, here's these. Yeah, some of this stuff, I'm like, what? All right, here we go. 10. Oh, gosh, I wonder if Regina's watching. Some of these are double bagged, which isn't good for me. All right, here we go. So the other night we did a big blitz on magazines. Let's see. We'll do Steven Tyler Aerosmith Rip Magazine, $10. This is Alice in Chains, $10. Danzig, $10. Aerosmith again, $10. We got, who is this? Pass. This one's got some damage on the spine, but that's Axl Rose. Megadeth, $10. Vegas Cannabis Magazine with Willie Nelson on the cover. Vegas Cannabis Magazine. Metal Edge Slipknot. Metal Edge Kiss. These are all $10 a piece, okay? $10 a piece. So first thing is Chris Frazier on AC. That's probably for Alice in Chains magazine. That's right here. So did Chris Frazier for $10. Done. Next was Metal Edge with Kiss. We got Metal Edge with Slipknot. Vegas Cannabis, so did Danny Thomason. I've actually got 2 of those. Megadeth, Axl Rose, Aerosmith, Danzig, so did Danny Thomason, and we still got Aerosmith with him. I don't want to price the rock and roll comics yet. It's not like those things are too expensive. I just think that there's pieces and parts that all go to a complete set somewhere. Now, Grog, I mean, Wolverine or anybody else interested in 45s, we got some very deep blue stuff here, and I have a feeling some of these are really good. It would just take some time to figure out what they are, et cetera, et cetera. We got Little Joe Blue. We got Big Sam, Sir Henry Ivy, Big Sam again. That's on Excello. That is Arthur Guitar Kelly, Ray Drew, Big Sam, and Bad Luck and Trouble, Boogie Jake. George Burleson also wants a Vegas Weed magazine, okay? That's so to George Burleson. Let's read off some more of those. And I think this might be... Who is this? I'm trying to figure out who this is. I don't know who this is. Dang it. I hate it when I don't know who's on a cover. It's my biggest nightmare. It's got somewhere. It's Nirvana, isn't it? Gosh, it doesn't look like him, but I guess it is. His hair is throwing me off. Yeah, that's Nirvana. That's Kurt Cobain for sure. Yeah, hey, there it is. Nirvana. Right there in front of me. Man, yeah, that's Nirvana. Nirvana, Elvis, $10. Elvis, we'll do 2 and 1 here. So Elvis, $10, both of those for $10. And who the heck is this? Pass. And then this one's ripped, but it is Bruce Dickinson. No, it's not ripped, or is it? Is that ripped? Or is it made like that? No, that's ripped. Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden, but he's ripped. Okay? All right. There's that stuff. Chris Frazier gets Nirvana. Sold. So, quick recap. Bruce Dickinson, but torn corner. Elvis and Elvis. And so, if Regina's watching, you might as well consider those things sold. She's going to be over that like stank on a monkey. That is a Seinfeld quote. All right, what is next in here? Ooh, nice. Oh, gosh. Holy moly. Is everybody watching 18 or older? Holy crap. We have to go home and pray. All right, what do we have here? So we got Iron Maiden Ripped 5, so did Danny Thomason. Regina, I'm going to give you both Elvis. I know you want them. And I've got quite the stack going here, so let me move these over to this operations center table. I'm going to have to start a new pile because I have ran out of space yet again. We've sold a lot of misc tonight. We started with 45s and posters, T-shirts, cassettes, press kits. What else? Christmas ornaments, more press kits, press photos, mugs, DVDs, VHS. We've sold box sets, microscope slides, posters, 45s, computer games, and now we're into magazines. And we hadn't made a dent in this store tonight. All right. These are very cool magazines, too, to go through. Articles, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, here we go. Hit Parader with Joe Cocker, 1970. Also articles about Van Morrison, Keith Richards. I'm going to hold off on the adult stuff right quick. Literally, I don't think I should really be selling this unless age is verified, but I'm sure all of y'all are 18 or older. There's more comics. Ooh, don't know what that is. This is sheet music. This is a little cheaper. By the time I get the Phoenix, $6.99. There's a Glenn Campbell book. That's $10. I don't know what that is. Pass. That looks like adult. Pass. Oh boy. Ozfest 98. Ozzy, $10. I don't know who that is on the cover. Pass. Metal Magazine, cream with Scorpions cover and Suicidal Tendencies. Metallica and Thrash Metal. All those are $10 a piece. $10 a piece. First thing is Wolverine on Joe Cocker for $10. Wolverine on Glenn Campbell. Do you want the book and the sheet music or both? And then Danny Thomason on Ozzy. And then Chris Frazier. And then we got Thrash Metal. That's a... Who's on the cover here? And then Metallica Extravaganza. And then Metal Magazine with Scorpions. Okay? So 10, 10, 10. So sell these to Wolverine for 10 and then $6.99. All right. And then here is Pure Speed Magazine. Trying to figure out who this guy is. I'm not for sure, honestly. Pure Speed, $10. Thrash is Soda Danny for $10. Okay, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff here. Boy, these will sell like hotcakes tomorrow during Metal Night. Better scoop these up while you can. There'll be some blitz for these tomorrow. There'll be blood drawn for some of these. If I mention we got Metals magazines tomorrow night, holy moly, blood will be drawn. Brian Tassin, you were second on Ozzy, by the way. All right, Circus with Rod Stewart. Circus with Mork and Mindy. Circus with Ted Nugent. Circus with Girl in Crowd with lots of other articles. Circus with Bob Seger, yeah. And here's an interesting one, I think. Is that? Yeah, okay. That's Robert Plant and Ann Wilson from Heart. Circus. And Circus with marijuana cover. She is rolling and smoking a big old doobie. Circus Magazine Weekly, $10. Okay? So some vintage Circus magazines there. Circus Marijuana, Circus Robert Plant, Led Zeppelin, that's sold to Jeff Brent RTO. Circus Bob Seger. Circus 1978, Paul Stanley poster possibly included. Circus Ted Nugent, Circus Mork and Mindy, and Circus Rod Stewart. Okay, moving right along. Circus Steve Martin. Circus Peter Frampton, advertising Sgt. Pepper Comes Alive. Circus 25 Years of Rock and Roll. Circus, lots of people on that one. Robert Plant, Barry Gibb, Gene Simmons, Mick Jagger, Linda Ronstadt. There's another one with Linda Ronstadt. How about Hales and Horns magazine, Atreyu. And then we have Metal Mania magazine, Dave Mustaine featured. Stone Temple Pilots on Livewire, and Revolver magazine with, that's Lemmy, Rob Halford, Ronnie James Dio, and I don't know the guy on the end. Who is it? Chuck Billy. Obey Your Masters. Who the heck is Chuck Billy? Chuck Billy? I don't know a Chuck Billy. Revolver, Metal Wire, STP, Metal Mania, Hales and Horns, and then Regina wants the 25 years of rock and roll. That was this one right here. Sell that to Regina for $10. Did you see the one with Robert Plant has a Jimmy poster? Did you see the one with Robert Plant has a Jimmy poster? Jimmy Page color poster. Wow. There you go. Jeff Brent just got really excited. That makes up for me never selling him these Randy Road slides. All right, let's get another handful. Going through this box fast. Almost got it done. There's no telling how long this box has been buried in this building. Being unearthed tonight, live on Facebook. Broadcast all over the world. Broadcast all over the world. Broadcast all over the world. Chuck Billy, Testament. 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 There we go. Thank you. Didn't know that. Axl Rose, Hit Parader, 1992. Guns N' Roses. Circus, that looks like Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder, Paul Stanley, James Hetfield. People, Prince, memorial issue. We've got 2 of them. And then we've already sold one. Here's another one. Danzig, Rip Magazine. And then here is Z-Rock Magazine, Ronnie James Dio. That's a cool cover. And then here is Pizzazz Magazine, 1978 with the Bee Gees, Sgt. Peppers. That's pretty cool. Those are all $10 a piece. Vintage magazines here. Very, very, very cool. So we had Pizzazz, 1978 Bee Gees, Z-Rock Magazine with Dio, Rip Magazine with Danzig. We sold one just like that a moment ago. May 9th, 2016. That is Prince Memorial Issue. Pearl Jam on Circus Magazine, and then Hit Parader GNR, A Year to Remember. Okay? Boom, boom, boom. My magazine stacks are getting a little bit wanky. I know a lot of people who love this title. This is Kerrang! And that is Marillion featured on the front. There's another Guns N' Roses magazine, Rip Photo Special, Slaughter, Rip Photo Special, Poison, some kind of special Poison magazine, Anthrax, The Complete History of Kiss, Circus, Alice Cooper. Got a lot of hardcore fans for him. The Beatles Get Back. What year is this? 1978. I'm not for sure what that was featured. Stryper, Rock Magazine Stryper, Circus, Rock and Roll Super People, Circus, Billy Joel, and then there's another Guns N' Roses. Metal Mania from Last Stack, $5. Metal Mania Last Stack, $5. I will have to find it, and I'm probably going to say pass, but I'll take a look at it just to see what's going on. Metal Mania Last Stack, $5. Metal Mania Last Stack, $5. Metal Mania Last Stack, definitely $10. Yes. You're talking about that one right there. You mean $10, right, Danny? Oh, that's a $10 one if I've ever seen it. That's got $10 literally written all over it. Sepultura, Prong, Anthrax, Slayer, Megadeth. Right in the prime, too. Holy moly. Jeff Brent RTO on B. That was probably for the Beatles Get Back here. All right. And did I have another handful? Let me see what's left in the box over here. Buy now, cry later. Y'all know my policy. Buy now, cry later. By the way, Facebook expires in 5 minutes. We're out of time. This box took a lot longer than expected. What's left over here? There's a few postcards and some kind of big box. You know what they say, buy now, cry later. Danny Thomason knows that well. He knows that very well. Here's Leonard Skinner's songbook. It is worn out to death, but it's the Leonard Skinner tab book. $10. Somebody really used that. Postcards. Jerry Garcia, Bowie, and Yes postcards. 3 for $6.99. 3 postcards, $6.99. Here's the other ones. I didn't know what they were. Music Connection. Trying to figure out who this is. Music Connection. I'm not for sure. I don't know who those people are. Music Connection. The Flat Pickers Guitar Guide. Here we go. U.S. Magazine special photo issue. Farrah Fawcett U.S. or Us or U.S. Us. And then George Burleson wants the 3 postcards for $6.99. Okay. There's 2 more postcards for $4.99. U2 and Peter Gabriel. I don't know what these are. These are much older, like really old postcards here, like French. I better wait on those. $120 for the Kiss comic. That is a pass, but thank you for the offer. $225 for the Kiss comic. $225 for the Kiss comic. Okay, we've went through the whole box of metal magazines, I think. Is there any more over here? Okay. I will sell these 2 to a confirmed dolt. Hold on, let me make sure there's nothing special. Let me look at this one up right quick. You know, some of these have important images in it, historical images. February. Okay, that's about what I thought. And okay, so yeah, that'd be good on these. $15. Playboy, February 1973. Sex Pot, issue number 1. Some kind of adult comic book, and Playboy, $15 for both of those. Regina wants Farrah Fawcett for $10. I'm going to lay the postcards back on top. And these other things over here, I still don't know what they... Oh, well, that's rock and roll. I know what that is. I'm going to look this up because I don't know if this... Let me see what's over here. Danny gets these 2 for $15. I knew Danny would come through on that. Thank you, Danny. Danny, how old are you, by the way? You old enough to be reading stuff like that, son? I used to have a whole tub of Playboys, and my mom threw them in the trash. No, I'm joking. We have a tub around here somewhere. Some guy brought them in. They were pretty old, and unfortunately, I didn't have the Maryland. I didn't have the Marilyn Monroe issue. I got a print of it hanging over here on the wall. The Marilyn Monroe centerfold print. It's pretty cool. If you like nude images of Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, I thought this was pretty good. I think this is semi-adult. I'll do it for $10. It's called Hot Wax Quarterly. I don't know if it is or not. I mean, the covers have really risque images of girls, but I don't think it's like anything. Well, let's just open it up. I'll open it up off camera. I don't think there's any nudity, though. It may just be like girls posing and stuff kind of questionably. Oh, it's where you can order kind of stuff from it. It's nothing bad. Wow. Look at that. So Hot Wax says Bowie video, tour jackets, picture disc, and more. I think this is how you ordered a lot of the scantily kind of You know, some of those nudity picture discs. Let me show you. See those quickly? Y'all seen me sell some of those, right? Manfred Mann's Earth Band. So that's Manfred Mann on a nude picture disc. Same thing here. Brett Eklund. I think this is how you can order this stuff. I've had that one before for sure. Blonde on Blonde. So I think this was a magazine on how you could order the kind of nasty, borderline nasty stuff. And pictured it. There's other cool stuff in here though too. Look at all this. Look at the Rolling Stones picture disc. I think a lot of this is bootlegs and unofficials. Wow, look at that. Yeah, Regina also wanted this right here. Us, U.S. magazine. So that's also sold to Regina. She got that and Farrah Fawcett, okay? All right, that's all I have. Facebook just expired as I went through that magazine. Anybody else? Regina, let me reply to her on Facebook. She just sent me a message. I got it. Okay, and anybody else have any last requests? I need to stop. Just get into some good stuff here. Unfortunately, it's 2 a.m. and we've already been going 8 hours. We could go around the clock here showing and selling stuff. Problem is we only got about 8 or 9 good hours every night, 7, 8 or 9 good hours every night, depending on the day of the week, how much work I have to do after the show, etc., etc. So with that being said, any last request or anything you want to see before I sign off? I'm going to go wash my hands, not because I've been handling dirty stuff in more way than one, but mostly because I'm about to go eat my parfait, clean up this room, and we're going to do some more. Now, I know Jeff Brent's waiting to see these Randy Road slides one more time. So, Brent, I will show you. This says London, like the band, shot by Tony Miguel, M-I-G-U-E-L. And it has a phone number, which I'm sure does not work anymore. And that's about the only thing I can tell you on these. Okay? Now, what I'm going to do, it says July of 1980 on that one. This one says, this one is July of 1980. So quite right, July of 1980. Okay? What was the first risque? This one right here. It's actually not, it's called Hot Wax, and it was a magazine where you could order almost bootleg stuff, I think. So there's jackets, and it had where you could order like nudie picture disc and other borderline, you know, colored vinyl. There's bootlegs. It's pretty cool. $10. Yeah, I'd like to look through this because there's a lot of stuff on here I've never seen before. But yeah, it wasn't really. I mean, they sell nudie stuff in here, but it's mostly where you could buy bootlegs. Hot Wax, it looks like a lot of bootleg unofficial stuff. $10 on that. Lady had a G-string in the front. You sure? No. No, not over here. No. No G-string over here. That, you may have saw a picture on something in here. Is that what you've seen? You might have seen an image in this map, but that was, no more adult stuff. I promise. I would sell it to you. That's it. Okay. Anybody else? Every night when I've been here, I lose about an hour after the show because my brain is such a wreck after doing these streams. I'll sit down and just almost fall asleep scrolling through my phone instead of getting right to work. And I end up falling asleep. So tonight, I'm going to clean up, do the videos, and if I'm going to fall asleep, I'm going to do it at my house ordering vinyl for Friday night sale. I need to get out more. I'm kind of in my own world here. Hey, nudie stuff sells. You know the old saying, don't you? Sex sells. That's a real statement. All these guys that watch these shows, I could say, hey, I got a nude photo over here. I'm not going to show you who it is or what it is, but I got an unseen nude photo for $10, and we'd have 10 claims. There'd be guys say, I'll take it for $10. I don't know who it is or how nude they are, but I'll take it. All right, anybody else? Thanks for staying this late. Facebook, we've already lost connection. All right. Sorry, I'm reading a text I got. All right. Well, I better start replying these messages. And Jeff said he sent me a message. Well, my inbox since I've been live just on my personal messenger has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 different people have messaged me since I've been live tonight on Facebook. Before that, last night, the rest of the week, the rest of the month, and the rest of the year, I probably have on my personal messenger a lifetime of replies to do. I have 157 unread text messages and 17 missed calls from today. So that's how many text messages I got since I cleared my phone when I went to bed this morning at about 10 o'clock. 157 text messages and 17 phone calls. That's since I've basically went to bed this morning. So I've opened most of my texts that I needed to reply to immediately. That's what my phone looks like every night when I sign off. The Facebook Messenger that Edge handles has an unlimited amount, and that's why I have to hire him. You could scroll on here for hours and reply to people, and that's what Ed does every day. So essentially, if I started right now, if I started right now replying to everybody in my phone, text and personal Facebook Messenger, I could spend till December 31st, because as I start replying, those people will reply back. I could do it 9 or 10 hours a day, every day, and not do these shows, and I would never get called up. So for those that try to contact me, I will try to get you up in my rotation if it's an emergency. Otherwise, you got to talk to Ed if it's something about Collecco. If you're not talking to Ed about something Collecco related, there's a chance I'll never be able to reply. And some people hate me because of that, and I've probably lost customers. But unfortunately, our business has got to the point I just can't talk to everybody. I try to talk to everybody here, but even during the streams, it's so overwhelming. And I have to basically be like, dang. I almost have to have an automated response like, there's a chance I will never be able to reply to you, because if I start right now and then you reply back, it's just going to be this long, exhausting Like, we're never going to get a conversation done. So, whew. That's if I started right now. That would probably knock out November, and then I could start on October's. People that messaged me back in April, they probably hate me. They's like, dude, this guy, he doesn't like me. Hey, I've been trying to message him. There's just no time. I'm booked for the rest of the week, honestly. This little time I'm talking to you right now is it. When I hit off, I'm back to work. This is it. I'm about to sign off. 5, 4, 3. Y'all are amazing customers. Thank you. Appreciate it. If it's something very important or I know we're about to sell a lot, I'll give you top priority. Thank you.